Quantum Leap Podcast. This is A Little Miracle, Layer 6, Even Miracler.
Hey there, welcome to the Quantum Leap Podcast. I'm Matt Dale, and I'm here today with a very special edition of the QLP as we take yet another look at the episode A Little Miracle. I have with me two very special guests, Sam and Dennis from the Fate's Wide Wheel podcast.
Hello!
Hey, how's it going?
Fabulous. Thank you for joining me for this.
It's fantastic. We talked about before we hit record. It's been like 5 years since we've actually talked in person, which is weird because we've been Facebook friends all of that time, and we interact through that all the time, and we have like an ongoing thread just between the three of us. But this is the first time that we've talked in person in quite a while.
Yeah, doesn't feel like that long.
I know.
Does not feel like
it doesn't. Yeah, for better or for worse.
Yes.
It was only yesterday, right? No, it was 5 years ago. Yeah, but luckily, because of social media, because of Facebook and Twitter, I mean, there's been plenty of opportunities for us to at least communicate that way. And like Dennis said, with our little chat that we have going, that really over the past year especially, I feel like we've talked a lot more over this past year with the news of the revival
what
series
happened in the last year,
and
Sam?
all the stuff leading up to that.
We've had stuff happening.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, with the new edition of Beyond the Mirror Image, I think that we've all kind of just had stuff to talk about, geek out about. And so I'm glad that we're getting the chance to do this, because this is something that we've wanted to do for a while. And the crazy thing is we've actually had a couple of instances where we've scheduled something and then, something's come up or not even scheduled something, but at least sort of had like hey, do you want to do this? Yeah, let's do that. And then, just life happens and we haven't had the opportunity. So Finally, the long-awaited moment has come when the three of us could get together and chat. Yeah, exactly. Dad life. That's the other thing I was thinking about, because happy birthday, because Zach's birthday I know is today, Matt. So
yes, thank you.
That's awesome. But all three of us are kind of in that similar realm. We have kids around the same age. My daughter's 4, and we're all similar age. So when it comes to the tired dads thing that Dennis and I always mention on our podcast, I feel as though it's like really with our powers combined, the exhaustion levels have got to be just
with the exhaustion levels, we almost equal a normal person without kids.
Yeah. And for me right now, I'm sitting here drinking quite a strong cup of coffee because it's in England, it's 9:15 in the evening. Time is marching on. I'm exhausted at the best of times, but
GTFW,
kid's
bless
birthday.
You, Matt. Yeah.
For those interested in the behind the scenes mechanics, we're actually, like you said, Sam, we've been trying to arrange this for a while, so we're actually double banking tonight's recording. This is a QLP recording, and we're going to be immediately following up with a Fate's Wide Wheel recording that I'm guesting on. So I'm looking forward to talking about that afterwards as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's going to be a fun evening.
Yeah. I think that one of the things that happened too, I obviously want to get to A Little Miracle, but one of the things that happened too is that with the new series, there's not been as much opportunity for kind of crossover, which is something that I know that we had wanted to do. I think that the first mentions of doing some sort of crossover thing was probably about 5 years ago, wanting to do like an episode where maybe we collaborated on a single episode of Quantum Leap. But I think Dennis wasn't at the Leap Back initially is what we had thought about trying to organize or arrange.
Yeah, Matt was the one who figured out that at our current production schedules at the time, like those two would line up. And then I don't know about you all, but we slowed down drastically. Like we were putting out an episode a week for a while. And then I think in particular, after Sam's first child was born, we slowed down. Like we went through a stretch where we were only putting out one episode a month.
We slowed down a lot around that time as well. So yeah, you ended up putting out Leap Back a few months before we did, but that was all things being equal, we would have hit that at the same time, and that would have been perfect. But yeah, the last few months, I think both podcasts have been scrambling to get content together as quickly as possible, and the idea of any kind of collaboration has been unrealistic, sadly. So what a great opportunity tonight.
I know. It's the holiday season.
It is. So I'm going to explain for new listeners why you're probably looking at a 6 or 7 hour long podcast ahead of you right now. This is an ongoing QLP joke, I guess, that started many years ago when Albie and Heather were first running the podcast and they ran A Little Miracle out of sequence, and then later on wrapped new content around it to create a second version. And since then, every year, every 2 years, there's been a new version added with new content at the beginning and end, with different hosts. And this is actually now the 6th version. So what you're listening to is a podcast within 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 a podcast. And I've got to apologise because you're probably going to hear that explanation another 3 or 4 times over the next few hours. But hey, I get to lead this one off. At some point in the future, there will be a 7th version, and I will be the second person you hear explain that. But it's all good fun. We love this episode on the QLP. And hopefully between me, Sam, and Dennis, we'll give you some new content.
Mm-hmm.
So, diving straight in, we always like to talk about first impressions first. So, Sam, do you want to share with us your first impressions on A Little Miracle? Either if you remember the first time you saw it, or just your general first impressions on rewatching it recently.
Yeah, so I have vague memories of the first time that I saw it, and I can remember Charles Rocket in particular. Like his character always stood out to me, even when I was young. There are elements of this episode where I genuinely feel like Sam almost gets a little lost sometimes because of everything else that's happening. And I don't mean that as a criticism. I just think that that's the way that I've always interpreted the episode, especially those early impressions that I had. Obviously, Al, and Dean Stockwell stand out. I think he does some great work throughout the course of the episode. The funniest part about it, I think, for me, is that upon revisiting it on the USA Network when it re-aired, this probably would have been mid-90s. I was definitely in high school, 15 or 16, so it's 96 or 97 when I'm rewatching it. And I remember I had it on video cassette as well. And at any time I would come to rewatch this episode throughout the mid to late 90s, I always forgot that it was a Christmas episode. So the first scene would happen and I would just I'd be sitting there and then it would dawn on me around the time that the Salvation Army band comes in. It's like, oh right, it's the Christmas episode. Now naturally when we rewatched it for our initial review, which would have been 3-4 years ago for Fate's Wide Wheel, I was prepared then. Like I knew it's like, yes, okay, this is the Christmas episode. But I think overall, one thing that hasn't changed is I've always really enjoyed it. I've found different things I think that appeal to me or hit me in a different way over the years. And I think the performances are really lovely. I think there's some incredible moments. And I think it's genuinely one of those rare exceptions to Quantum Leap where I feel like having the guest star kind of be the star of the show in a lot of ways really works. And it's a rarity. It doesn't happen very often in Quantum Leap where the guest star feels like the lead almost just as much as Sam. I wouldn't say more than Sam, but just as much as Sam. And I think that the episode is successful, because of that and not in spite of that. So yeah, I've always enjoyed it, and I will say that rewatching it earlier today, it was just fun to have on. I almost, because it's an episode that I've seen so many times, I almost didn't rewatch it, believe it or not. I almost was just sort of like, I'll go in without watching it. And then this morning I had some time and I was like, you know what? I want to rewatch it. Not just because I feel like I have to for the job or whatever, but because I really genuinely wanted to watch the episode. And I'm so glad that I did. It's perfect to watch this time of year. And I think it holds up really well. I do think, and something that I hope we can talk about a little bit later, but I do think that there are interesting things that could be done differently. And with what we've seen from the revival series now, it would be very interesting to think about this episode in a larger scope. And I almost wonder if the episode wouldn't benefit from having a longer runtime. Like if it was like a 90-minute episode as opposed to an hour long, which is something I think that that the classic series does struggle with on occasion, that there are episodes that feel like, hey, this might have been better served as being a little bit longer, and not necessarily a two-parter, not in a 2-hour block of TV, but just a little bit of extra time could have potentially served it well. But yeah, those are certainly my initial thoughts, and kind of again thinking about the first time that I saw it, it really does come down to Charles Rocket's performance. I think that's the thing that stood out to me almost right away, even as a kid.
Great. Dennis?
I don't have exact, clear, vivid memories of watching it as a kid, but I loved the Christmas Carol story in general when I was a kid. There were two versions of the Christmas Carol that I would love to watch every year, like one from the 1930s and then the Alistair Sims version from the 1950s. And I still love the Alistair Sims version. I still watch it almost every year for Christmas as a holiday tradition. I really love this episode as a kid. And really, I mean, a lot of it, let's be honest, it's for Dean Stockwell chewing the scenery in the last third of it. I think, I think that's one of the reasons why we all like really love the episode, because it's always fun when Al gets to interact with someone other than Sam. But even still, like I said, I think I've always enjoyed the Christmas Carol story. And I was just thinking about it this morning. In a weird way, it's its own kind of time travel story. Not literally, but in a thematic sense. So yeah, and like, what Sam said there, it's great to have like someone else like really be the star of the episode. And rewatching it as an adult, they don't dive too deep into it because, it's just an hour television. It's supposed to be like, just like a light send up of a Christmas Carol. But Charles Rocket does bring some pathos, some deepness to the episode. And there's a lot to be appreciated for it. And not to make it down, not to make it too dark, but, we talk about a lot on Fate's Wide Wheel that, the way we look at every episode is we can contextualize it from like when it took place and like how it stands up now, like going back and rewatching it as an adult. It is a little weird watching the episode knowing that Michael Blake's original fate was dying by suicide and knowing that that's what happened to Charles Rocket himself in 2005. So there's this new subtext to it that they could not have imagined when they made the episode. But to me, that always kind of sticks out to me. And those are my thoughts in general. Yeah.
And I'm going to agree with both of you. I definitely do not remember my first viewing because it would have been early 90s, early teens for me. I know I've always had a warm, fuzzy feeling about American Christmas specials in particular. There is something because of the nature of your kind of 22 to 26 episode shows. These Christmas specials just pop up in the middle of series and have to try and fit in, but with this warm, fuzzy glow. Whereas British Christmas specials tend to be, there's 6 episodes on over the spring, and then 6 months later, we do an all-out ridiculous pantomime Christmas episode. So I always love the way that American dramas approach Christmas specials. This is no exception. Yeah, I think, just like Sam said, this is a great time of year to watch A Little Miracle. It always gets me in the mood for the holidays. Maybe that's the reason why it's a QLP tradition, because it's just a general QL fan tradition to watch it.
Yeah.
So it's a good excuse to talk about it. But yeah, what a great cast and what a great new take on A Christmas Carol. Yeah, it's a lot of happiness, but some pathos as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really enjoy the way that it almost kind of tiptoes into the Christmas Carol story, that it doesn't just go straight for that up until Sam's discovery of the pictures in the cigar box in the closet, it kind of just feels like, okay, this is a Quantum Leap episode. He's going to have to try to figure things out. And then once you see the plan start to kind of come together, and that's why I almost feel like, oh man, if this was a little bit longer, I feel like we'd get even maybe more out of it. But maybe its brevity also helps. I don't know. Is that, that Christmas Carol aspect of it is really only like the back half of the episode, and that the front half of the episode is just kind of still standard Quantum Leap. Yes, it's set around Christmas, but you don't necessarily start to see that, oh, this is what they're going to do. I mean, yes, Blake comes off as a Scrooge-like character, but I also think, and we might have mentioned this during the initial episode that we recorded, that, Michael Blake also plays like just sort of your standard 80s yuppie, rich, entitled, jerk. I almost said another word, and I'm not quite sure if I can say things like that.
They have sound effects to cover the stuff up. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah,
actual production values. I don't know what that's like. But I think that yeah, once it really gets into there, it is really nice because the story is so familiar. And, on a personal note, for me, it was something that I took part in every single year. As an actor, I was part of a Christmas Carol when I lived in Indianapolis. And the story just means so much to me, and much like Dennis, in particular the Alistair Sim version, but also the Doctor Who, version that came out, which I think has been like almost 10 years, which is insane to me as well. It's like, that can't be 10 years ago. It's probably more than 10 years ago, isn't it? There's just so many wonderful versions of the story. And I think that in its own way, Quantum Leap does it really, really well. And I think just by nature, again, of the conceit of the show, you're able to get into this leap without necessarily having to manufacture a reason. Whereas sometimes, like you mentioned, American television shows, when they get to the Christmas episode, sometimes, not always, some shows do it really well. Sometimes it feels like very manufactured, like it's like, oh, the Christmas episode, as opposed to like, oh, it's the Christmas episode. And so I think Quantum Leap kind of almost gets there easier because they don't have to justify it in some way around any sort of ongoing story that might be taking place. So that's something that I also enjoy about it. It doesn't feel out of place in any way, and I think that, again, that the way that they're able to utilize some of the sci-fi elements of the show in order to achieve their Christmas Carol effect, especially Ghost of Christmas Future, is really cool. And it's stuff that we don't really see any other time. We get glimpses of it here and there, but like projecting the building, for instance, is a pretty big deal in the canon of Quantum Leap.
Sure. I mean, Pool Hall Blues always gets the shout out. Like, they're remembered for the graphics of projecting, like the geometry lines, everything for Sam to shoot the pool. But then I remember, this episode, like, we get like somebody up there likes Ben level of holographic projection towards the end. That's really great. And I do have to say, like, jumping back to the beginning of the episode, the teaser of this episode is the ballsiest thing that Quantum Leap has ever done.
Literally.
Yeah, literally.
And I think I didn't actually mention at the top of the show when talking about the various different versions of this coming up, we have interviews as part of this with Sandy Fries, Tom McTeague, Jarrett Lennon. I know Sandy Fries said that this was meant to be like what is the most shocking leap-in you could possibly have. It maybe says a lot for early 90s TV that a man on his knees in front of another man's crotch is seen as the most shocking that he could think of. But allowing for that, it's ballsy.
Yeah. But that being said, like the tap in, like the pathos of like what Charles Rocket did. Like, one thing I noticed, like, upon this rewatch is that, yes, he's a jerk, but whatever the name of Blake's yes man is, like, at one point, like, he suggests firing Sam, and Blake is like, oh, like you want to fire him, and it's like this, Peterson, it's like this weird shift. And then, like, when you see, like, where Blake comes from, because I think that's a different thing in the story, is that Blake was not always rich. Like, Blake came from poverty. So, like, looking at it, you kind of see this thing like, oh, like, yes, he is a jerk, but maybe he does have this affection a little bit for Sam's character.
Well, right. You almost start to wonder how much of Blake's persona is not necessarily some sort of intrinsic thing, but that it's because of the way everyone else treats him. Absolutely. The minute he gets in a situation where people are treating him like a human being, he starts to let those walls down pretty quickly, to the point that I think I criticized it in our initial viewing of the episode as maybe it was a little too easy. But on this last watch this morning, I did not feel that way at all. It really started to play to me. I was like, I get it, And one of the things that I know that we talked about is how Charles Rocket has this wonderful ability to tell a story with just, his eyes and facial expressions, and not in any sort of like over the top hammy way, but, in a very subtle, nice way. And I think that when you start to see those walls come down and he's starting to like, it's really beautiful. The moment he has with Downey when she's giving him the Polish food, which I cannot remember the name of right now. He has this wonderful moment where he kind of touches her hand, but it lasts for just a second and he takes his hand away. And it feels very genuine to me that this is someone who's lacked any kind of meaningful contact like this before, and he's uncomfortable with it. But it feels, in the moment, it feels like the most natural thing for him to do, because he's connecting with someone in a way that he's not connected with anyone in so long, because he's surrounded by yes men and servants, basically, and people that just want to, they're a slave to his his money, basically. And I think that this is a wonderful opportunity for him to start to let those walls down a little bit. And when people start treating him in a very natural way, you see that he's not such a terrible person. Then he came from somewhere, like you mentioned, Dennis, he came from somewhere that was not always this. And I think that that's also one of the really nice things about the episode, is that it plays into that well. And it mirrors, to talk about the original, it mirrors Scrooge's upbringing to an extent, because of course we learn through the course of Christmas Carol that he had a pretty, hard Scrabble upbringing as well. Now it's implied that there was maybe a little money there, that his father had enough obviously to send him off to school and that sort of stuff and avoid the workhouses, etc. But that Scrooge was not always rich, that Scrooge was not always someone that people kind of bowed down to. So I think that parallel is nice. Sure.
And I think, upon this last rewatch, when Sam goes into Blake's closet to start to clean out the turning over the wardrobe that Blake asked for, he finds the pictures really quickly. Now, sure, like for plot purposes, that's why he finds the pictures really quickly. But watching it this time, I was like, oh, like Blake had those pictures out and handy. So it kind of like put me in a mind of like, Blake is already in a contemplative place at the beginning of this episode. Because if those pictures were just out for Sam could easily find, like he's already like looking at his past a little bit. So like Blake is already a part of the way there at the start of this episode.
And that's one of the interesting things about Blake, one of the interesting things about a lot of Scrooge-type characters in these adaptations, that there is that hint of humanity right from the start. It's not the case in all of the adaptations, and it's certainly not the case in a lot of TV and film villains, but that there's something there that they can start chipping away at throughout.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think it's one of the things too, and let's face it, I'm really just bringing this out because, I know Matt understands me, but it's one of the things about Sardig in Doctor Who's A Christmas Carol is the fact that you see very early on when he refrains from hitting the boy, and the doctor, of course, brilliantly, of course, played by Matt Smith, is able to come in and kind of in this, Holmesian deduction, just kind of like throw out every reason why Sardig still has that humanity in him. And I think that it's the other thing that Sam refuses to believe that Blake is irredeemable. He just needs that nudge in the right direction. And I think that that's one of the cool things about this episode is it's like Sam's idealism shines through and Sam has to struggle to figure out how am I going to get this to work? Which makes, I think, that moment when Blake, rejects Downey and is like, oh, I see what you're trying to do here. When, the little boy comes over and everything, it's this great moment where it's like, wow, Sam's really going to have to work a little harder on this. And then the brilliant thing about the episode in a lot of ways too, is that it gives Al something more to do by having to be the ghost of Christmas Future, although dressed more like Marley. But it's wonderful. It's this wonderful moment.
At least they reference that.
I love
right.
Yes.
Exactly.
I forgot how quickly Blake calls that out until rewatching it this time. Like it's just like is it like no? And also like how quickly he calls out like, oh, I remember you. You're the jerk from the lobby.
Yeah. Sam, you've mentioned Doctor Who a couple of times, and I do want to touch on something that I find very interesting, quite almost refreshing about this episode, and it's something that the Doctor Who version of Christmas Carol doesn't do, and it would be very easy for a lot of time travel shows to do. Like Dennis said during opening thoughts, Christmas Carol is thematically a time travel kind of story, and in Quantum Leap, they could have really lent heavy into the time travel aspects for this episode. There's a lot of things they could have done that would have made it more like the Doctor Who adaptation, and they don't. It's actually surprisingly light on the sci-fi.
Yeah.
Do you think that was like an intentional thing to try and keep it a bit more accessible for the non-sci-fi crowd, maybe?
My initial response is yes. And then when I think about it a little bit more, I wonder how aware they were of the possibilities, or not that they weren't aware of the possibilities, but that because it had always kind of been, as far as everything that I know and have read, it had kind of been Don Bellisario's edict that they not use it in kind of as writers in sort of an irresponsible gimmick, right? It's like the idea of Sam being able to grab a hold of Blake and like literally, travel into the past with him.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Do,
and I think
right?
If this were season 5, that is exactly what would have happened. In season 5, he would have said, like, right, I'm touching you, I'm doing it a Lear, I'm holding you, and because we're the same, we can travel through time together, and it would take him to those different points. And
absolutely,
it's quite sweet almost that, they do stick to Belisario's edict, like you say.
Yeah. Well, and I think it makes the way that they connect to, when they do sort of the Ghost of Christmas Past bit, I feel like it makes that feel a little bit more real, a little bit more immediate, because instead of it being, Blake seeing his childhood friends play. I mean, he does have that moment where he's kind of hearing things and looking around, and it does feel, like he's been transported in a way, but he's been transported in that way that we as human beings, honestly can be transported. When we go someplace that is in our past, it has that, like, not to get too metaphysical or whatever, has that sort of psychic residue where we can just feel the weight that it carries for us. Whether it's traveling down the street where we used to live when we were kids or whatever, you do get that feeling. And I think that it's lovely the way that he's able to connect with these people he literally knew as kids or as a kid and have those moments, and the way that he's so disturbed by the loss of his one friend. And then, of course, when they have that Christmas present moment, it's just really lovely at the mission, and he does kind of get to sit down to this meal and have these games and that sort of stuff, but he gets to be a participant, whereas in the obviously in the original Christmas Carol, Scrooge doesn't get to really participate, right? He just sees all of these things happening. He's a shadow. He's not real in that moment. And then, of course, like in the Doctor Who version that you're talking about, in that instance, they are real, right? They've literally traveled into the past. They're literally sharing these moments with these people, which is great. I mean, I love, it's probably my favorite Christmas episode of Doctor Who, honestly. But I agree with your assessment that this episode succeeds because it doesn't do those things. And I do think that, after saying all of that, I do think there was probably some intent there, right? Because they could have, if they had wanted to, with what they do later with Al and using the projections and everything, I suppose if they'd really, really wanted to, they could have easily done some sort of Christmas past setup, right? Where they're projecting images of his past on the wall, etc., that sort of thing. So I think that there is something that works a lot better about doing it this way.
We've talked a little bit about Al. I'd like to focus a little bit on that wonderful Ghost of Christmas Future outfit that he has. I was reading through Beyond the Mirror Image, as I always do, in preparation for this, and I found a quote which I was going to quote back at you guys, and then discovered that the citation was Fate's Wide Wheel. So but I'm going to quote it back anyway because I really liked it. So yeah. Jean-Pierre Dorliac was being interviewed by, I don't know, a couple of guys a few years back. Apparently it was you two. And said that apparently, he used a hot glue gun to stick chains to Al's outfit while Stockwell was posing and giggling and laughing and smoking a cigar and having a good time. That is such a wonderful image. I love that thought of Dorliac just kind of building this suit around him.
I have no memory of that.
Alison Pregler is phenomenal at spotting reuses of costumes, and she pointed something out to me recently that I don't think I've seen anywhere else, and I don't think we've talked about on the podcast yet, which is that the bare bones of the outfit is from a terrible Andy Kaufman movie called Heartbeeps from 1981.
Oh my!
I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. I hadn't heard of it.
No,
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it. But yes, I know the film.
Yeah, it's just this absolute flop of a movie with Andy Kaufman. Apparently playing a robot all the way through, wearing this terrible pinstripe suit, and I highly encourage you to check it out. I watched about 2 minutes of it and couldn't get any further through it. But there's an interview that Kaufman gave a few years later where he offers to refund everyone who went to see it at the cinema, or like 3 people, because it's so bad that he wants to give everyone their money back. So that's a fun little anecdote.
That's fantastic.
That is great. I love stuff like that, but that's something that I never would have had cause or reason to notice, because again, like I said, I'm aware of the film, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I mean, Alison's seen a lot of shit, and she's also very good at spotting reused costumes. It's her gift.
It's a talent.
That should be the tagline for her YouTube channel. I've seen a lot of shit.
Yeah.
But like what I love about Al as the ghost of Christmas Future, like we say, like they kind of ease their way into the Christmas Carol story. But if you're an astute TV viewer, you know from that first scene where Blake can see Al and they have to shift his image a little bit, you know that they're going to do something with that and come back with that later. And it's wonderful. Speaking of that first scene, here's something that always bugged me. In the rerun version, they cut out the line where Al clarifies that he's in July, where he's at. And that's a small little detail that always bugged me that they cut out of the reruns. Because I don't think they ever in any other episode address like what time of year it is for Al versus what time of year it is for Sam on his leave.
Yeah. And it doesn't make any sense with it. Like, obviously he has to be wearing that Hawaiian shirt because it's got to be something that's vaguely appropriate for Blake to see and not be like, what the hell is this guy wearing? So the Hawaiian shirt has to be there, but it needs some kind of explanation. And the time of year is the only possible explanation.
Right.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because I love how it also reinforces the idea that while Sam is kind of just, ending up anywhere, anytime, that for those back at the project, like time is still proceeding in a sequential manner, and that for for them it has no, there's no bearing on when Sam is to when they are. And I think that it's also interesting to think about the fact that Sam, for him, this is his Christmas, right? Like, as far as we know, with what we've been given on screen, he hasn't had Christmas in 3.5 years, like more really, depending on when you decide to place the timeline of his first leap, and he might not get Christmas again for a very long time. He got Thanksgiving with his family, which is nice. But yeah, I think that's also kind of just a nice bit of reinforcement for viewers, and it's the type of thing that obviously we're made a little bit more aware of with the revival series now, which is so strange because this is the first time, I think, Dennis, isn't this the first time that we've talked about a classic series episode after having viewed the revival series? Like, up until this point,
this is the first time we're doing an episode. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm honored.
So, but yeah, right? There's no one we'd rather do it with. So I think just the context of that is kind of interesting to think about. The fact that it is something that we're a little bit more aware of with the revival series, and yet with the classic series, it would only be peppered in every once in a while. And I like that bit. And this episode has a number of little things that are wonderful pieces of information, including the story about Sam remembering Christmas when he was 9, and getting the sled, and he and Tom going outside and playing all day. And the other thing, and I think we probably mentioned this over on our original episode, but one of the things that's great about that is that this is one of the first times I think Sam mentions Tom after he had saved Tom, or mentions a memory of Tom rather, after he had saved him. So whether or not Sam actually remembers that Tom is alive now and never died, that's up for debate because it's not something that's touched on. But I do think that it's really great to have this wonderful little memory, and I think for longtime viewers, it's nice because you're able to just, it is a heartwarming memory because now that like he saved his brother's life. And this memory is not, it's no longer this sort of morose thing where he's having this bittersweet memory of his brother who died in Vietnam. He's able to have this memory of his brother who survived Vietnam, and he survived Vietnam because of Sam's actions. So there's a lot of little stuff throughout the episode. I think that it makes this episode to me feel a little bit more important than any just sort of weekly episodic television episode of Quantum Leap.
For sure. Yeah.
When kind of placing this in, in the context of the entire classic series, and you mentioned earlier about having a fondness for American Christmas episodes for TV shows, especially in those longer runs of 22 to 26 episodes a season. Like, where do you sort of place this in Quantum Leap? Not necessarily talking about like if it's a top 10 episode or anything like that, but just as it's kind of overall importance to the fabric of the series. I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on that.
Oh, that's a big question. See, I know I joked earlier on about, if this was season 5, but this is one of the earliest episodes that starts kind of doing something a bit gimmicky, and I don't necessarily use gimmick as a bad thing. I love some of the gimmicky episodes in the 5th season, and this doesn't feel like a 5th season episode at all, but it is a rarity in the first 3 seasons to have something that really plays with the format, does something like as bold as having Al directly involved in the leap. And like we were saying, in American TV, you've got to somehow find a way of doing something a bit different. And quite how far you push that just depends on the production team. They had an opportunity to push the boat a little bit and do something a wee bit unusual. And it feels as though they realised they could get away with that. In season 4, particularly with episodes like Leap Back, Shock Theatre, Leap for Lisa, there's some episodes coming up that also push the format a bit, but it's all building up to that 5th season of let's just throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. But this is one of those really early times that happens, and I love it for that because it's right in the middle of season 3 is for me the kind of the strongest solid. We talk about if you're introducing somebody to Quantum Leap, what's the first episode you'd show them? And everyone's got their own answers. But if you say what's the first season you'd show them, I'd say season 3, because that's the point where it's got confident, but it's not started getting silly or playful with the format. Season 3 is kind of standard Quantum Leap, and it's what everyone thinks of tonally when they remember Quantum Leap. And then there's this right in the middle of it doing something different. And I love it for that, but I recognize it for that.
That's interesting, because as I was watching this episode, I was thinking of it more as a throwback to more of the genre episodes they did during the first season. When they were trying to define themselves, like, played against Seymour and how the test was won and how they leaned into the genre there. And like Sam said, like kind of going back to that idea of making the guest star the star of the episode. It's interesting because like we talk about like how season 5 is gimmicky. And I think Alison Pregler, she even said this on Twitter one time in a conversation that we were having back and forth, particularly about Blood Moon. I think some of the reasons why the gimmicks jump out so badly in season 5 is that by that point, the budget of the show had been very drastically cut. And so the gimmicks didn't work as well. Because, I mean, we have gimmicks like this, but we also had, kind of like the gimmick episode of Sam's favorite episode of Portrait for Troyan. Or, I always like teasing Sam over that. Yeah, so it's interesting because like rewatching this or like original, like I never really thought of this as the gimmick episode with Al, because it somehow it works just perfectly.
Yeah, and I hadn't thought about it in terms of that. Yeah, that season 1 piece, which is we've talked about this a lot on our podcast as well. That season 1 is, it very much seems like, what film can we ape this week, and what other genre can we steal from with pride, but very much steal from? And it's not until season 2 that it actually starts just developing its own thing and going its own way. But season 1 is, it's a lot of spoofs and pastiches, and this returns to that. So it's an interesting observation. I'd not really thought that it does throw back to that very well as well.
Yeah, one of the things that, for me, there's a couple of things. Like, I agree so much with what you said, Matt, about the episode and it feeling unique and it being successful because of that, and being kind of in the middle of season 3, which was very much standard Quantum Leap. And I personally think almost to its detriment at times, because for me, season 1 is very much, like you said, it was about kind of aping, whatever was popular, whether it's a movie or a play. Deborah Pratt said something recently about how Black and White on Fire apparently was initially written as a play, which got me thinking about Color of Truth, which got me thinking about the idea that like it came out before Driving Miss Daisy, the film, and yet at the same time the play had already been out. So obviously Deborah would have been aware of that, right? Like, so clearly, like it's inspired by that. And I think that season 2, it's just, to me, season 2 is my favorite. It's the strongest because I think that that's where they really start to, establish what they are. And it feels like there's a through line to the season that is unlike any other season of classic series Quantum Leap. There's so many elements thematically that get brought up again and again and again, especially when it comes to the taking of human life, when it comes to kind of, what the value of human life truly is, the looming, specter of Vietnam, of Tom's death, and everything that leads us right into MIA and then the leap home to start off season 3. And so I think that, like, for me, I love that. The thing is by the time they get to season 3, they'd already done that, right? And so by locking into that standard sort of, this is what Quantum Leap is and this is what we do, I feel like sometimes, not all the time, because there are a number of beautiful, wonderful episodes in season 3, it is to the show's detriment. And that I think A Little Miracle, much like you were saying, Matt, it does break that mold in so many ways. And that's the reason why I think it's so successful. And because they're not just doing it for the gimmick's sake, where I feel like a lot of season 5 was literally just like, we got to do something crazy. What can you think of? And that was absolutely to the show's detriment. I think that, Little Miracle feels a little bit more honest, a little bit more genuine, because it's coming from a place of like, we know what we're doing, hey, that's a good thing to try. Why not? Let's explore the format a little bit. And I think that that's one of the things too about the Revival series, to really kind of connect this all through, is that I think that throughout its first season, while there are certainly some elements that I think tie into the classic series first season and its use of kind of exploring certain specific genres, that they've also been able to stretch things a little bit in certain ways. And part of that, of course, is because they've had the opportunity to focus on things at the project. But knowing what we know, no spoilers, but knowing what we know about the back half of the season, I think they're going to get the opportunity to stretch that even more. And I think that in a similar way to A Little Miracle being for the better because they stretched their legs a little bit, I think that the same thing is going to be true of the Revival series. So it's a really interesting episode in that respect. And I'm really glad that you brought that up, Matt, because I think that it doesn't quite feel standard in a lot of ways, and being sort of smack dab in the middle of the run. I mean, this is the 41st episode, I believe, of this series, or 42nd, maybe, depending on how you count Genesis. So it's, pretty much right in the middle. I think that is interesting.
Turning point.
Matt, I'm interested to know where you think this episode stacks up against the only other Quantum Leap Christmas episode, Promised Land.
I don't like making comparisons between the two, because I find Promised Land okay. I struggle with it a little bit, and not for any particular reason that I can put my finger on. I don't know. I think Promised Land struggles by being in the middle of season 5, and maybe in a different time and place, it'd be a stronger episode. But for me, it's chalk and cheese. This is a brilliantly classic episode. Promised Land, I know It had, and particularly from doing some more research on it recently, it had quite a troubled beginning. It took a lot to get it to screen, and it's what they did bring to screen, what they did realize was amazing. But yeah, it's not one I return to very often. What about you guys? Is Promised Land something that you crack out every Christmas as well?
No. I wouldn't say I crack it out every Christmas by any means, no.
I will say that I think for me that Promised Land has a great premise, and I think that thematically there's some really wonderful things at play. I just think the execution of the episode overall is pretty subpar.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel. Yeah, it just doesn't feel executed as well as A Little Miracle. And I think A Little Miracle holds up a lot better, especially for the uninitiated. I feel like A Little Miracle is the type of show that you could show to someone that's not familiar with Quantum Leap and it would still be successful. I feel like Promised Land, that would not be the case. It would, much as Dennis has said in the past about our friend Scotty, when she first saw Quantum Leap on his television, years and years ago, was like, oh, this is a show that was on television. And I feel like Promised Land is the type of episode that might elicit that response.
Yes.
Gotcha. That clip, by the way, was Al trying to explain to Leon Stiles in the sex worker's room what had happened to him and killing time. That was the first scene of Quantum Leap our friend Scotty ever saw. And that elicited, and Scotty, she is the most wonderful. She will say the most polite thing about the thing that she absolutely does not understand or like or whatever. So her thing was a very polite, wow, this was a show that was on television. and you like it. Good for you.
Now, I will just say, in her defense, she later, this is a cheap plug, she later guested on Fate's Wide Wheel for the episode Freedom from the second season. And that is still to this day one of my favorite episodes that we've ever recorded. And so much of that is due to the commentary that she provided. I thought it was just such an intelligent, graceful, compassionate, erudite commentary that she was able to give. And for someone who'd never seen the show before, what she brought to the table was just awesome. And so I would encourage, again, it's a cheap plug, but I would encourage people to check that episode out if they get the chance, because I love Freedom personally. I do think that there are obviously some elements of the episode that contextually play differently now than they did then. But I just thought that she brought so much to the table for that. But back to A Little Miracle, I think another thing that's interesting too about this episode is that it doesn't feel like something that was shot on a back lot in the same way that a lot of other episodes. You mentioned some of the first season episodes, Dennis, like Played Against Seymour, Double Identity, that it's like you see it just like, oh, we're on a back lot. And this episode doesn't feel that way. And I think that the use of like light, of night and day in the episode is so well used. So there's a lot to like from the production elements of the episode, in addition to, my son is guest starring on this episode now, apparently. There's a lot of production elements that I think are to be valued in the show. We mentioned the special effects, obviously. There's some great special effects shots. They might not necessarily hold up as well 32 years later, but we get some cool stuff with like Blake jumping through Al. Of course, the projection of the building of Blake Tower and stuff. So I just think that there is so much to like about this episode. And comparing it again to Promised Land, Promised Land just sometimes feels a little chintzy. There's a moment where it's like they go outside and I'm just sort of like, really? This is like Northwestern Indiana in December? Like, I don't think so. It looks a little too sunny. It looks a little too warm. That's just me.
Well, I really enjoy Promised Land, and I will die on that hill. I'm just going to put that out there.
Really?
I don't come back and rewatch
it.
I don't come back and rewatch it every Christmas. But yeah, I think that is I think it is one of the most grounded episodes of the 5th season. Now, granted, that does not take a lot, but it is one of the most grounded episodes of the 5th season.
And true, and that probably partly speaks to my point that in another time and place it could have been a stronger episode. It's very much a round peg in a square hole, where seasons 1 to 4 had all been round holes. If it had just come a little bit earlier,
sure, yeah,
it could have had a bit more time focused on it.
A bit more. Like I said, if I get a bit more budget, and I'm interested, like, and I'm sure this will be in the second edition of BTMI, of like what the troubled production was, getting what they did get to screen.
Yeah.
Well, I think that one of the other things that Promised Land kind of falls short on for me too is the fact that like he's in his hometown, and really when it comes down to it, the only thing that we get is this hug with his dad at the end, which is emotionally satisfying for a lot of reasons, obviously. But there's also this idea that like he's in his hometown. Like, shouldn't there be a little bit more made of that? Shouldn't there be a little bit more like knowledge on his part? Yeah, Swiss cheese memory, et cetera, but it's been convenient for him to remember things, other things. So it's like, why not be able to lean into that a little bit more? And I know that there are little things here and there, sure, but I don't know. I just feel like it's not. I don't want to necessarily make a meal of it, but I would have certainly taken an hors d'oeuvre as opposed to, an after dinner mint, which I feel like is what we got.
And that feels like maybe a good time to start moving towards final. I feel this is starting to become the Promised Land podcast, which
right. Yes.
So sorry about that. I do the question out there.
It was a good question. I'm just wondering if maybe that's going to be the 8th version of this. Maybe some of the listeners have heard a lead in. Some other reviewer spending an hour talking about Promised Land and throwing to us. Who knows? Sure. But yeah, maybe we can move towards some final thoughts, and then we'll throw across to the rest of the podcast. Sam, over to you for
if you don't mind. Before we do that, I would just want to ask you one more question. Being a Brit, like, and knowing the place in history that A Christmas Carol has, and I'm not saying that you speak for everyone in the UK, but certainly when it comes to A Christmas Carol, I'm curious as to what your feelings are on the use of Christmas Carol and its story, in media, and specifically when it comes to Quantum Leap. Do you view it any differently than maybe Dennis or I would, or any other American viewers or listeners? Because it is something that is, I feel like it just has a very, very, very special place for a lot of folks worldwide. But specifically, I mean, in England.
I'm glad you asked that. I don't know if you're going to like the answer. So I find I've never had a great relationship with A Christmas Carol. I like the story, but I find that it's that and the whole Victorian England thing just has this cliched view outside the UK. This like beautiful Christmas thing that I don't get because I'm from here. It's not like this. I don't think it's ever been like this, really. I find it problematic, but not with a capital P, when people try and do traditional adaptations of it, particularly when it's American shows. Like for some reason, the one thing that's coming to my mind right now, and I don't know why, is there's a Back to the Future animated episode that does like a Victorian England Christmas. But stuff like that just makes me want to curl up in a ball and die. Things like this that just say, yeah, we're going to take the basic plot line, we're shifting it. We are in America. We're shifting this to the States. We're doing an American thing about capitalism with it. It's fine. It's all good. I love stories like that do something entirely different with it. And I always just have that deep breath when I hear, oh, this American show is going to do A Christmas Carol. Just think, is it going to try and do it in a traditional, in air quotes, way? And thank goodness this didn't. So sure, that I think is the risk that American shows tend to take, in my eyes, that Quantum Leap managed to avoid, intentionally or otherwise. If he'd have leapt to Victorian England, it would have been a very different story.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a really excellent point. And being again involved with multiple productions of A Christmas Carol as an actor, some of the research and background information that was given to us or suggested to us by our dramaturg. One of the books, which I came across again years later, was The London Underworld in the Victorian Period, which is written by Henry Mayhew. It's a brilliant book, and it's lauded by journalists as being one of the finest examples of journalism, period. And the whole thrust of the book is that he's talking to the prostitutes and the beggars, and that this is not that sort of gilded view of the Victorian age, which I think a lot of people mistakenly take away sometimes from this. It's not cute and wrapped up with a bow at the end. Uncle Scrooge isn't knocking on your door to give you a holiday goose. And so I think that is something that I personally don't think about enough. I tend to kind of just fall in with the romanticized version because that's what we're given. So it's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask you that question, is because I was just curious as to kind of what it meant to you. And that's a great point about A Little Miracle. And I think as for my final thoughts, genuinely, I enjoy the episode. I love the episode. I think it's a great episode of Quantum Leap. And I think that there's, you can go back to my first thoughts and that kind of syncs up with my final thoughts. But one of the things that I love is the fact that we got to do this, and that we got to do this with you. And I'm so glad that in a way, I'm so glad it was this episode, all the many, many, many episodes of Quantum Leap that we could talk about. And it might just be because it's December 2nd and whatnot. But my final thought would be that I'm just grateful for the opportunity to have done this. And I'm so glad that you had us on. So thank you for that. And thank you for talking about this episode with us. Thanks.
Dennis, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, so I forgot to mention, when I rewatched it the other night, Betsy rewatched it with me. Betsy's my wife, and she is a casual fan of Quantum Leap, so she's seen a handful of episodes, and she really enjoyed the episode. And I kind of use her as my metric of an outside view for Quantum Leap episode, because her just being a casual fan. And like I said, this is not an episode that I revisit every year, but if it were around Christmas time and I had family coming, family visiting, this is, like Sam said, and I think you said, Matt, this is a great episode, especially around the holidays. If you wanted to introduce someone to Quantum Leap, this would be a great episode to do. And echo everything that Sam said, really, really enjoy that we got the opportunity to do this with you.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Yeah, Yeah, I feel very much the same. I think this is a great episode, but what it's opened my eyes up to, and I know I joked at the start, and I joked a little bit off mic before we started about this this holiday tradition that the Quantum Leap podcast has, and I maybe now get it, because actually what this has been is a chance to hang out with some friends that we haven't spoken for 5 years, and that's what this episode's given us. So I'm really happy about that. Don't go anywhere, because we are going to come back after the next 6 hours of material, just to wrap up. But for now, so I'm now going to hand over to Hayden McQueenie and Aaron and Michelle Moss, who recorded the 6th iteration of this podcast about a year ago. But don't go anywhere, because we will be coming back for some final thoughts at the very end.
Here we go, a-wassailing among the leaves serene. Here we go, a-caroling, not believing what we've seen.
Al, what's going on?
Let's see. It's December 23rd, 1990. Your name is Kevin McAllister, and you're 8 years old.
Are you here all by yourself?
Ma'am, I'm 8 years old. You think I'd be here alone? I don't think so.
If Kevin's 8, why aren't there any adults around? Where are this kid's parents?
I made my family disappear.
According to Ziggy, his family accidentally left him home alone when they rushed to the airport late for their flight to France, and they didn't realize they'd forgotten him until they were in the air.
Kevin!
Great parenting. So what, am I here to report them to child services?
Ziggy says no. The McAllister's house was broken into on Christmas Eve.
Oh, you better watch out. You better not hide. If your doors are open, we're coming inside. Harry and Marv are coming to town.
By two particularly vicious robbers.
Now remember, we're the wet bandits. Wet bandits.
When they discovered Kevin was still in the house, they brutally murdered him.
I'm gonna murder that kid.
You're here to keep Kevin alive until his mother returns on Christmas morning.
Oh boy.
You guys give up, or you're thirsty for more?
Welcome to the Starbright Project, a Headcast Network podcast. Hey there, Leapers. Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas, everyone. This is the Starbright Project, and I am Michelle, and here with me is my husband, Aaron.
Hello, hello, hello.
This podcast is a great show called Quantum Leap. For those of you who are just joining us, Aaron is a longtime fan of the show, while I'm just the newbie, who's only allowed to watch shows in order and in unison of our podcasts. So when I asked Aaron for something quantum leapy for Christmas, he turned on the TV and, oh boy, he let me watch another episode out of order. I have to say, it did definitely get me into the Christmas spirit. So please join us this holiday season, where once again our good friend Hayden joins us as we talk about a little miracle.
Yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. From now on, our troubles will be out of sight.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. This is Aaron from...
What'd you call me?
Ho, ho, ho. And me, you, and Michelle. I guess
Sorry.
that works out. Anyway,
Leave me out of this.
anyways, this is Aaron from the Starbright Project, of course. And with me, I have my beautiful wife, Michelle.
Hello, everybody.
And also joining us, as usual, is our Grinch himself, I guess, Hayden McQueenie from the land down under. Hey, Hayden.
Well, you guys need to quit living in the past. Christmas is yesterday, not today. And I had this unbelievable dream, but it was weird. It was like a dream in a dream, in a dream, in a dream, in a dream. It was like we went through this Christmas episode at least 5 times before. It felt like I was in limbo by that stage. So.
Oh, Inception. What can you do? Anyway, so...
This is one of my favorites, one I always like to talk about, so I'll be like Scrooge at the end of the movie and be happy to talk about it.
We are looking at a future episode that occurred in the past, which is all very right for Quantum Leap, I guess. This month, a Christmas episode, which was entitled A Little Miracle. Again, if you guys haven't seen this one yet, why not? Take a minute and go watch it. But we're going to go and talk about it. This was a 3rd season episode. And yes, we let Michelle watch another episode out of order, just because it's Christmas. That was our Christmas gift to her. We let her watch another episode.
'Tis the season.
Did you feel like there are any spoilers, Michelle?
Well, I don't know about spoiling, but I definitely learned something new.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it then when we get there. So
always waiting. Yeah, shut up. I knew you were going to say that.
So this is our 2020 Christmas episode. The title is A Little Miracle.
There is no little miracles in 2020. Well, I guess there's a lot of people who can say that they've experienced miracles in 2020. I shouldn't say that. So that was just me being a little bah humbug.
All right, Scrooge.
And I hope that there's a lot of people who experience miracles out there.
Well, we've made it to the last level of the Jumanji game that's been 2020.
Jumanji!
I reckon the series finale is going to be absolutely lit. It's going to be interesting to see how things go.
Yeah, I'm afraid of the season. Hopefully it's just a season finale and not a series finale.
It's going to be Trump trying to get out of the Trump not trying to get out of the White House. That's what the finale is going to be.
We cannot make it a season finale. We cannot have more of this. Whatever you want to call it. Beat me, I don't care.
So this episode was directed by Michael Watkins. This was written by a couple different people. The teleplay was by Robert A. Wolcherstoff. I'm probably messing that up. And the screenplay and I believe teleplay was by Sandy Fries. Or is that Fries?
No, it's Freeze.
Freeze, okay.
He's actually a friend of ours from the Quantum Leap podcast, and he's made it very clear it's Freeze.
Yeah, I was thinking it was Freeze because of from Batman and Mr. Freeze, but that's how I figured out it was Freeze. But I read, well, it looks like Fries. Wait a minute.
So what's the difference between just being written in a teleplay? The
teleplay and the script?
Yeah.
Okay, my understanding is that you essentially come up with the story first, like everything that you think should happen, the basic ideas, but then the teleplay is kind of getting it more into a script form, into something that's ready to be shot.
Okay, that makes sense.
But actually, I think you had that around the wrong way, Aaron, because in my book here, I've got that it's the story by Sandy Fries and the teleplay by Sandy Fries and Robert A. Wolterstorff.
The leap location and date was New York, New York. The city's so wonderful, they named it twice. December the 24th, 1962. And this originally aired December the 21st of 1990. So, the synopsis for this episode. Sam leaps into Reginald Pearson, played by Milan Nixak, a personal valet to billionaire tycoon Michael Blake, played by Charles Rocket. Blake is trying to build a plaza on the land that is currently a Salvation Army mission, and it's ran by Captain Laura Downey, who is being played by the talented and beautiful Melinda McGraw. Also, we need to note that somehow Blake's mesons and neurons are similar to Sam's, so he's able to see and hear Al until Gucci makes some sort of adjustment, changing the frequency. Noting that Blake is a modern-day Scrooge,
bah humbug!
Sam, with Al and Captain Downey's help, Scrooge him by showing his past, his present, and of course, his future.
As part of my penance, I have been sent to warn you.
And so you have?
And to offer you a hope and chance of escaping my fate. You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
After several failed attempts, they are successful at convincing the miser to change his ways.
In daylight. But what day? Hello, you there, boy.
Me, sir?
Yes, you, my good fellow. What day is today?
Today? Why, it's Christmas Day, of course.
Christmas Day. I haven't missed it. The spirits did it all in one night. Well, they can do anything they like. Of course they can. Hello, my fine fellow.
Hello.
Do you know the poulterers in the next street but one, on the corner?
I should hope I did.
Intelligent boy, remarkable boy. Do you know if they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging there?
What? The one as big as me?
Delightful boy. Pleasure talking to you. Yes, the one as big as you.
It's hanging there now.
Well, go and buy it. Yes, go and buy it and bring them round so that I may tell them where to deliver it. Come back with the man, I'll give you a shilling. Come back in less than 5 minutes, I'll give you half a crown.
And what, pray tell, was this Christmas Day miracle? Why, a beautiful Christmas star shining its light down on the mission. Sam tells Al that the star was a nice touch, who then replies that he didn't put it there. After exchanging Merry Christmases, Sam leaps. And that was a little miracle. So, we know it was Michelle's first time seeing it, and I saw this originally when it was first out in 1990. Hayden, did you see this originally when it was first aired?
No, because I was far too young at the time. But since I did first see it, I think I've watched it at least once every Christmas since then.
Very nice. Yeah, I forget how young you are, and I'm an old man. Yeah, when this came out, I was 20.
You old fart.
Yeah. I was trying to remember. I think I was living with my buddies at this time. Anyways, so let's start with Michelle. Michelle, brief thoughts on this episode. Did you like it, first of all?
I did enjoy it. Actually, I'm not going to be all bitchy this time around because I know like the last few ones I've been like, I didn't like it. No, I mean, I enjoyed it. I didn't care for the actor who played the Scroogey guy.
Charles Rocket?
Yeah, he kind of bugged me, but he grew on me later on through the episode. And I don't know if it was because he played his character so well, but he kind of bugged me. But I liked the story. I felt like they picked pieces of Guys and Dolls.
When you see a guy reach for stars in the sky, you can bet that he's doing it for some doll.
When you spot a John waiting out in the rain, chances are he's insane, as only a John can be for a Jane.
When you meet a gent paying all kinds of rent for a flat that could flatten the Taj Mahal.
Call it sad, call it funny, but it's better than even money that the guy's only doing it for some doll.
And pieces of Scrooge. The whole Salvation Army and him falling in love with the Salvation Army captain and that kind of thing. And there was just a little bit of a taste of Guys and Dolls in there for me, which I like the play. So, and I didn't mention it to you till tonight because I was kind of curious if it was going to be something that you picked up on.
Yeah, no, I did not catch that.
Hayden,
I
have
haven't
you
seen Guys and Dolls, so I don't know what you're talking. You'll have to explain what the similarity is.
Basically, one of the main characters falls in love with.
Well, no, he gets betted. He takes a bet.
That's what it was.
He takes a bet that he can make this snooty Christian Salvation Army woman fall in love with him. He tries to take her to like some island or something, and he's a rich man or whatever, and it's just, she sings the same, like there's a part where like she's marching along with the same drum line. And they're singing this song. There's this part where she's got the same drum line and they're marching down the street and they're banging the drums and they're marching along with the same outfits and the same old man and same young beautiful woman leading the brigade, and the main story guy falls in love with her, and I don't know, there's just a little bit of a similarity, not much, but just enough where it kind of piqued my interest. And it's actually a really cool play. The high school here in locally did, actually no, it wasn't the high school, it was the local community theater that did it. Our daughter was actually one of the openers that they did their own little Broadway thing when she was younger. Yeah. But So there was that. I always liked the Scrooge story. Even growing up, it was like one of my favorite Christmas stories, even though it scared the bejesus out of me every year. But it was one of those that I allowed myself to get scared over because I just liked the story. And I really dug that someone else saw Al.
Because I think this is the first time someone has seen Al that you've seen, isn't it?
Yes.
As I said, there's been a couple times people have seen him, but this is the first time that Michelle's seen it.
Yeah. And you just ruined that for me.
Did I?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, you did. Because no one else has seen Al yet for me. And now you just told me that there's going to be more people.
Like 6, 7, 8.
Oh, shut up.
Beautiful blondes with big... Never mind.
No, that was the maid.
What Al wants.
Yeah.
That's what Al wants to see him.
Which was funny because that was another thing. But let me talk about this whole, seeing Al thing first. I really, really liked that. I didn't like how they explained it. The whole neurons and pathways lining up. I didn't care for that. I would have liked to have been more of an actual mechanical problem with the hand link and them just having to fix some kind of technical issue. I didn't like the fact that they were on the same wavelength because I didn't like it when they did the whole JFK episode.
When Oswald and Sam's minds were linking and
I didn't care for it. I didn't care for it then either. So I just too many mind links connecting I'm just gonna say that I didn't care for the fact that you have all these mind connectors like Oswald when they were saying that his mind was connected to Oswald's or shared mind links and stuff. I just felt like I didn't care for that because I want Sam to have his own mind and not be connected to all these people that he leaps into.
Well, in that defense of that, though, I don't mind that because, he's actually leaping. Well, see, it's never really been made clear. It depends on how the story's written. It could be either way, but he's leaping into it, kind of merging with that body for a time being. So, to me, it makes sense that their minds, especially there's so many people in the world that some minds are going to have to be similar as far as the makeup of it and the way it's structured.
There's no way. If your brain, now I'm going to get all pissy on you right now because your brain, the way you were raised and everything down to the tip of your toes, your genetic makeup is different than anybody else in this world.
Right.
The way your environment, the way your brain was made was because of the way your environment was. The way you were born, everything from the moment you were brought up in the crib to the moment you die, your brain fires neurons and builds receptors.
Right.
Your receptors are going to be different.
Well, they're different, but you can have similarities.
Pathways.
And you can have similarities.
But not that similar to where you're going to be able to sync up like that.
Well, seeing how we're talking about something that doesn't even exist, it's hard to say, well, it couldn't happen that way.
I still think they should have found a different way. I just call BS on that.
On the subject of Al, though, this is a good example of explaining what actually happens with Al and with the holograms. Because the way that a lot of people interpret it is that it's kind of images that are projected into Sam's brain. And that's why he's the only one that can see it. And that's not 100% the case. And we see that's not the case this time because if it was just projected into Sam's brain, then Blake wouldn't have been able to see Al either. So this kind of explains what's actually happening with the hologram. It's not so much that he's projected into Sam's brain, it's just his image and his audio is projected into the past. It's kind of like how radio waves and television waves are sent out into the atmosphere. And then you need to have the right receiver to be able to unscramble it and interpret it, just the same way you would need a TV or a radio to be able to pick up the radio and TV waves and know what they're saying. So actually that made perfect sense to me, the fact that, some people might just have a close enough wavelength so that they pick up on the radio or in this case, the hologram waves a bit better. And like Aaron's kind of alluded to, there are other cases where others will be able to pick Al as well.
And on that same note, I mean, animals, as we've seen, can see Al. Horses and dogs can see Al. So that's another thing towards what Hayden was saying, that's not actually projected into his mind, but it's projected into the past. And if your brainwaves are attuned properly or to the right frequency, you can make him out. And it's kind of the same way that we talked about during the Color of Truth episode when Al was yelling at Miss Melanie to
driving Miss Daisy
to pull over. She heard him.
Don't annoy Deborah.
Sorry, Miss Deborah, but I will always say driving Miss Daisy. I respect you highly.
But yeah, so I mean, it's the same way that that kind of backs up Hayden's theory that it's his.
No, I can respect that. Like, I respect and that was always my thought process, is like it's like particles in the air, and like that's why they're tweaking whatever they're tweaking, is because then Al can see it and the next guy can see it. But I just don't like them being on sharing the same brain connection. Like,
I think you may be reading too much into it.
Probably, because I do that with everything. I mean, that's my biggest fault.
They're not really sharing a brain connection. It's just that their pathways are similar enough
to where they can pick up the same receptors. Right. I get that now. Like, you guys have set me straight.
Buy another TV and still pick up the same TV waves.
You guys have set me straight. You guys have set me straight. Thank you, gentlemen, for setting me straight.
That's
yes.
what we're here to do.
Sure. No. But yeah. So, but I really liked it. I really thought, like, the moment when they were talking and then, like, he looked at him, I'm like, oh, he sees Al. Like, I was like a kid in a candy store, and it was like the best feeling in the whole wide world. It was like I was validated. Like, someone else saw Al, and it was like, it made Al be like the Albie. Come on the air with us someday. It made Al be like the coolest, like, character ever. Did you guys like that, by the way?
Nice segue.
Thank you. I just thought it was really cool. And I was like, okay, they're going to utilize this somewhere. Like, he's going to become a ghost of Christmas, whatever. Like, and I knew it was going to be the Christmas past. Like, I just had that gut feeling because it was going to...
It was Christmas future.
Well, whatever it was. Like, but you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Christmas future, I got him mixed up. But, like, I knew he was going to be like the Marley one. You know what I mean? With the chains and the... But I was so excited to get to that point because I was just stoked.
That's Chekhov's gun, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's where you don't include something unless it's going to be used somewhere along the way.
I was thinking the same thing.
What?
It's a story element called Chekhov's gun. You introduce a gun in the first chapter of a story, in the first part of a story. And if you introduce that gun in the first part, that means you're going to use it in the third part of the story.
Oh.
So it's a literary device. It's called Chekhov's gun.
Chekhov's gun.
Yes, if you introduce a plot element, like in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
I think it was the second one where they introduced the Phoenix.
They
introduced the Phoenix earlier in the movie.
Right.
And then at the end of the movie, the Phoenix came in and helped save the day.
Right.
That's what it is. So you introduce something into the story that really doesn't... Okay, what are you showing me this for? It's really anything to do with the story right now.
Right.
And then later on, that's used in the story.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Now that I know what the term is, I just got edumacated again. Boy, I feel like I'm just learning more and more stuff tonight, but...
That's what we're here for.
Sure. Put a pin in it.
I was going to say, put a pin in it.
Well, Michelle,
yes.
Did you like the way they implemented bringing in Blake's past and then bringing in Blake's present and then Al showing Blake's future? Did you like the way that they structured that?
Past...
The past is when they made had the little boys run by him.
Right. Yeah. I enjoyed when they kind of did like the stroll through his town. And what I really enjoyed was when he bought the third chestnut.
Right.
For a split second there, he didn't, when he introduced Pearson, he just introduced him as, he first said my, and then he's like, this is Pearson.
Yeah.
It was like, I don't know if he did it because he was embarrassed but I almost felt like he was humbled, like a little bit. I don't know if humble is the right word, but he almost seemed kind of human at that point. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and then first he bought 2, and then he's like, you know what, I'll buy 3. It's like he forgot about Pearson, or like he was below him, and then he's like, you know what, no, he's not below me right now. Or like he kind of...
Part of that was just seeing his old friend.
Yeah.
It kind of made him revert, in quotes, back to childhood, because you see how happy he was talking about the troubles they got into, the shenanigans they were up to.
But I almost felt he was a little embarrassed, because the guy was kind of a little bit too rambunctious and like a little bit too close for comfort. Like he kind of invaded his bubble. He was a little bit uneasy, but I think it's because he hasn't allowed people in his bubble, so it was a little bit discomforting for him.
Yeah.
But once he kind of let his guard down a little bit, he kind of got a little bit more into it, and then he let his guard down, and that's when he found out about his best friend, and that because of him, his best friend committed suicide, and that was a huge slap in the face. And as someone watching that, it kind of brought me back to the realization of, oh wow, this guy has done a lot of damage. Like, I was watching it, and like I knew that he was a big corporate dude, and I know that he had done, you know, some stuff, and I knew that like he had automated some things, but until they showed that part,
the human component,
it didn't put in perspective exactly what damage he had done to the human soul. You know what I mean?
Human beings.
The town.
Yes.
Yeah. So then I was like, wow, you kind of are a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You know, like...
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch.
So that was kind of disheartening. And then you see the kids run by. Well, first when they slashed the tire, I was like, oh boy. Like, that was kind of a tricky one, because I was like, is he really gonna pull that off? You know, with the slashed tire and stuff. But
I don't think he slashed. I think he just let the air out of the tire.
No, the kid popped the tire with a knife. I think the kid did. Hayden, did the kid slash the tire with a knife?
You know, I can't remember.
I think he just...
All I know is that the tire was flat.
I think...
And you couldn't really tell. I assumed he let the air out of the tire out of the valve stem. He used a knife to let the air out of the valve stem.
I could have swore he slashed the tire, but we'll have to go back and look.
I don't think they gave a good enough look to see what he was doing. He showed the kid down by the tire.
I could have sworn
from a distance.
I thought he slashed it, but either way, like, I didn't think he was going to get away with that, but he did. But then the whole kids running and playing. Did they call them by his name?
Yeah, they called one of the kids Michael.
Whatever
his original name was.
That's a really ballsy move.
Well, that's what they was set up.
It was pretty clever what they did there, actually, because for the viewers, we don't know if we're seeing something that's actually happening then, or if we're seeing something that Blake is remembering.
Right.
And it's not until a bit later on that we find out, oh, no, they're actual kids now who are just acting it out.
Well, especially when Downey comes up and he asks, did you see who are those boys? She's like, well, what boys? Like, she didn't see him come by.
Right.
I'm wondering if you noticed this, Michelle, when they're having the Piernik and Makovic at the Salvation Army headquarters, did you notice what it was that actually made Blake, you know, change his tune after he'd softened up a little bit, but then he's, you know, comes to his senses and lets rip at everyone and leaves and says he's going to tear the place down. Did you notice what it was that set him off?
The kids came back into the room.
Yeah, that's it. You know, I didn't notice that the first few times. I just thought he was getting sick of what he was hearing. But then then you know, it took a few watches for me to actually realize that, oh no, he's seen the kids that were trying to pull the wool over his eyes before.
Yeah, no,
I just kind of figured it out.
That's what kind of, I was like, what the heck? And then because I thought at first he just got too emotional with like the horse, like maybe something triggered him about the horse, and then I noticed the red-headed, freckled-faced ginger kid.
So I noticed that the first time around because when the kids came running in, Al was telling Sam that, well, looks like it's going to succeed. There's like a 97% chance he pulls it. 96. It's going down for some reason. And the kids come in the door at that point.
Yeah.
Before they go over. That's what pointed out to me.
That threw me off. That actually, because I was paying attention to what Al was saying, and I'm like, what in the world? Like, I'm trying to like, go back to what he's saying. Go back to like the hand link. His Lego phone, by the way. Our son came walking in. He's like, what's that? And I'm like, that's a Lego phone. He's like, huh? And I'm like, look, that's a really cool Lego phone that he's got. That he's like, that's really cool. I'm like, I know, Mommy wants one of those.
Oh, replica props. You can actually buy a working one.
Wow, that's really cool. And they start dropping numbers, and I'm like, what the heck? And then like the redheaded kid came in, and I'm like, oh, and then he got all pissy. And then I was like, oh, that's why. Ooh, bad news. But for some reason, I didn't put two and two together that she was in on it for like a minute or two. And then like I started connecting dots or whatever. And then I'm like, oh, she was in on it too.
That's why when the boys ran by her the first time.
Right.
And he asked about him. She's like, what boys?
Yeah.
Because she was in on. And then when he accused her, that look on her face like, oh, crap, the gig is up.
Yeah. It, like, for some reason, like, it all wasn't, like...
clicking.
Things weren't firing. And then, like, it all came together. Like, it all just lined up. And I'm like, oh, dang. And then, I don't know. I don't know if I cared so much for that part of her doing that. I guess I didn't want her to be involved. Like, I just kind of wanted her to be Miss Nicey Nice and stay away from the hoopla and just...
Well, I think by that stage, he'd been rejecting her mail for 4 months and taking any of
I don't blame her.
I think she was willing to do just about anything by that stage.
Yeah, I know, but like, I wanted her and him just to... fall in love and make babies and be happy.
They do eventually.
I know, but like right there, like on the table.
This is a family show.
I know.
Well, Michelle.
What?
This is something that I ask anyone who's seen the episode.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, Al represents the Ghost of Christmas Future.
Okay.
Who do you think were representing the Ghost of Christmas Past and the Ghost of Christmas Present? Aaron, you can answer this one too, obviously, but I'd like to hear Michelle's first, since she's the first timer.
I'm a virgin. Christmas present and Christmas what?
Past.
Past, present, and future.
Right, Al was the future.
Future was Al because he died.
He was dressed up as a ghost.
Right, he died. Present, I'm going to say, is the mission lady because she gives them babies. And they live happily ever after. Why are you laughing at me?
Carry on.
I'm not laughing.
I am.
Aaron
the reason
is.
I ask is because every time I ask, someone gives me a different answer. So I like the ambiguity of it, and I like seeing what everyone thinks, that's all. So you think Captain Downey was the one representing the Ghost of Christmas Present?
Yeah, because she gives them babies.
Because that was in the future, though.
Well, no, it's kind of like... they get married like within 3 months or something crazy like that. That's pretty present.
It's a shotgun wedding.
Yeah. And then, of course, past, I think, would be Sam. Because his butler kind of represents what he was before. Because he had a butler and he bossed him around and waited on him hand and foot. And... probably after him having Miss Downey, he's probably going to be like, I don't need you anymore. Go live your life and have a happy, go get married and have beautiful babies yourself because I found love and I want you to have love and I want you to have what I have now because my life is fulfilled and I want you to feel what I'm feeling, and don't wait on me more because she's going to teach him what it is to give, and she's going to teach him what it is to love. And once you've learned what it feels to love and you feel what it feels to give, you're going to want other people to feel that, because it's a beautiful thing.
Okay. And how about you, Aaron?
I completely disagree with Michelle.
Okay.
Because that's what you do. No, I think Captain Downey represents the past, because she was doing things that reminded him of his mom and when he was younger. And Pearson, a.k.a. Sam, was the present, because that's who Blake is right now. He's this rich imperialist, if you will, that has a manservant, and that's who he is right now. So I think that's why Pearson, a.k.a. Sam, represents the Ghost Christmas present. And what do you think?
Interesting interpretations. Okay, I'm actually with Michelle on this one, but
You're
for
both
different
wrong.
reasons. I think Sam is the one that's supposed to represent the ghost of the past, because he's the one that found the box of photographs, and he's the one that took Blake back to his old neighbourhood, and I think he's even in advance gone and talked to Blake's old friend who sold the chestnuts and made sure he was there. So I think that Sam's probably the one orchestrating all the memories of the past, and I think Captain Downey is representative of the ghost of the present, because she kind of represents what he at least subconsciously wants, which is, love and a family. But she's also showing him what's going on at present with the Salvation Army and all the homeless and the disadvantaged people, and how they need help, but how somehow they're still happy.
Right.
So, yeah. So that was my interpretation of it. So different reasons than yours, Michelle. I also think that, with an extra person when he marries Captain Downey, and then later with kids, they're going to need a valet a lot more than they do now. But so I think they'll be keeping him on, but maybe...
That's called a nanny.
She was working in a bridal shop in Flushing, Queens, till her boyfriend kicked her out in one of those crushing scenes. What was she to do? Where was she to go? She was out on her fanny. So over the bridge from Flushing to the Sheffield's door, she was there to sell makeup, but the father saw more. She had style, she had flair, she was there. That's how she became the nanny. Who would have guessed that the girl we described was just exactly what the doctor prescribed? Now the father finds her beguiling. Watch out, CC. And the kids are actually smiling. Such what she's the lady in red when everybody else is wearing tan. The flashy girl from Flushing, named Fran.
Or a personal valet.
I still think I'm sure you know how messy kids are and how hungry they get. They're going to need a butler.
I need a damn butler.
Exactly. He's not going to let Pearson retire just because he's getting late. So.
No, I don't know about that. I think he'll be like, go find love. That's how all the Disney movies happen.
But this is a Disney movie, and it's kind of funny that Al didn't let us know what happened with Pearson in the future. That'd been a nice little nod if they would have said, well, Pearson does this, or just let us know. Oh, maybe he dies next week.
That's horrible.
I'm horrible.
Well, that would ruin the scene with the Ghost of Christmas Future, though, if he did mention any of that in advance.
No, I'm saying at the end when he's like, well, they're going to get married and have kids, and then say,
Then he gets hit by a truck.
I was joking about him dying in the next. So maybe that's why he didn't say anything, because Pearson dies soon.
He gets cancer.
But he also says that he still builds the plaza, but puts
Right.
the Salvation Army on the bottom floor.
Yeah.
So I still think it was wrapped up well enough.
Oh, yeah.
You've changed.
He was just being a jerk, Hayden. He was just being himself.
That's what I do.
But what you were talking about with Charles Rocket before, how he kind of graded you at the beginning, I think that actually was his acting, because he is, quite a great actor, or was actually, because he's no longer with us.
Oh,
It's
he passed away?
kind of a sad case of art imitating life, because unfortunately Charles Rocket committed suicide back in 2005.
Oh, how sad.
Yeah, so he's obviously very missed by the Quantum Leap community and by all his fans. He was in one other episode as well, which I'm sure you'll recognise him when we get there.
How sad is that? Now I'm very sad, and I'm really horribly I feel bad because I said he jumped off a building or something earlier or something like that.
Well, Blake did jump off. Well, in the future. And so that was another question Michelle asked me when Al was showing him the future and that the newscaster telling everything that was going on.
Yeah.
She was asking if that was actual news or if that was someone that was employed, if you will, by the Starbright Project to make it up.
It was probably a real news story.
Oh, you think so? See, I thought I was thinking a lot of that was staged, is what I thought.
Well, the thing is, though, they were under a severe time constraint, though. So,
true.
I mean, Ziggy's a supercomputer with the ability to access just about all the information of the world in an instant.
Right.
I think they're far more likely to use something that really happened rather than something that they have to make up and put together in a form that looks real enough in the space of a couple of hours.
So. Yeah. So I was thinking it was all fake. I mean, I'm assuming the tower they showed was, from present time, but I assume that the reporter was just someone at the project that, they had her sit in and they recorded that little news segment. But you could be right.
Although the quality was very good for something filmed in the 70s. So, so maybe you're right. Maybe it was something that they put together quickly. Who knows? But, you know, this is why I love doing this every year, because every year someone comes up with something different. Something more to think about.
Right.
Leave it to me to ask the oddball questions, right?
Yeah, well, that's all right. It's really great. So it gives me something to think about. But on the subject of suicide, I know the holidays are a very difficult time for a lot of people. Remember that there are people that care about you and would be upset if you were gone.
Yes.
Please don't do anything that's going to hurt you. Reach out. I know it's difficult. See a loved one, see a doctor, do something that makes you a little bit happier. I know it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience, but if you do take some steps, you'll find that things do get better.
Very much so. Nicely said.
Thank you for mentioning that. There's always a phone call. Someone you could call.
It.
There's always somebody out there. If not, reach out, message me on Facebook. I'll be there.
Well, just real quick, since we're talking about this, there's always the Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK. If you need someone to talk to, it's 1-800-273-8255, which is TALK. If you don't have anyone in your life you can talk to, call them and talk to somebody.
And all countries have similar lines as well. We've got one called Lifeline in Australia. I'm not sure what they're called in other countries, but
the same thing is called Lifeline.
Will lead you there.
Yeah.
We're always on the Headcast Facebook page or the Quantum Leap podcast page. You can reach out to us there if you need to as well.
Hi, Santa.
Ho, ho, ho. Hello, Serenity. You've grown so much, and you've been very good this year. What would you like for Christmas?
A new Quantum Leap podcast episode for a little miracle.
Are you telling me you want another level of inception of the podcast for a little miracle?
Yes.
And how many layers of inception does that podcast have now?
I've lost count.
Santa's lost count too. But since you've been such a good girl, you've got it. I just hope we don't all end up in limbo. Ho, ho, ho!
Thank you so much, Santa. Merry Christmas, everyone!
Greetings, Dr. Beckett. Welcome to the Quantum Leap Podcast.
You are listening to the Quantum Leap Podcast. This is episode number 40, A Little Miracle, part 4? Is it 4 we're on?
It might be. 40D or 40C.
Welcome back to another episode on A Little Miracle. Yes, we're going back in once again this year. I don't know how many layers it is. I don't know how deep we're in it, but we've got some new content for this episode. And joining me today is Allison.
Hi. Albie, this is the Winchester Mystery House of podcasts.
It really is.
You just keep building on it and building on it. There's doors that go to nowhere. There's stairs that lead to nothing. It's just continual. It will never end.
I doubt anyone is ever going to listen to this version or one after it, if there is one, in its entirety ever. But
well, you know what? They should, because there's lots of good stuff. And I think the new stuff that's coming up in this one is really great and worth listening to.
I think so too. We're very lucky enough to get an interview with the writer of A Little Miracle. His name is Sandy Fries, and he's got a new book out, and we talk about that, and we talk about A Little Miracle and so much other stuff in this episode. So you're going to want to listen to that. And of course, why not listen to the rest of it? We have an interview coming up after that was previously released with Jarrett Lennon, who played Tiny Boy in the episode A Little Miracle. And there's so many different Quantum Leap podcast hosts, opinions, thoughts, and so much Christmassy Quantum Leap cheer. I don't know how it's all going to be contained in one episode.
It's a Christmas miracle.
I know how it's going to be contained. It's like 4 hours probably.
Man, with the interview, it's got to be like 5, right? It's like 3 hours now.
Well, eventually we'll go for 7, so we'll see. I don't know who we'll be able to get next year, but
24 hours of A Little Miracle podcast.
Wow, that would be a miracle. It would be like a podcast that was only supposed to last 3 hours, but it lasted 12.
It's supposed to last past Christmas.
Oh, it might, actually, if you start listening to it on Christmas. Because, I'm thinking of it right now. What if I know we're currently recording and talking in our real time, but what if this is just another layer in a future version of this episode, and we're just in the past and somebody just introduced us talking? Oh, my goodness.
Someone takes up the mantle, right? We are long gone. We are dust in the ground. Our bones have faded away, and there's someone else who has taken up the Quantum Leap podcast.
And this episode of Quantum Leap has become like the It's a Wonderful Life of the future, and Serenity's very old, but she's hosting the episodes anyway, with interviews of the grandchildren of the actors and producers of this episode.
Yes, that will be the legacy.
And we're in the past. I don't know if I guess I'm okay with it, but I'm kind of sad now that we're dead.
Hey, can I just say something? I want to say hi to the people of the future. I hope things are going good. I hope they did something about that ozone thing.
I heard it's growing back, but now the global warming, this is probably just on a data stream or a probe out in space somewhere floating around, hoping some intelligent life form finds it and understands it.
Oh, sad.
Do you have any thoughts? Have you've been on a Little Miracle episode here and there, haven't you, or no?
No, this is my first time.
What do you think about A Little Miracle? One of, I think, 2 Quantum Leap holiday Christmassy episodes?
It's great. I've used it on at least a couple friends as a first time Quantum Leap viewing, actually. Because it's great. It's a holiday special. So there's no, it's not really heavy, though there certainly are some dark parts to it. You just be like, you want to see a fun Christmas special with a story you're sort of familiar with, and it's a good way to introduce people. And Charles Rocket's amazing. I think he's super funny. He was great on Tequila and Benetti. I loved him in Earth Girls Are Easy. He was a great actor. And I was glad that he was able to do some of his more serious stuff, but then also go into the comedic stuff when it starts doing the Ghost of Christmas Future thing. And I genuinely, one of my favorite Al moments is when he dresses up as the ghost. Dean Stockwell gets to just ham it up, and it's just fantastic.
Was it you that was telling me something about his outfit in that episode?
Yeah. Gosh, I think this is okay to talk. It's probably fine. I want to make sure I'm not betraying any confidence. I think this is fine. Yeah, my best friend, Jean-Pierre Dorliac, told me about this. He was at one point approached to be part of a project in the 80s, early 80s, called Heartbeeps, which was a movie starring Andy Kaufman about robots that fall in love. And it was a notorious bomb. It's infamous for that. There's an interview with Andy Kaufman where he offers to refund everyone who went to see it. And anyway, Jean-Pierre didn't end up doing the movie, but he submitted some sketches for them for the costumes. And they ended up using his sketches anyway. And I don't know if they asked permission to do it. I think whoever did it just used his designs. So when he was doing Little Miracle, I wasn't really clear on this part of the conversation, but I think he found it like in the Universal prop department or costume department. There was a version of the suit that Andy Kaufman wears in that, which is like a pinstriped suit. And it was like a damaged version. Like they made, like 4 different versions. And one of them was like the character was supposed to have been damaged at some point. And so he took that costume and just, according to him, hot glued a bunch of shit to Dean Stockwell. and altered it so that you would never really know. And so that's the suit that Dean Stockwell is wearing in that scene, is Andy Kaufman's Heartbeeps suit. So if you look at like promo images from Heartbeeps, where it's got that pinstripe suit with the pinstripes are kind of 3D looking, like they're piping or something, you can tell that it's the same suit that he's wearing.
And he wears it in the film.
Yeah, it was what was used in the movie.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to look at the photographs. I'm going to actually watch the film. When I hear something's that bad, I like to enjoy it. That's one of the things I like to do.
I've never watched it, so I can't say if it's so bad it's good or just bad, but I know it was notorious for not doing so well.
I'm not sure what you just said, but all I heard was watch party.
Watch party? What, you think a Heartbeeps watch party? Oh my god, what if we did it with Jean-Pierre?
That would be perfect. Write it down.
Jean-Pierre, do you want to watch Heartbeeps with us?
Right.
You turn down?
He could just rag on him the whole time. That would be glorious.
Sounds fantastic.
That would be awesome. See, this is how we come up with ideas at 3:30 in the morning.
Sure.
So, for everyone still listening, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Allison, would you like to introduce the interview with Professor Sandy Fries?
You guys are in for a treat because this was a fantastic interview. I know I'm spoiling. I already listened to it, but you know what? I thought it was really great. He was very personable, and I thought you guys talked about some really touching stuff. So I hope you guys really enjoy it. So take a listen with the interview with Sandy Fries.
Ho, ho, ho! Sandy Fries is a professor of mass communication at the College of DuPage. He was an NBC Fellow at Columbia University's Graduate School of Journalism and has written books, magazine articles, and episodes of television shows, along with numerous produced scripts for television networks. As a journalist, Fries has met 3 United States presidents, Jimmy Carter, Gerald Ford, and Bill Clinton. His memoir, Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You, is an informative book about the show business industry. For anyone who is planning to enter the entertainment industry, this book provides colorful and funny stories, valuable insights, and helpful tips and tricks on how to succeed. This is a fascinating and fun book to read. Of course, Leapers know Sandy Fries best as the writer of the Quantum Leap Christmas episode, A Little Miracle. Sandy has been kind enough to speak to Albie about his experiences, and has earned a permanent spot on the nice list in the process. Please enjoy Albie's interview with Sandy Fries.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fries, for joining us on the Quantum Leap podcast today. I'm very excited to talk to you. You have been a writer in television magazines. You have a book. I'm most excited to talk to you about different shows from my childhood and teenage years that I really love and you've been involved with. Mainly, I want to talk to you about the Christmas episode of Quantum Leap that we love to talk about every year. It's called A Little Miracle. Could you tell me how you got involved with Quantum Leap?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely happy to do that. First, please call me Sandy.
Oh, thank you.
Sure. And second, thank you for having me as a guest. I'm a big fan of your podcast. You do a great job. So now, after the compliments are done, here we go to the question. I had always loved Quantum Leap as a show, as a viewer, before I did the A Little Miracle episode. The writing was just so brilliant and sophisticated. The acting was brilliant and sophisticated. Every element of a show that you need to work well worked beautifully on that show. Nothing was off. And I said to my agent, get me on this show. I don't care what you have to do. I want to write for this show. This is maybe one of the best written TV shows in the history of TV, best produced, best acted, most sophisticated. And I just pushed my agent to get me on the show. He knew, I believe it was Chris Rubenthal on the show, and he sent Chris a script I did, and Chris liked it. And I got to write for the show, and it was, it's just an amazing thing. It was both uplifting and wonderful and nerve-wracking at the same time. And I'll tell you why nerve-wracking. I loved the show so much, Quantum Leap, that before I started doing the outline and the script, I was so excited and at the same time nervous because I wanted to do a great job that something happened to me that has never happened to me before or since. My hands just got full of nervous rashes. And I literally had to go to the doctor, and I said, "Is this from nervousness?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, it probably easily could be that." So anyway, how did I get started for writing for the show? I asked my agent, pestered him until he got me to write for it.
Was your first experience with Quantum Leap writing A Little Miracle with them?
Yeah, I was writing A Little Miracle. I had to go into a pitch meeting, and at the pitch meeting, that was kind of interesting. The pitch meeting is where you obviously go in and pitch story ideas, and at the pitch meeting was, if my memory's correct, Tommy Thompson was at the meeting, Deborah Pratt was at the meeting, Chris Rubenthal was at the meeting. I remember Donald Bellisario was not at the meeting, but there were 7 people I was pitching to. So the pitch meeting, you go in, you give ideas that might make episodes work. And I walked into this room, and I vividly remember the room. It was a little on the dark side. And I remember saying to myself, wow, I'm pitching to 7 people who are brilliant people and writers. I hope I do a good job. And I knew before the meeting that I really wanted to do a holiday show. The reason for that is they run, Christmas shows, usually more often than typical shows. So I wanted to pitch a holiday show. I had known they had not done one, so I thought, okay, that'll be a cool thing to do. So I pitched them a few ideas, and lucky enough, the holiday show was the one they went for. And it was pretty fascinating to be in that meeting because your brain has to work hopefully on a level with the other writers and writers/producers, because that's part of what the meeting's about. Part of the meeting is, do they like the idea that you're pitching? The other part of the meeting is this somebody we can work with? Is this somebody we want to work with? Is this somebody who's got a talent? Is this somebody who's got a good quantum leap brain? So it's an interview as well as a pitch meeting. And luckily, they liked me. They liked the Christmas idea. And we kicked it around in the meeting. And it's the kind of thing where one person will come up with an idea, another throws in another idea. And TV is a very collaborative kind of a form. It's collaborative in terms of the writing. It's collaborative in terms of, obviously, you have actors giving writers ideas sometimes. Directors throw in ideas. Everybody's throwing in ideas to make the end product great. So it's a very collaborative process. And on Quantum Leap, everybody was phenomenally talented and helpful and nice, that it was just a great experience. I'll tell you one other story, and this was interesting as well, at least to me, maybe not to anybody else. But they gave me a bunch of scripts of Quantum Leap to read before I came into the pitch meeting. And one of them was a Donald Bellisario written script. And I remember reading his script and saying, my gosh, this guy is one of the best writers I've ever read in my life, for anything. His writing had such energy and such style and was so compelling and engaging and entertaining. And you usually don't see that in a TV script. Usually a viewer will only hear the dialogue. However, there's a lot of descriptive stuff that's also in a script. Sam does this. The other character walks across and does this, this, and this. So the viewer doesn't get that. But Mr. Bellisario's writing in the script, in the descriptive stuff, obviously in the dialogue, was some of the best writing I had ever seen anywhere. It was up there with maybe the best script writers you can think of, Shane Black, Patty Chayefsky, and the guy is a phenomenal writer.
I agree. I think the writing is what the whole show, for most episodes, has like a voice where you empathize more with the characters than you would on other TV shows. Like you feel like you're experiencing yourself while you're watching it. And whatever that magic is between the actors and the writing and everybody involved, it worked. And when you're talking about the pitch meeting and how collaborative the writing process is for a TV show, is that where you get the written by, story idea by, teleplay by, and how does that work?
Okay, that's sort of a Writers Guild kind of a matrix. Story by means the writer who gets the story by credit comes up with the overall story, the basic story, the beginning, middle, end, the twist, how the story flows, how the story develops. So that's the basic story. Written by is the dialogue. So the dialogue could be either one writer or two writers. So yeah, on this particular episode, the credit was story by Sandy Fries and written by Robert Walterstorff. So that's how it worked on that episode. On episodes, for example, The Simpsons, you can have one writer write the beginning draft of the show, and then it's read at what's called a table read, and you can have a bunch of other writers throw in a piece of dialogue here, a piece of dialogue there. So, yeah, again, there you go.
With you and Robert writing the show, I picture in my mind a smoky room and two guys pacing back and forth with a typewriter. Was it like that, or were you sending versions back and forth, or how did that work?
Well, first of all, I have never smoked.
Oh, that's good.
and I want to make clear, anybody listening to this podcast, please do not smoke.
It's bad for you. Yes, agreed.
So, no, there was no smoky room, really. Robert Walterstorff and I met in his office on I think it was the Universal lot. We discussed stuff. We kicked around ideas. I took notes. He took notes. I wrote a draft of the script. I wrote a full draft of the script, start to finish. I started before the script with an outline, which is, again, the basic story, beat by beat. Then I wrote the script, and again, we had some back and forth and discussion over it. And then he took the script and made some changes, and that's how it worked.
What was your inspiration for doing A Christmas Carol, the Scrooge story in Quantum Leap? When you knew you were doing Scrooge for Quantum Leap, did you just like in your head assign characters who this is going to be, who this is going to be? And does that kind of help like just the writing flow out of you once you have that all in your head?
Well, it's a very classic story, the Scrooge and all that. And I just thought it would be very cool to give it a unique, very unusual twist. So that was kind of cool. I also thought, a show that has the heart and the soul of Quantum Leap really needs to do a holiday show. That seemed to be missing. Another thing I thought was I work hard on anything I write, so I want this to run as much as possible. And usually the Christmas shows of any series will run every year, whereas the other episodes don't always run every year. They might run, season 2 and maybe later on in reruns and syndication. But I thought a Christmas show would run every year if it went into syndication, or even if it was in season X, they'd rerun it just because of the holiday. So it was that thought plus doing a spoof on the classic Scrooge story, and also the idea of Dean Stockwell doing those characters out of the classic story, to me was like, oh boy, this is going to be cool.
That's a smart thought of doing the holiday episodes because, like, in syndication, or you would get more residuals because it was played more often, right?
Well, you want to know something?
Yeah.
I never said that to you. However, that thought did go through my mind when I came up with the idea.
Yeah.
So it wasn't all me being a noble, wonderful guy. It was also me saying to myself, yeah, I'll get more residuals. And residuals, for those who may not know, means money. So in effect, in addition to trying to be a guy who does a noble story, a heart-wrenching story, I was also a writer who wanted to make more money.
Got to pay the bills.
Hey, I'm going to work just as hard, might as well make more money off of it. And it was a combination of those things. Making the extra residuals was great. Running every holiday was great. And the biggest thing was, I remember saying to myself, how in the heck did a show with such heart and such emotion as Quantum Leap not do a holiday show?
Yeah, well, I pull it out every year around this time, so it's probably one of the episodes I watch the most.
Thank you.
Great job in the writing of it. I mean, it really is good. It's right up there with the Tommy Thompson, Deborah Pratt, Donald P. Belisario scripts. It really is.
Thank you. And I got to tell you, my favorite part of that episode is the ending. For some reason, the best part of my scripts or my writing, best parts usually are the ending. And, I just loved the ending. I loved the way it was shot. I loved the way it was acted. As I was writing it, I said, oh, boy, if they do this correctly, this could be a cool ending. I can't remember the exact dialogue, but it was something to the effect of Al saying to Sam, I did not put the star there.
That's the thing that gives you that little bit of chills at the end of the story. Did you have that feeling when you thought of that idea? And how far along into the story idea did you think of that ending?
I don't remember when I thought of the ending. However, this might sound unusual. I've had experiences like that in my own life where I say to myself, gosh, what was going on there? Was that a miracle? Was that help from the deity? Am I imagining it? And that's the feeling you get at the end of the A Little Miracle episode. And I think it's an important feeling because I think, and this may sound crazy, I think miracles happen. I'll give you one or two examples from my own life where it had the ending of the A Little Miracle story. Was it real? Was it a miracle? There was a time many, many years ago, maybe 20 years ago, maybe more, where I was feeling terrible about something, just really, really down in the dumps, miserable. And I remember thinking, okay, correct deity, that's what I call him, her, it, correct deity. Okay, correct deity, if you exist, I'd like a sign, please. And please don't give me a sign that could be interpreted one way or the other. Here's the specific sign I would like. I thought to the deep, me talking to the deity, which is a pretty pompous thing for me to do. But I said, okay, deity, this is exactly what I'd like. I don't want it to be up for interpretation. As soon as I stop thinking, I would like my telephone to ring. As soon as I stop thinking, but wait, then I'll have to talk to somebody and I'm feeling so miserable. I don't want to talk to anybody after the phone rings. So immediately when I stop thinking that, the phone rings. I pick up the phone and it is completely silent. There is no buzz. There is no dial tone. There is no voice. And that to me was a little miracle. And it was what I asked for specifically. And it was beyond what I asked for specifically. I didn't want to talk to anybody, so I got complete silence. Not a dial tone, not a voice, just complete silence. And I've never heard that on a phone. And to me, that was a little miracle. And you could say, well, was the star planted there or was it not? Was the phone ringing something from a deity or was it not? And you could debate that. my belief was and is that was a little miracle, actually maybe a big miracle.
So specific and accurate. That's give me chills listening to it. It's crazy.
Well, it was so darn amazing to me. And I deliberately asked for something that could not be subjective or interpreted. And, I wanted to get that feeling at the end of the episode because I do believe there are miracles. And I also believe that people are not attuned to them or not believing in them as much as they should. And people might say, hey, Sandy, you're wrong. It's this technical thing or that technical thing, but that's just not how I read it.
Well, the whole Quantum Leap show in general, they were very rarely specific about what or who was controlling everything, but there was definitely some intervention from something. So that really fits in really good with the Quantum Leap overall, I think.
Well, let me tell you something else. To me, those are the classiest kinds of stories where the storyteller sets up a situation that is a Rorschach test for the viewer. And the Rorschach test makes the viewer think, what is the ending of the story or what is the story about? And it's a catalyst for thought on the part of the viewer. So A Little Miracle was, I think, most importantly, a catalyst for thought on the part of the viewer as to, do miracles exist? Do they not exist? Are we alone? Are we not alone? And I have my answer, but if 1 million or 2 million people watch Quantum Leap and use their brains to think about that, then as a writer, I think I'm doing something worthwhile and maybe even noble. People will sometimes change their minds on things, but the whole concept of Quantum Leap is, as you said, it is something that is subjective as to what's going on. Who's causing this to happen, and is there a deity-type entity intervening in this or not? So that's a catalyst for thought, and I think anytime you could, as a writer, create that kind of a catalyst for thought or a subjective call on the part of the viewer, you're doing something interesting and something useful and something that may help people evolve.
Mission accomplished with that episode for sure.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
One of the other things I'm excited to talk to you about is your involvement with Star Trek and Star Trek The Next Generation and Star Trek Borg. You know how the butterfly effect, little actions here or there, things happen. I wouldn't be doing a Quantum Leap podcast if it wasn't for the computer game Star Trek Borg.
Oh, wow. I was the story editor for that.
I walked into a store one day and I saw it on a shelf and I was like, I want that. What is it? A computer game? Okay. So I bought the game and I took it to a computer shop you had to go to back then. And I said, I want a computer that I can play this on. And they sold me an IBM Aptiva and I was able to play it. And from then on, I've been a computer nerd geek.
I was a story editor for Star Trek Borg. And it was a while ago, but I remember that game. And those kinds of games have huge scripts because there's so many branches that they can go off on. So I story edited that. I did a little bit of writing for it, but mostly I edited and rewrote other writers' material. And, the whole Borg thing is an amazing concept because if you look at the situation a certain way, we are now all the Borg, in terms of the internet. We're all fed the same stuff through the same internet. We all input media from, Sony, NBC, Comcast, etc. And to a large degree, we are the Borg. We're all hooked up. We're all as one, in terms of the media that we input. And I've traveled to other countries and I was in Venice and I saw McDonald's in Venice. I've been to other countries where you see McDonald's. So we've sort of Borgized the whole world in effect. Am I pushing it for effect a little bit? Maybe, but not that much.
It's very true. Like nowadays, we don't really worry about learning too much because we know we have instant access to the world's information at our fingertips.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else that I absolutely believe will happen. Elon Musk is part of a company called Neuralink. I believe he's an investor in Neuralink. But what Neuralink is, and let me just explain who Elon Musk is. Almost everybody knows who he is, but he's the founder of PayPal along with his brother. He was one of the founders, if not the founder, of Tesla. I believe SpaceX as well. But anyway, the guy's a very accomplished, very brilliant guy. He's part of a company now that is called Neuralink, and it Borgs people. Neuralink is a link from your brain to a computer that links your brain directly to a computer. And that is the Borg.
Wow.
And it's look up Neuralink, Neuralink. The last time I looked it up about 7-8 months ago, they had openings for people to work there. So if anybody wants to become a Borg creator, if they still have job openings, go to Neuralink and you too can create Borg. There's nothing different at the core of the idea between Neuralink and what Elon Musk is doing. And Elon Musk he's an edgy, brilliant, out there guy, and he absolutely believes this will become a mass market thing. And I've written a bunch of science fiction. I can often predict what will happen in terms of science fiction because to me it's almost a logical extension of what came before. Absolutely, we will become even more and more Borgized as time goes on.
I think it's a natural progression.
There are people with brain implants now, and there have been for several years. Their connections through either implants or other devices on the head. I've seen video, I think it was on 60 Minutes, of a person who was a paraplegic. However, the person was able to think, and just by thinking, move a mouse.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that you could anybody who's listening can find that on the internet. It may have been 60 Minutes, but I remember seeing that a few years ago. I'll tell you another story. Listen to this. I'm a college professor now. I continue to write. Have a wonderful book called Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You on Amazon. So I'm plugging that early. I know you're going to mention it later, but us writers plug. Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You on Amazon. One of the best things I've ever written. But anyway, college professor now. I continue to write. I had a student about 3 years ago who, after class, I don't know how it came up, but he was telling me about something that was going on with him. He was doing an experiment through an MD, group of MDs, where by thinking, he had some device on his head, but just by thinking, he could control a video game.
Wow.
And this is about 3 years ago, so the technology has advanced hugely since then. I teach mass communication and writing, and mass communication deals with things like brain implants, internet, Neuralink, all of that stuff. We're headed into some very, very unusual stuff.
I think I'd be all for it if it was non-invasive and upgradable. I wouldn't want to get like an implant in my brain and then the next year they come out with the new model,
Yeah, your brain will only be able to watch cartoons unless you get the updated model.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I'm hoping that I can have a really good retirement when I'm a senior citizen and be in a virtual reality world at my leisure. I know Rod Roddenberry's working on some with different companies for some virtual reality stuff. The Borg is a really good character, like we were talking about. I love that game. One of the best things I love about it is you have to lose the game to learn how to win the game.
It's a very, I worked on that game a long time ago, but the whole concept of the Borg is a fascinating concept. You could look at it as possibly a certain type of government versus a different type of government. You could look at it as a technological world versus a less technological world. but it's a very clever kind of device. The Borg is a very fascinating concept. I've seen other things from Star Trek and other things just happen. On the original Star Trek, there used to be, and this has been written about, so it's not a big deal. On the original Star Trek, the speaking devices, the communication devices were flip phones, in effect. And, flip phones at this point are obsolete, the sort of clamshell, but that's what the communicator devices were on the original Star Trek. And another thing from Star Trek, I remember walking through these sets, and the computer interface on one of the set walls was supposed to be dark black, and you would either speak to it or you might have touched it. I can't remember. I think it was touching the dark black, and the computer would read your finger imprint or whatever. I test drove a Tesla. They have the same kind of deal to control the Tesla. The dashboard of the Tesla is a black screen, no knobs, no nothing until you turn it on or whatever, and it's just like the interface was on the Star Trek Next Generation Enterprise in some of the hallways. So the Tesla, the clamshell communicator, I think we're about roughly 4 or 5 years away from Neuralink becoming mass market. A lot of stuff that science fiction predicts actually happens.
I think Next Gen in particular has been a very big influence on our current user interfaces for everything. It was just so cool. And I think everybody that's creating things now were in part inspired by that, like in their teen years when they were a kid going, oh, yeah. And, the acoudigrams, of course, how all that works is very similar to how all our touchscreen stuff works now.
Oh, yeah. Mike Okuda, also Mike Okuda's designs were they work really well because the designs look as cool now as they did back then. They're not dated. I could tell you another thing. There was an episode I wrote for Next Generation where there were 3 or 4 candidates for Starfleet Academy. And my idea was to have them play a game that was 3D holographic game to test their reflexes, their knowledge, blah, blah, blah. They told me, the production people told me, hey, Sandy, that's going to be too expensive to make it look good. We're going to have to do it on a flat screen. But now you can do a holographic 3-dimensional game. I've seen holograms that are very, very realistic and believable looking.
Mm-hmm. That's coming of age, right?
Correct, yeah, coming of age. But Wesley tries to get into Starfleet Academy, and he fails. And the reason he failed, one of the reasons he failed, was because I was a guest at several Star Trek conventions, as a guest speaker, and fans always used to say, why is Wesley always a genius? Why does he always save the day? Why he's too brilliant? Why doesn't he ever mess things up? So I thought it would be cool to have him fail getting into Starfleet Academy. Something else a lot of people don't know about Wesley, Gene Roddenberry's middle name was Wesley.
So was Wesley kind of like a version of a younger Gene Roddenberry maybe in his mind?
That is a guess on my part. Roddenberry named a character after himself, and the character was a boy genius. Now, is there something going on there consciously and or subconsciously? I'm going to guess yes.
Wesley failed in that episode, but in a great way because he helped somebody else.
Exactly. That was the twist. So it's kind of another Rorschach ending. He fails. But did he really fail? Okay, viewer, you figure it out yourself. Is helping another being a failure? So he did fail, but from a different perspective, he was noble. He did the right thing by helping another being. So it's another one of those Rorschach, viewer, please think about this. If you think about it deeply enough, it gets into what is success, what is failure, and you could make a very good case for saying he failed the little part, but he was a great big winner where it really is important important to win, helping somebody else. So you could say that. Or if you're cynical, you could say, hey, that jerk failed. There was another scene I remember in that episode. I remember writing this and saying to myself, oh, this is going to be a cool scene. It's a scene, and I'm paraphrasing, this is a while ago. It's a scene between Wesley and Picard. And I'll paraphrase the dialogue. Picard is saying to Wesley, hey, Wesley, there's a dinner for our visitor. I'd like you to come. And Wesley says, sir, I can't go to the dinner. Picard says, Wesley, why? I'd like you to go to the dinner. Wesley says, Captain, I failed you, and I failed the Enterprise. And then Picard says, Wesley, don't tell anyone. It's between us, but I also failed. And then he gets into something he failed at. I can't remember what it was. That was another cool moment because it's an admission of we're human beings. We've all got frailties. We've all got failures. And the trick is to overcome those failures, learn from them, and keep going. You know, every human being has failures, obstacles, flaws. That's not anything to be ashamed of. It's something to learn from and move forward and be heroic and overcome it. And that's what the scene was really about. You know, there was the text and the subtext, and the subtext was Picard admits to Wesley he too is a human being with frailties. And that's a way to connect. You know, there's somebody said, a philosopher, somebody, that every human being has, flaws or gaps, and light shines through those gaps so that we can connect with each other as human beings. And I think that's very astute and very correct and very moving. You know, I connect most with other human beings, most powerfully, most dramatically, most effectively when I reveal some of my flaws and they share some of their flaws. We kind of give each other advice, and that's where you connect. You don't connect on, hey, I drove this cool car. Oh, yeah, I drove this cool car. Hey, here's a photo of me eating at a $52 a plate restaurant. Oh, here's a photo of me at a $62 a plate restaurant. No, that kind of crap is not where you connect with another human being. Where you connect is where you show the flaws, the other person shows the flaws, you help each other with them, you have compassion for them, you have empathy for them, and they give you the same in return. So that's why I thought it was a cool scene. And Picard, who's a captain, and Wesley, who's usually Mr. Perfect, admit their humanity, admit their flaws. And that's why it was a powerful scene. And Patrick Stewart said to me once, you know, Sandy, that was my favorite scene of the whole first series. Now, he may have been saying that to be nice to me, because he's a phenomenally nice guy. He may have been saying that because in the next episode, his real favorite scene came up. But I love the scene, and he really seemed to like the scene. There were a lot of scenes after that scene that were probably better scenes. You know, the killer episode, the killer great episode for me of Star Trek Next Generation, I wish I had written and was brilliant, but I did not write. I wish I could have written that. It's called The Inner Light.
Oh, yeah.
I was crying at the end of that thing.
All of us.
I was like, man, oh man, I can't remember the writer, but that writer ripped my heart out.
The scene you're talking about, I think, was very pivotal, and it was like the beginning of Picard and Wesley's father-son friendship relation, that bond that they made, I think. That was the first time he wasn't just a kid on the bridge, and, you know, it was more of a, like, they were a team.
Yeah, you know, that kind of bond, as I mentioned before, happens when you let your force fields down and you let your humanity and your flaws show to another human being. The force fields go down and reality takes its place. There is no connection with, hey, my Rolls Royce is tan. Oh, yeah, well, my Rolls Royce is black and it's newer. There's no connection there. As a matter of fact, there might be some underlying hostility that you're showing off or pretending to be Mr. Hotshot. I'll tell you a story about a Rolls Royce that is kind of interesting and funny to me. Rolls Royce story. Gene Roddenberry, I was in the building just outside Gene Roddenberry's office. And Gene was telling me a story. It was a real story. I don't know how it came up, but this was the story. He said, Sandy, funniest thing happened to me a couple of days ago. Oh, what happened, Gene? You know, I was driving down Sunset Boulevard, and my Rolls Royce hit another Rolls Royce. Nobody got hurt, but we dented in each other's cars, and it looked pretty messy. So here we were, smashed together. Luckily, nobody got hurt. Two Rolls Royces, two great big Rolls Royces, and I think he may have had a tan one, I forget. And he told me that as people drove by the two smashed Rolls Royces on Sunset Boulevard, they would applaud. And what they were applauding at is, hey, you pompous guys who have more money than you need, we're glad you got a little reality going on here. But Gene thought it was very funny. He laughed at it. I laughed at it. And it is kind of funny. You know, if it was a Camry that was 10 years old that smashed into a Camry that was 5 years old, nobody would be laughing. But it's funny when two great big Rolls Royces kind of dent each other up. And you want to know something? If I was driving by on Sunset Boulevard, I would have laughed and waved also.
It's one of those things where you see it and you're like, karma maybe?
You know, I do not have a Rolls Royce. I would never get one. You know, it's a pompous kind of thing to do. You know, get a car that's maybe $100,000 less or $200,000 less. Just buy some food for a homeless guy,
right? Yeah,
or 20 homeless guys. You know, there's something pompous about anybody driving a Rolls Royce. However, Gene Roddenberry kind of knew it and was laughing at himself.
Well, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big nerd. I drive a PT Cruiser, so.
I hate to admit this, but I drive a Camry.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Toyota. Yeah. Those are nice.
I love my Camry. Everybody's always telling me, Sandy, get a new car, get a new car. I love my Camry. You know, I've tried really high-tech cars, and this is going to sound strange from a guy who writes science fiction, but I think there's too much tech in the new cars. And it's not yet perfected. Even still, I test drove a Tesla. I test drove another car where you talk to the car and the car talks back to you. And the car wasn't talking to me properly. And it irritated me. You know, didn't you hear me? I said, do this. The car didn't do it. So there's enough in life to irritate me. I don't need my car tech to irritate me too. And I remember it's a very nice, sweet voice who completely misunderstood me and didn't do what I asked for. So, you know, like, there's enough real life stuff to get me upset and irritated. I don't need it in my car too. With my Camry, turn it on, it goes. The end.
Did you see that story about the guy who passed out drunk and the car was driving him home because it was on autopilot or whatever?
No, I did not know that.
That's interesting.
That's a great story. I think we're definitely headed for, you know, cars that drive themselves, but we're not yet there. When I test drove the Tesla, you know, thinking about maybe getting one of those, it was a beautiful car and a beautifully designed car, and the design of it was like a piece of art. It was just phenomenally well designed. But as I was test driving it, I was scared and nervous. I was saying to myself, holy mackerel, I'm test driving a car worth so much money. I better not dent this or get into an accident.
Yeah.
I was very uncomfortable driving that Tesla. It was as beautiful and high tech as it was. I did not enjoy driving it.
Too much stress.
Too much stress for me.
The whole time you're in a supermarket, you'll be worrying somebody's going to push a shopping cart into it.
Oh, absolutely. It's like it was too much stress, and I was happy when the test drive was over because I did not enjoy it. As beautiful a car as it was, I did not enjoy it. So I've test drove a bunch of new cars. I've kept my Camry though for several years, and I just noticed today that it looks like in the back seat my dog threw up. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
If it was a Tesla or a Rolls Royce and my dog threw up in the back seat, that would be a big situation going on.
Big deal.
Yeah, but right now the Camry, he could throw up again. It's fine. And there's something to be said for not caring about things that really don't deserve to be cared about.
We don't need that kind of stress in life, right?
There's plenty of other stuff that will stress us out. All kinds of stuff that will be genuine stressors. A dog throwing up in the car. I love my dog. I love my car. I hope he feels better. One of these days, I'll get that stuff out of the back seat.
You were a story editor on Next Gen for the first few seasons, right?
I was the staff writer for Star Trek Next Generation for the first season. After that, I became the story editor for a lot of their video games, Star Trek video games, and I also co-wrote a Star Trek novel. So I went from staff writer on Next Generation to story editor for the Star Trek video games, and also co-wrote a novel. And when you're story editor for the video games, it's a big, big, big job. I mentioned before, because the scripts are huge. On a TV show, an hour script is relatively small. On a video game, it's a very high stack of scripts because there's so many different ways the story can go. But Star Trek Borg, as I mentioned, was one that I was a story editor for. Vulcan's Fury, I remember story editing. There was another one called Starfleet Academy that I was story editor for and wrote some of it. And Bill Shatner was actually in that.
Yeah.
And Starfleet Academy is a very cool concept. You, as a player, were in Starfleet Academy in the game, and if you messed up, you got booted out of Starfleet Academy. And if you did well in Starfleet Academy, the video game, the William Shatner character, who we all know who he is, Captain Kirk, would give you a diploma. And you got a diploma or something like that at the end of the game. William Shatner actually was in the game. And there was another actor from the original series who was in the game. I cannot remember which actor it was, one of the regular characters. And I wrote some of Mr. Shatner's dialogue, and I edited the rest of the scripts. And I call him Mr. Shatner because the guy is so brilliant and accomplished. I don't feel I deserve to call him Bill. Even though I could, and he would be fine with it. You don't call William Shatner Bill, even though you work with the guy. But I remember very vividly the first time I met him on the set. He came over to me and he said, "Sandy, hi, thank you for working on this project. I appreciate it." I go, "Yes, Miss Shatner, it's great to work with you, blah, blah, blah." And he says, "Sandy, I got to tell you something. You look way too young to be a writer." And he's just such a witty, funny guy. The guy's a great guy, very nice, very brilliant guy, generous. He, as a college professor, I called him and said, "Hey, Miss Shatner, I still don't call him Bill. Would you do an interview over the phone with me that my college students could be a part of, asking questions and that kind of thing?" He said, "Yeah, sure, Sandy, why not?" The guy doesn't have to do that. He gives to charity. He gives of his time. Very, very cool guy.
Very cool. I met him for 13 seconds. And it cost me.
How did those 13 seconds go?
It was pretty good. He looked at me and nodded, and I said, "Thank you."
And how was the nod? Was it a good nod?
Yeah, he was in a good mood, so it was nice. It was one of those photo ops,
Yeah, I think the guy is a super guy. If you look at his career, he's got a phenomenal career. He's still going. working on projects. Just a few years ago, I think he tried to ride a motorcycle across the United States. It didn't work.
Yeah.
But you got to give it to a guy his age who tries to drive a motorcycle across the country.
He hasn't slowed down, that's for sure.
Which is phenomenal. And he comes from a pretty humble background. I read one of his autobiographies. It may have been his only autobiography.
He's had a bunch. I think I've read them all.
Well, in one that I read, he recounts how he lived in his either truck or car when he was starting out. And I remember saying to myself, that is as cool as you can get. If you start at the bottom and you work your way through the obstacles to get to the top, that's cool. You know, if you are given all kinds of pluses and you don't have obstacles, that's not as cool.
I want to say that was either Get a Life or Star Trek Memories.
Yeah, I can't remember, but that was one of the parts of the autobiography that really struck me. That stuck out to me. Bill Shatner at one point lived in his car and or truck. I can't remember which one. You know, actually, that's what almost every story is about. Your central character, your hero, overcoming obstacles. And it's a way to connect with the viewer and, in effect, to say, hey, viewer, we've all got these obstacles. Let's be heroic and overcome them, deal with them the best we can, deal with them with some style, with some intelligence. Don't let it crush you.
While we're on the subject, I wanted to ask you, since I have you, about Star Trek, The Secret of Vulcan Fury. That was one of my first disappointments in life. Like, I had watched the trailer online back then when it was dial up and you had to wait for it to buffer and all that stuff. And like, I waited and I waited and I waited and it just never happened. What happened with that?
That was not my fault.
Well, of course not. No. Why did the game never come out?
You know something? It was so long ago, I don't even remember.
I wanted to ask, is there like a script around? Is there a story somewhere? Because
I'm pretty sure I remember reading a big script on it. I could be wrong on this. I could be very wrong, but I think DC Fontana, Dorothy Fontana, wrote the script.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, again, it was a long time ago, so I'm about 98% sure Dorothy wrote the script.
She's good. She's good.
And very, very nice person. Really nice person. What happened to it, why it didn't come out, I don't even remember.
Interesting. Was it good? Do you remember being good?
If you want to know something?
Yeah.
I remember saying to myself, wow, this is a cool title. And I do not remember too much more about it.
Okay.
So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. I'm always trying to solve the mystery. I've been Googling that forever. So, but we'll find out one day, maybe. I don't know. I wish they would have turned it into a book or something, maybe like you did with Starfleet Academy, right?
Yes. I co-wrote a novel with Diane Carey, Starfleet Academy, based on the video game. It was Starfleet Academy. I knew was a cool idea. The Borg thing I knew was cool. Vulcan's Fury, I just don't remember what it was about, frankly. I'm guessing it was about Vulcans who were furious.
The computer generated stuff at the time looked amazing, and I know they recorded some voices for it, so I don't know.
Well, with Starfleet Academy, as I remember, and again, this is a long time ago, as I remember going on the set, and they recorded Starfleet Academy in the studios across the street from Paramount. They did not record it at Paramount. There's a big studio right across the street from Paramount. They recorded it there, and I remember going into the set, and the set was a huge set that was all green screen, and it's an interesting technological kind of process where they can put backgrounds and, tables and other thing on the green screen. And at the time, I remember one of the technical people saying to me, Sandy, this is really cool and different because it used to be that you could not move the camera with a green screen effect, but now we can move the camera around. And by computer, the background adjusts to the movement so it still looks realistic. So at the time, it was a very big deal. And if my memory is correct, it was a long time ago, the whole thing had green screen background. Yeah, green screen is also called, or was called chroma key. It might still be called chroma key. But it's basically an effect where you have a screen in back of the humans, and through technological process, you can put a mountain behind them. And it's really a picture or a video of the mountain that meshes with the green screen. Or you could put snow coming down in the background. And it's a device they use on TV news a lot. They use it in movies a lot. And on Starfleet Academy, the big breakthrough was you could now move the camera and the computer compensates for the movement so the background looks real and cool and doesn't shift weirdly. So it was like, at the time, it was a whole big deal. It was a very big budget for Starfleet Academy. I remember very big budget for a video game. I remember originally, if my memory's correct, Spock was supposed to be in that with William Shatner, but something happened, and Spock did not come.
Yeah, I want to say it was either James Doohan or George Takei.
Yeah, I think it was. Oh, you know something? I think it was George Takei. I don't think it was Scotty.
I haven't played it in probably 20 years, but I remember it being really good and watching all the cutscenes like together. I'd figured out a way to browse the CD-ROM to watch all the videos in order.
Yeah, I haven't written it or edited it in about 20 years. You haven't played it in 20 years.
I might pick it up again, though.
Yeah, no, it was a cool idea. When you have a cool idea, it kind of grabs you at the beginning. Mm-hmm. And that definitely grabbed me at the beginning. The Borg grabbed me at the beginning. Not everything grabs you. Mm-hmm. Not everything says this is going to be cool.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to talk a little bit about your book. I had the honor of reading it a little bit over a year ago. I think you had sent it to me, and I read it cover to cover, and I found it very interesting. Your life in Hollywood, television, and writing, and the people you have as friends and people you've worked with. And could you tell us a little bit about your book, and for people who haven't read it, maybe talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. This is important to me, but I'll tell you, I've done a lot of writing, a lot of different kinds of writing, Star Trek Next Generation, Quantum Leap, Fame, on and on and on. This book that I just recently wrote about a year ago is one of the favorite pieces of writing I've ever done. It's called Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You. It's on Amazon. You could look it up under the title or under my name, SANDY FRIES. But I'm very, very proud of the book. And I'll tell you what the book is. It's a gritty, real look at what really goes on behind the scenes in movies and television. You've never read a book like this. It also gets into tricks and kind of ways that nobody realizes of how to succeed in TV, in movies, and in any career. There are tricks I've done that I look back and I go to myself, wow, that was cool. I'll bet nobody's ever done that. And I have those tricks discussed in the book. Again, it works for any career, but especially works well for TV and movies. I've known a lot of people in my career that I write about, and I talk about their secrets, not personal secrets, because that would not be right, but their secrets to success. One of my friends, he's passed away, is Sam Simon, who was the co-creator of The Simpsons. And I talk about him. I talk about what he did that made him successful. Another person I knew very, very well was Joe Barbera. I always call him Mr. Barbera because I have such great respect for him, passed away, obviously. There were secrets to his success that were phenomenal. And again, not personal secrets he'd be okay with people knowing. I write about that. So it's about how to get ahead in your career and how to live a life that when your life is over and you've got your final scene, and your final scene is, oh my gosh, I'm going to croak any second now. That tuna fish sandwich is still stuck in my back teeth. But I'm glad I have back teeth. But it's time to look back at my life and see, was I happy with what I did or not? It gives you my version and my suggestions on how to live a life you'll be happy with when you see it's your time to do your final scene. We're going to croak now scene. So it's about life. It's about career secrets. It's about people I've known, Gene Roddenberry, Joe Barbera, Sam Simon, on and on and on. I've been very lucky to know a lot of very cool people, a bunch of people, I'm very, very proud of it. I'm a college professor. I also write, but my students read the book, and after they've gotten their grades, so there's nothing in it for them to suck up. After they've gotten their grades, I actually had one student come up to me, and he's a really bright student, cool guy. He said, Professor Freeze, I didn't want to say this before the class was finished, but I'll say it now. If I said it before, you would think I'm just trying to suck up to you, but I loved that book. I started reading it, and I could not do anything until I finished reading it. I picked it up, I started reading it, and I had to go through. It was a great book. It was really moving. It was really gave me a lot of great ideas about life and careers. And I've heard that from a lot of students. Two students of mine out of many, many students did not like it, but I think those were the ones that got Fs. But it's a cool book. The other thing about it is it's written in a way that has comedy, way that has practical advice, career advice, life advice. I pack in everything that I've learned about how to have a cool life. Now, has my life been perfect? No. I've had stuff go on that's been bad. Illness, people dying. There's no way to avoid that kind of thing. But if I were to croak 5 minutes from now, and I certainly hope I don't, I would be able to look back and go, I'm happy with how I did my life. I'm real happy. Did I make mistakes? I did. Did I make stupid mistakes? I did. Am I okay with that? Yeah, because everybody does that. Did I have some heavy hardship stuff? Everybody does. But I pulled off some amazing accomplishments, had a lot of fun, was the best person I could be. Time to croak. Hope I go to heaven. End. Fade out. Fade to black. Commercial.
I would agree with what you're saying about the book. For me, I enjoyed it. I was able to read it in one day, and that's not me normally. Normally, I procrastinate reading, but I just enjoyed it and was sucked in right away by it. And I really liked that it was such from a personal perspective. And like you were saying, it's the Sam Simon part got me all choked up, and I think maybe a page later I was laughing again. So,
yes, people have told me that too. The part about Sam Simon, the co-creator of The Simpsons, he was a really, really accomplished guy, a really talented guy. The people would, when they talked about him, they would say, yeah, he's a lucky guy. What a lucky guy. He had a very, very sad end of his life. He got a real difficult type of cancer that just inch by inch ate away at him. And, as I was writing it, I was getting kind of weepy-eyed. But he was a phenomenal writer. And I remember the ending of that section, too. I'm not even going to say it because it's just too sad, but the ending of the Sam Simon section still brings tears to my eyes. However, a few paragraphs later, or a few pages later, there's laughter. And, I guess that's a metaphor for life. There's things that bring you to tears. There's things that make you laugh. You learn some things, you evolve, or you don't, and then you die. I don't want to get into it because it's just too much of a down situation, but I describe what happened at the end. Basically, he had a terrific life. He created a lot of cool stuff. He made millions of people laugh with his work. He worked on Taxi. I think he was a showrunner on Taxi. He worked on Cheers. So, the guy made millions and millions and millions of people laugh with his writing. Simpsons. To me, that's a pretty terrific life.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, there's a lot of good lessons in it, and it's just a really enjoyable read. So
yeah, thank you. And I'm going to mention again because I love the book. It's called Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You. It's on Amazon. You could go for that. Just put it into the search bar on Amazon, or you can look up SANDYFRIES, spelled like fries, and you'll see that book. It's I think it's one of the three things I'm most proud of writing. I wrote it a year ago, and I was proud of it because I remember saying to myself, wow, yeah, I could still write, and it's good. Because there are times where you doubt that. There are times where you go, gosh, can I still write well? I know I did a month or two ago, but maybe that talent is no longer with me. Maybe the energy has seeped away. Maybe the brain has changed. But it was, and I hadn't written something for a couple of years. And I remember finishing that book and having students love it. Another professor, a friend of mine, was really, really very kind in terms of what he said about it and how much he loved it. And it was just nice to know that I could still write well. So that was kind of cool. My eyesight is not quite as good. I can't run as fast, but that's one of the best things I've ever written in my life.
That's an amazing feeling too, when you finished a writing project and you're done and wow, you did a great job, and you just get that feeling of satisfaction, I think.
Yeah, and the other feeling is it's a great thing to have written because the book has the ability to change lives in a really, really positive way, and a really big way. I apologize if I'm sounding self-congratulatory.
Oh, no.
But it's just something I'm really proud of. So the fact that I can connect with my students, with other people who read it, anybody could read it, student, not student, wife, husband, kid, and I believe have a good chance of evolving based on it, doing better at career or life or whatever. And to have that kind of ability makes me proud. And I do believe in karma. I do believe in the fact that I think I've got a cosmic debt because I've overall had a great life. So it's nice to know that I'm kind of paying off my cosmic debt. And it's nice to know that hopefully if karma exists, I hope I'll get some really good karma off of this book. But I'm very proud of it.
And we'll link to that in the show notes, and people should be able to click it right from iTunes and go right to your book. So,
yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And whatever you could do to let people know about it, I appreciate it. Like I said, it's one of the best things I've ever written. And it's really nice to know that you still have that ability. And it was enjoyable to write. The writing just came really, really easily. And that doesn't happen on every writing assignment. There's some assignments where, at the beginning of Quantum Leap, my hands blew up in rashes. I was so nervous, about writing for Quantum Leap because it was such an amazing show. The book, Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You, was so easy to write. It just went through my brain onto the page very easily, very enjoyably. It was just one of the smoothest pieces of writing.
What are some of the other projects that are right up there with your favorite projects?
I knew you were going to ask me that because it's an obvious kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. In addition to the book, let me think a little bit. I wrote a script for Fame, which was a great show. It was an MGM show about students at the School of the Arts. And that was a really good script. And I apologize for congratulating myself, but I can tell you there's some stuff that I wrote that was garbage, so that evens it out. But that Fame script is a really good script, and that Fame script got me the job on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Gene Roddenberry read the Fame script, and he really loved how I handled character and dialogue, and that's how I got hired on Star Trek: The Next Generation. And the script was such a cool script. There was a show called Saint Elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Love that show.
It was a phenomenal show. You know, it's about a hospital in, I think it's Massachusetts. And it's such a brilliant show. Howie Mandel was on it. Denzel Washington was on it. A lot of big stars got their start on that show. One review called it the best dramatic show in the history of television.
Without spoiling the ending for people, what did you think of the ending of the series?
Oh, man. They had a different ending. I thought the very last episode was kind of a cheat. However, the whole show was so brilliant and stellar, it can't be perfect. And the fact that they didn't get the ending to my degree of satisfaction, big deal. You know, like I think they may have been the best show dramatically in the history of television also. Dramatically. But the ending I wasn't nuts about. There were a lot of fans who didn't like the ending. There were a lot of fans who thought the ending was kind of an easy way to do the ending. And you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you this: if anybody out there wants to watch a phenomenal, brilliant show, I got it on Amazon Prime. I believe the first season is on Amazon Prime, maybe a little more. Beautiful show to watch. I've been rewatching it just the past couple of months. A phenomenal show. But anyway, the Fame script was read by one of the producers on St. Elsewhere, and the producer loved it. The producer called my agent and said, you know, we'd like to hire Sandy to work on St. Elsewhere. We need a female staff writer. And my agent said, oh, gosh, Sandy is short for Sanford. His nickname is Sandy. His real name is Sanford. It's a him. It's not a woman writer. And I did not get it.
Wow. That's good to know that you still have that ability that they actually thought you were.
Well, you know something? In my office, I have a picture of the St. Elsewhere actors. And when I go into my office every morning, well, Monday through Friday, first thing I'll do is I'll look at, what do I look at? I look at my Star Trek little dolls and stuff, and I'll look at the stuff, little dolls I wrote for Hanna-Barbera. I'll look at the Spider-Man things I wrote for the animated Spider-Man. I'll look at all those things in my office. This is going to sound hokey, but as I look at each one, I say, thank you, God, for giving me this chance. Thank you for giving me the chance to do that. And the last thing I look at is St. Elsewhere. And I didn't write for St. Elsewhere, but the producers liked my writing so much that they wanted me to write on the show. And I thank God for that too. You know, there's two reasons I do that. One is to be thankful to the deity, and the other is unfortunately, I have to remind myself each morning, okay, I did good stuff. I'm a good guy. Okay, that's great. I've accomplished good stuff. Okay, that's nice. I have to remind myself that I've accomplished stuff, because regardless of what I've accomplished, there's always the thought in the back of my head, am I good enough? Did I do this good enough? Did I do enough of this? Did I do enough of that? So after I look at those photos and the dolls, there's a photo of me and a few presidents of the United States.
Oh, yeah. You met Bill Clinton, right? I did too. He's a nice guy.
Very nice guy. Yeah, I met Bill Clinton. I spent a lot of time with Jimmy Carter. I got a very nice photo that's inscribed from President Ford. So I've met 3 presidents, spent a lot of time with them. So I look at those pictures, and those get my ego into a form where I could say, okay, you did good stuff, Sandy. You're appreciative of it. Now go have a good day. You would think, and it would be logical, that I wouldn't need to do that, but I do. But after I do that, I also ask God for some stuff. So
Thank you while you're at it.
And while you're listening, if you have another second, could you do this for me, please? So, and I'll tell you another story. This is a little miracle story too. When I first moved to Los Angeles, I remember seeing the movie Fame, and I loved that movie so much. It was a feature film, 2-hour feature film. It was a beautifully written movie. It was a beautifully acted movie. It was just a great, 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 great movie. And I was new in LA. At that point, I had never written anything for TV yet. After the movie, I remember saying, "Dear deity, please, please, please let me have the opportunity to write something as good as Fame." And a few years later, I was writing for Fame, the television show. I wrote the season opener. I created a couple of characters. I asked to write for Fame, and I got it. Now, am I making more of a deal out of it than I should? You might make a case for that. I think it was a little miracle.
It's a great show. I got to talk to Debbie Allen about it not too long ago, and because she was on an episode of Quantum Leap. But I was a big fan of Fame, both the movie and the TV series as a kid. Yeah. It was on, and Fame had a lot of incarnations. It was a movie. It was on NBC. Then it was in first run syndication. It came back again. I think a few years ago, it was a movie again. It's one of those concepts that's so solid that it can come back. But I asked to write for Fame, and I got to write for Fame. So that was. I see a lot of these things as little miracles. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. I'll give you one more, and I hope it doesn't sound sappy, but when I lived at first in New York, before I moved to LA, a friend of mine knew somebody at ABC News and said, "Hey, Sandy, you want to meet this guy at ABC News?" So we went into ABC News. We saw the anchorman's office for ABC News, and I remember there was a picture of the anchorman with the President of the United States, and they were walking down the street talking to each other. I said, "Boy, that is so cool. A picture of the anchorman with the President of the United States walking down the street together. Oh, and they're talking, and they're having a good time. Oh, boy, that would be so cool if I could do that someday." In my office, I've got a photo very similar to the photo I saw in the anchorman's office of me with Jimmy Carter. And it's a very similar photo. Maybe it's coincidence. Maybe I'm making more of a deal out of it than I should. Or maybe it's another miracle. Who knows? I choose to think that there's some deity that does things for reasons we're not totally clear about. How did that come about, hanging out with presidents? That's just not something that happens to everybody.
I've also done journalism writing. And in addition, the thing with President Ford, happened. I did freelance writing for the Los Angeles Times. They had a children's section, so I did mostly stuff for the children's section. So I did a lot of freelance writing for the Los Angeles Times, and I asked my editor if I could do a piece on Gerald Ford, and she said, "Oh yeah, Sandy, that's fine. You can do that." And I did the interview with President Ford over the phone. It was a very good interview. My favorite question to him was, "Hey, Mr. President, what was your favorite thing about being president? What was the most fun?" And he said, "Sandy, I really love butter pecan ice cream. And anytime I went on Air Force One, they had as much butter pecan ice cream as I wanted." So I remember that, and I thought that was cute. It did not run in the Los Angeles Times, but President Ford liked the interview so much that he sent me a picture of himself with a nice inscription. I'm trying to think what it'd say. To Sandy Fries, with my admiration and respect, Gerald Ford. That's one of the things I look at in the morning to get my ego going and to be thankful for. So that's the Gerald Ford thing. The Jimmy Carter thing. I like to do different kinds of writing, so I've also done journalism writing. The Jimmy Carter thing, I was a radio reporter, and I was covering his campaign for president, and I got to hang out with him quite a bit. I had 2 one-on-one lunches with him. Very cool guy. I remember over one of the lunches, he had milk and a tuna sandwich. And it was always interesting to me that a guy who later became the most powerful guy on the planet would have milk and a tuna sandwich for lunch. You would think he would be more interesting or more elaborate than that. But I've heard, I never met the second President Bush, but I've heard that President Bush's favorite meal was bologna sandwich. So even when you're president, I guess your tastes don't change and don't differ from almost anybody. But Carter, very dedicated guy, very, very well read, very well read. I've heard from reliable sources that anytime he's written a book, he really writes it. He doesn't have a ghost write it. I've read a few of his books, and they're very, very well written. And the thing about Carter that's cool is, his presidency was not stellar, but he is the best example of a president and what a president should do after they leave the White House. He's done a lot of charity work. He's got a foundation, and he's very, very active to this day.
Yeah, I get the impression from him out of most presidents is that he's just very kind and he really cared. And I think that shows through his actions of what he's done post-presidency.
You want to know something? That was a big, big read that I got from him too, that he cared and he was always trying to do the right thing. He's a very religious guy. I think he still does Sunday lectures at his church in, I believe it's Plains, Georgia, Plains. And I think anybody could get in to hear him talk on Sundays if you can, beat the crowd. But very, very religious. I remember some of the answers he gave me. I remember saying to myself, boy, this guy is a real guy who really wants to do the right thing for people of the United States. Another thing I remembered, and I always look for little signs and little nuances in people to see what kind of people they are. We had one-on-one lunch, the tuna sandwich and the milk that he had, and I remember him genuinely, without making a big deal out of it, saying thank you to the waiter anytime the waiter brought something. And to me, that says a lot. I don't think he was showboating or anything, but that says that he will be polite and respectful to everybody, not just somebody who can get him some donation or do something for him. And the big feeling I got out of him was he wanted to do the right thing in a genuine way. And I did not get that from a lot of politicians.
Yeah, he was a rare one.
Yeah, he was very rare. The fact that he's still working, the fact that he's written so many books, the fact that his post-presidency is just so phenomenal. You got to give the guy a lot of credit for that. And the fact that he's still going is amazing. He's a very smart guy, very well-read guy. I don't know how it came up, but he was talking over lunch about Bob Dylan and some Bob Dylan lyrics. Anything I would bring up that might have some kind of literary reference he knew about. He's very well-read, very smart, very well-intentioned. I liked also that he was short, because I'm pretty short, so I liked the fact that he was short, so that was nice. What else did I like about the guy? He was a peanut farmer.
Yeah.
I love the fact that the guy went from peanut farmer to Georgia governor to president of the United States. You know, to go from peanut farmer to the most powerful man on planet Earth, you got to give the guy some applause for that. That's pretty cool. And I liked him a lot.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Clinton, the first president I voted for, he's a tall guy.
He's very tall. He still looks phenomenal. You know, I think I mentioned it in my book, but he looks, I could be wrong, but he looks like he had face peels or something like that.
Moisturizes, definitely.
I don't know what he's using, but the guy looks really great. And, you know, the guy looks amazingly good.
Absolutely. When I met him, you know, I prefer women, but
no, wait a second. I want to make it clear. I prefer women too.
But I was enamored by him when I met him. Like, he had a presence where, I don't know, it's hard to explain, just like an it factor, an energy about him.
Yeah, he did. He had a presence. He connected with people.
How did you meet him? How did that come up?
He's a friend of a friend, and we spent time together when we were, where was it? Let me think. It was one of the Virgin Islands or Bahamas or something. I'm trying to remember Cayman Islands. It's the Cayman Islands. So we spent some time together in Cayman Islands. And nice guy, very, very bright, amazingly well kept, you know, for his age. We just hung out, went shopping and walked around. Crowds followed him everywhere. He had Secret Service guys with him, you know, the two Secret Service big black buses, not buses, sort of SUVs or whatever. It was kind of fascinating just to see the stuff that the Secret Service does to protect these people. The Secret Service guys, that's a whole amazing thing that goes on. You know, they usually wear sunglasses so people don't know where they're looking. They have these earpieces. They often have a microphone on their wrist that they could talk to each other. They always look very, very grim and concerned because, you know, they got to be ready for anything to happen. And I remember thinking there was one local policewoman who was in back of us, and her job was to walk backwards to make sure nobody would rush up to the president. And the Secret Service agent who was by his side just kept saying to her, watch the back, don't let anybody come up. And I just remember thinking, wow, you know, being a president, you're in constant danger. And these Secret Service guys, their job is to lay down their life for you, which is a noble thing to do. But all the mechanics of the Secret Service are fascinating too. I once, while covering a president, saw the back of a Secret Service agent car. And as I'm thinking of it, I'm not going to tell you what was in the back of it because I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah. But when I saw what was in the back in the trunk, I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. But I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Were you vetted before you were able to just hang out with Bill?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was vetted. You know, they get your social security number. They look into your background. With Carter, they had an interesting thing. I'm guessing they still have this, but the Secret Service agents with Carter, and I believe they still do today, they have a little pin that they wear in their lapel, and it could be a triangle or a square. It could be a red square with a green dot in the middle. It could be almost any kind of little pin. They change it every day, and the people who wear those pins are either the Secret Service agents or the people who are vetted enough and okay enough to get close to the president or the candidate. So I had that pin for several days, and I'll tell you a story that I think I did something embarrassing and possibly stupid, but I'm proud of it. What did I do? Okay, I had the pin for the day, and they switch it every day, I think. And I hope it's okay for me to be saying this stuff. If any Secret Service person wants to call in and ask Albie to delete this, please do it. I'm sure Albie will do it.
Absolutely.
But for now, keep it in. So anyway, I had the pin for the day, and I was able to get close to Carter. And I needed to get a quote from him that day for a story I was working on. So this was either dumb of me or cool of me, or both. So he's walking down a path, sort of a, narrow cement path. On either side, he's got a Secret Service agent and a Secret Service agent in back of him. So I've got the pin, so I'm allowed to get close to him. And I got to get a quote from him for a story I'm working on. So I go in front of him, and he has to stop because it's a narrow path. And I say, at the time he was ex-governor, so I say, Governor Carter, what effect has the press had on your campaign? And I stopped him. He couldn't go around me because it was such a narrow path. He'd have to walk on the grass. It would look weird. So I said to him, again, the question was, what effect has the press had on your campaign? And he looks at me really pissed off, and he says, other than stopping me when I'm trying to get somewhere, they've had no effect at all.
That's funny.
And so I pissed him off, but for some reason I thought it was cool. Yeah. And another thing about Carter was he had a vein in his forehead, and people told me you could really tell when he was angry because the vein would throb. And I remember seeing that vein throbbing when I asked him the question.
That's a good indicator.
Yeah, I got a guy who, very powerful person, who I got angry at me. However, a day later, he was fine.
Yeah.
He was okay.
It happens, but it makes for a cool story.
It was a great story. Like how many people have had one of the most powerful people on the planet angry at them?
The only Secret Service agent I ever met was Clint Hill, the guy.
Oh, I know who that guy is.
I went to one of his speaking engagements in Dallas, and it was very interesting what they go through and how they live their lives with presidents and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm imagining it's not an easy life because you're constantly on guard. What did he talk about?
The day in Dealey Plaza where he had to jump up and cover Jackie, and then just daily life with he was with a few other presidents and the differences between them and what his daily life was, and it was a good book he has. It's called The Five Presidents if you're interested in them.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
But I think you might have a political thriller novel or something in you.
There could be, because I'm fascinated by Secret Service. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an FBI agent, and I learned that you had to either, at that time, have a law degree or an accounting degree to be an FBI agent, and so that was the end of that.
Writing degree doesn't help?
No, not at all. I didn't want to be an accountant. I didn't want to be a lawyer, but I did want to be an FBI agent, so it did not work out. But I remember visiting the FBI, offices in Washington, D.C. They had tours. They've always struck me as very cool people. They're so focused and dedicated and brave and, very, very fascinating, cool people.
Looking at your credits and the way you talked about how your agent can get you on something, did you, when you first heard the news about the new Picard series coming out, did part of you think, maybe I should give them a call or see if I can help out a little bit? You ever thought about going back into television writing?
Part of me thought that. And then that part of me said, nah, I don't really want to. The reason I don't really want to is because I've tried to, and I have done lots of different forms of writing. The only show on TV I could now get really jazzed about writing, the only one is Family Guy.
Oh, I love that show.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant show, beautifully written. The dialogue is great. The tone of it is very unusual and original. It's just a brilliantly written show. That's the only show I would get jazzed about writing for. But the reason I would not really get that jazzed about writing for the Picard show, at this point in my life, I've got two big goals. I've done a lot of writing, a whole lot of writing for a lot of different shows and a lot of different formats. At this point in my life, my big goal, two goals, this may sound hokey, is to enjoy my life as much as I possibly can and be as kind and loving as I possibly can. Those are my big two goals right now. I'm a college professor, so obviously I want to be a terrific teacher, and I do my best for that, but I've done the writing thing. And I've done it to the point where I could say, yeah, I did good stuff. Congratulations to yourself, Sandy. Whenever you croak, you could be proud of yourself. So I've done it to that degree. I wrote the book, and I even mention the name again, Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You, available on Amazon. I'm proud of it. But anyway, I wrote the book, which was terrific. I don't have that big urge to write the way I did when I started. When I started, it was, I got to write for this show. I got to write for that show. I'm writing for this show. This is so great. Blah, 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 blah. I wrote over 100 scripts that were produced, and comedy, animation, drama, any format that I wanted to, I was able to tackle and accomplish. And I just don't have the urge to do that very much. The book came, and I was excited about the book, but I've had people ask me and say, Sandy, would you like to write this? Would you like to write that? And I'm just not that jazzed about it anymore.
Yeah, you got to have the drive behind it, or it's no fun, and probably wouldn't be making a good product if you weren't jazzed about it.
If you enjoy what you're doing and you're really into what you're doing, that shows in the writing. If you don't care that much about what you're doing, that shows in the writing. And it wouldn't be fair to work on any piece of writing unless I was really, really enthusiastic about it. And people have asked me, would you like to write this? Would you like to write that? And my answer is, I've done it. Now I'm attempting to do something else, which is just enjoy my life as much as I can, be as evolved as I can, in terms of kindness, and be a good professor. And the reason I'm doing that is, again, scenes in TV shows and movies, the dying scene where the character dies is always a fascinating scene to me. And it's always dramatic. Writers try to do it differently. I always try to think of my last scene in life and how it would play out and how I would want it to play out. And the last scene in my life, the way I would like that to play out, my dying scene, which everybody has, my scene would be, I was as kind as I could be to people. I was as loving. I really enjoyed my life. And I did good work that connected with millions of people. Now it's time to croak. I could be happy having done that.
Wow.
And I've even, to make sure I'm on the right track, I've even asked people, does this make sense to you? Does that make sense? Is this last scene okay? And so far, everybody said, yeah, that seems like a good thing to go for. You know, how could you die bitter if you can say to yourself, I enjoyed my life with as much enjoyment and, you know, effort as I could. I was as loving as I could be, and I turned out work that made millions of people laugh, that taught some little lessons to millions of people, maybe made millions of people more spiritual or more evolved. So I paid my cosmic debt. I could not be bitter at dying if I could say that in my final scene. You know, and I look at my life in the same structure as I look at a script or a novel. It's setup, conflict, resolution. You know, I'm happy with how I've done so far. Have I done some stupid things? Absolutely. But I'm okay because I corrected for them and I learned from them. And everybody does stupid things. So, you know, I'm not at the phase now where a big part of my life is writing. You know, I've done it. Most of the time I enjoyed it. Sometimes I did not. Next phase, let's go.
I don't think you could have a happier ending in life if you have those feelings and thoughts on your last day.
What do you think? Does it make sense as to what you think would be a good final scene?
Yeah, it's very touching and amazing, and it's not a sad death; it's a happy death.
Yeah, you know, I believe there's a heaven. Hoping to go there. You know, there are different ways people die. I would guess a lot of people die bitter and regretful because they don't think of what they want their last scene to be. And I tell my students, okay, guys, I recommend that after class at some time, you figure out what you want your last scene in life to be, and then aim for that scene. I don't think a lot of people go through that thought process, which I think is a shame. And, you know, there are people, Sam Simon passed away in a dreadful kind of cancer, but the other part of his life was phenomenal. So, you know, something I urge my students to do, and anybody listening to this, I'm going to urge you, take an hour or two, think it through. What do you want your last scene to be in the script that is your life? And then figure out how to make sure that that is your last scene. I urge people to do that. And I would guess very few people actually go through that process, maybe because it's difficult or they're busy or whatever.
I heard something similar many years ago. I think it was in a Tony Robbins book, something along those lines. Imagine how you want your life to end. Do you want to be alone? And, you know, maybe you've gotten your way on everything and you've won, but you're alone. Or do you want to be surrounded by your adult children and your grandchildren and your loved one? And that really did change my life. And it changed my life in a direction to where I did want to get married, did want a family, and I did have a daughter. And it made a big difference in my life. Instead of thinking about the now, thinking about how I want my whole story to play out.
Well, you know, you have thought about what you want your last scene to be, and you'll, whenever your time is about over, you know, hopefully, probably you'll have your daughter with you, your friends with you. You'll have some great memories. And, you know, it's never happy to be ending a life, but there are less sad ways to do it, I think. And I read your Facebook page because we're Facebook friends now.
Which I'm jazzed about.
And I was reading through it last night, and you're doing a lot of very cool things. You are very, very passionate about the work you do with your podcasts. You're doing a great job. That's cool. You've got, I believe it's a young daughter, right?
Yep, Serenity, named after a spaceship.
Very cool. That's an amazing thing to do. So you got a lot of cool stuff going on.
I try.
and you're a very, very, very good interviewer. I promise. I listened to some of your interviews before I agreed to do this, and I said, wow, this guy is a very good interviewer. And the I think it was on a website, the podcast. I remember the design of the website was very cool. And so you're doing cool stuff. You got a passion and you're working on something that you're passionate about. And I hate to say it, but I don't think many people have that. Somebody, might have been a philosopher, said most men lead lives of quiet desperation. And if that were my life, and it's not, I would have a horribly bitter end. It's the last thing I want my life to be. You're passionate. You got things you're jazzed about. You're living a life that is the opposite of quiet desperation. And I hate to say it, but I think most men and women lead lives of quiet desperation. Do you think so? Or
yeah, I would agree. I'm lucky enough to I found my passion, what makes me happy, to be creative in the way I am, and I'm lucky that I can make a living doing it, and I'm happy that my career choice, which is editing, is what I do professionally, gives me the opportunity to spend as much time with my daughter and enjoy life as possible.
Yeah, that's very cool. I think Tommy Thompson is one of your Facebook friends too, right?
Oh yeah, love that guy. He has been there for me, and he's just a great guy in every way possible.
And that's the same Tommy Thompson who was a writer on Quantum Leap, right?
Yes, absolutely. I love his writing. It's really good.
Yeah, anybody who wrote for that show, everybody I interacted with, just really, really cool people, and one of the best script writers I've ever read in my life. And I've read a lot to kind of learn the technique of how to write a script. Absolutely, Donald Belisario, phenomenal writer. If anybody wants to learn what a good script is, read a Donald Belisario script.
The Leap Home, MIA, those are some great shows.
Yeah, beautiful dialogue, beautiful descriptive stuff. And he's very, very successful. I think, does he still have the series on?
The NCIS New Orleans, I think, is what he's working on now. I don't know how involved he is in day-to-day operation, but
yeah, did he start with the original Magnum?
Like Tequila and Bonetti, there was Tales of the Golden Monkey. There was all kinds of good shows that still hold up today. It's the writing. I'm more a fan of the writing. Of course, the acting on Quantum Leap is great. The casting was perfect. Everything's perfect on Quantum Leap, but the writing is what is the heart of the show, I think. And like you were describing earlier, with that pitch meeting, how they had so many writers, producers there. Those were the core team of Quantum Leap, and you were like you were passing a litmus test almost if you were good enough to be part of that voice that they were trying to tell in the story. And I'm glad you passed.
Yeah. And let me tell you about a couple of my failures, too. I pitched to the animated version of Hello Kitty, and all of my ideas were turned down by Hello Kitty. So I've had plenty of failures. I pitched to the original Magnum, came close to getting an idea approved, but ultimately my ideas were rejected. I pitched to an ABC show, animated show called The Little Clowns of Happy Town. I was turned down for all my ideas. So, by no means have I been successful all the time. And I remember thinking, boy, the Little Clowns of Happy Town animated, what a stupid show I'm pitching to. The guy I was turned down. The guy I pitched to, the guy who was the story editor of the show, working on this stupid Little Clowns of Happy Town show it was about a bunch of clowns that were animated that lived in a stupid place, but they were happy. But anyway, the guy, I even felt bad for the guy I was pitching to. You know, what the hell was he working on such a show for? The guy I pitched to was Chuck Lorre.
Oh, wow.
And if anybody doesn't know who Chuck Lorre is, he's probably now the most successful showrunner, executive producer of sitcoms on now. He executive produced and co-created, I believe, 2.5 Men, Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon. Young Sheldon, phenomenally, beautifully written show. I loved that show, especially the pilot. So the guy, here's the life lesson. You could be working on something as stupid and embarrassing as the Little Clowns of Happy Town and still end up being Chuck Lorre.
Do you have ideas? Like, do you walk around like your house and come up with a great idea and say, I have to write that down and use that someday somewhere? Do you still get that as being a writer for so long?
Things I get, I'll be talking to somebody about, I'll say to myself, oh man, that would be a great piece of dialogue. Or I do have ideas for a movie or something like that, and I write them down in a notebook. However, I don't have any great need or compulsion to actually write them. And right now, for the most part, thank God, knock on wood, I'm incredibly happy. You know, I've had bad things happen. I got divorced a few months ago. You know, I only have my dog 4 days a week instead of the whole week, so that sucks. So yeah, I've had bad stuff happen, but for the most part, I'm very, very happy. And I know if I turned one of my ideas into a movie, it would be 3 months or maybe 4 months of writing and rewriting and writing and rewriting and being Mr. Perfectionist. I've done it. I don't need it. And there are probably people out there who want to be writers saying, what the hell is this guy talking about? Why doesn't he write more? You know, maybe there are writers like Donald Belisario who keep doing it. It's not a big driving force for me. But I do, like, anytime I hear a cool piece of dialogue in conversation, I go, wow, that's a cool piece of dialogue. Or, oh gosh, I said something that would be great in the script. But I don't have the desire to do the whole script. And I have a couple of ideas that are very cool for movies, but there are a few paragraphs, and I have no desire to mesh them into or mold them into a whole script. You know, doing a script for a TV show, for a movie, that consumes you. That really consumes you. And, you know, when I was doing animated writing for Spider-Man, I had pictures of Spider-Man all over the place, and I, you know, in my mind, I tried to pretend I was Spider-Man. It was fun. It was cool. And I'm happy with the script. But you know, I'm just not driven to that anymore. You know, again, the only thing I would be driven to do is a script for Family Guy. And I know agents, and I could give an agent a call and say, hey, could you see if you could get me an assignment or a pitch meeting on Family Guy? However, I have not done that.
Well, with Seth's love of The Next Generation, I think you would definitely get a meeting.
You want to know something? I thought, this guy is obviously a big fan of Next Generation. I could probably pitch to that show. And then my next thought was, nah, I don't think so.
Oh, something
now, if anybody out there thinks I'm nuts, you might be right. But that was my thought process. Wow, yeah, I could probably get a pitch meeting or do a script. He loves Next Generation. Nah, I don't want to do it. I'd rather see a good movie or watch TV or eat too much food.
Personally, I'd like to see you do one more, maybe for another Seth MacFarlane series that has managed to recapture the feeling and magic of The Next Generation that he's doing, called The Orville.
I've seen I apologize to fans of The Orville. I've seen only one episode, and I liked it a lot. I thought it was phenomenal. The twist ending was something to the effect of him and his ex-wife were trapped.
Oh, that was a good one, yeah.
Yeah, the twist ending, I won't tell the twist ending, but it's a very clever, cool twist ending. And I like the show a lot, but it's like asking... I love writing. I loved writing my book. I loved writing most of the stuff I wrote. Some of it was a nuisance. But in a way, it's sort of like asking a foot doctor who's not into being a foot doctor to do surgery on 3 of my toes.
When you put it like that, it's very understandable. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I remember being at a party once and some guy literally came over to, this was like a Hollywood party. There would be people, writers or producers or actors. So it's that kind of party. Some guy comes over to me and says, "Yes, Andy, I heard you're a writer. Say something funny." And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I hear you're an accountant, do my taxes. However, I maintained my politeness and somehow got out of saying something funny. It would be like going up to an accountant and saying, well, let me think of a better example. Going up to a brain surgeon and saying, I hear you're a brain surgeon. I might be a little dizzy. Could you do a couple of CAT scans on me? And if I need surgery, what do you suggest? I'm not equating myself with a brain surgeon, but I'm funny when I need to be funny or when it just happens. I'm making a point on an issue where I forget what the issue is.
That's the indication of a good conversation.
Yeah, I think it's what I want to write for the Orville. Yes, I thought about it, but I dismissed the idea very quickly.
It's worth a watch anyway. I would binge it if I were you.
Okay, the episode I saw, I thought was terrific and clever, and I could see little touches of Family Guy humor in it. Like the twist ending was sort of it wasn't as broad as Family Guy humor, but it was from that same mind. And I got to tell you something else. That Seth MacFarlane is an amazing guy. That guy does animated voices. He writes. He acts. He's written some phenomenal movies. He's good looking. He's about 28 times better looking than me. He seems like a very nice guy. He sings beautifully.
Yes.
What the hell is going on with that guy?
He got all the talent when he was in line for everything. So
and he seems like a nice person, Yeah. And I really admire him as a writer, as a voice actor. He did a good job on The Orville that I watched. But what are one or two of your favorite shows other than The Orville?
Right now, sitcom The Goldbergs. I find that interesting because it's the guy who made up the show
comes from Family Guy,
and he was born 6 months difference from me. So his take on the '80s and pop culture and everything that happened to him kind of happened to me. So it's almost like a show about me, and I think that's how a lot of the people in my age range feel. Because I remember being a kid remaking Raiders of the Lost Ark with a VHS camcorder, that kind of thing.
And he did kind of similar stuff on the Goldbergs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a nice show. I like that show. It's comedy, but it's a bit different. It's not as broad as Family Guy comedy. There's another show that I actually like a lot called Life in Pieces, which I think might have a couple of Family Guy writers on it.
Mm-hmm.
And very, very good show.
Yeah, that's a good show. There's something on, it's a show on CBS All Access, the new streaming platform, and it's called No Activity. It's a police drama where nothing ever happens.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's funny. It's good. It's like the day-to-day stuff without the exciting something of the week happening.
And let me ask you the question. What is it about Quantum Leap that propels you and makes you as much of a fan of it?
I've always been fascinated with time travel. I think that comes from being a younger kid and, having the insecurity and feeling like I'm constantly messing up with girls or situations or things and wishing I could travel back in time and fix my mistakes. I think that's a normal thing.
Yeah. By the way, you and about 80% of humanity has a hard time with dating or relationships or marriage. Like I'm allegedly a very smart guy. However, I've been married and did not do it twice, did not do a good job twice.
Is it worth doing again? I don't know. I'm going through a divorce situation, custody thing myself.
Well, divorce is very difficult. There were 5 pages in my divorce agreement that dealt with the details of the custody of our fluffy little Bashan. But I do not think I'm going to get married again. It's 50% of marriages end in divorce, number one. I think, did Donald Belisario and Deborah Pratt get divorced?
Yes, they did quite a while ago.
Okay, now if Donald Belisario and Deborah Pratt, who are 2 geniuses, cannot make the marriage work, what hope do I have?
My feeling exactly.
And I'm going to give you another example. This is a quote from Albert Einstein, possibly the brightest, most amazing person in the history of humanity. Here's the quote, might be a little of a paraphrase. I have tried romantic relationships 2 times. I have failed both times. Close quote. Now, if Donald Belisario and Deborah Pratt cannot figure it out, if Albert Einstein cannot figure it out, I feel a little less bad that I have not figured it out, and so should you.
Well, like Doc Brown says, the other mystery of life is women's, right?
And to women, probably the mystery of life is men.
Yeah.
So, 50% of marriages end in divorce. It works beautifully in Disney movies, but that's the only place it works easily. I'm guessing after the 50% that end in divorce, there's another 10% that should end but do not because of inertia or dumbness, or I don't want to give up the poodle, or I like the house, or whatever.
I don't want to see my daughter less. That was a big thing why I held on for the last couple of years.
Well, one of the reasons, it makes you feel better, one of the reasons my wife and I both held on was not out of anything other than we didn't want to see the dog less.
I'm right there with you. I totally understand.
We loved that dog. You're my Facebook friend now. I'd say about 40% of the pictures on my Facebook page are the dog.
Super cute, by the way.
Oh, thank you. He's really smart, beautiful dog. I love that dog. I love lots of things, but I love that dog. He's a beautiful dog. So, don't feel bad about the divorce. Time will heal most wounds. Am I ever going to get married again? I think the odds are very close to 0. Most people, another theory of mine, this is going to sound a little cynical or a lot cynical. You have person A and person B, husband and the wife. Usually person A is working hard to get their life going in a great way. And they have their obstacles and their problems and their difficulties and their successes. And then you have person B trying to get their lives going in a good way. Get over this career thing, do that. Oh, do I look good? Oh, is my hair turning white? I got to wonder about this. So you got both people working on a great big puzzle. Then, and it's a difficult puzzle of life, then you join them together and say, okay, well, you haven't worked out your own thing, but now get together and work out things together while you still haven't perfected yourself or evolved yourself. Look, the bottom line, Albert Einstein, I tried relationships 2 times, romantic relationships 2 times. I failed both times. I can't beat Albert Einstein.
That says a lot. I think it has a lot to do with expectation versus reality. And we all have that Disney fairy tale ending. They all lived happily ever after. And that's just something somebody wrote because they were done writing the script.
Well, exactly. And I got to tell you, to a certain degree, I'm responsible for a little bit of that. If anything I've wrote in a romantic sense. I've done some romantic, dramatic stories. Everybody's happy at the end, and they all work out their problems beautifully. And they do it either in a half hour or an hour. And I absolutely believe that subconsciously and or consciously, we think that is how it's supposed to go. You know, I love Disneyland, Disney World. I go there a lot. I see little girls dressing up as princesses. They got to have in their head, I will grow up and be a princess. You know, that's Disney. And one of the big things that's a big problem about mass communication, it sets up completely unrealistic goals for human beings. And I felt a little bit guilty about doing that stuff. You know, even on Star Trek The Next Generation, everybody on the show is great looking. Everybody on the show is noble. Everybody on the show is wonderful. And at the end, the good guys always win. And somewhere, consciously and or subconsciously, people think that's how it should go. I remember being at a party once with a lot of actors, and there was like a TV crew that was coming around, interviewing people and interviewing the actors, and the TV crew came up to me. This is like a showbiz kind of party. And they said, "Oh, are you having fun at the party? Do you like it?" And my answer was, "No. Everybody's much better looking than me."
I think we all think that, though.
Maybe. You know, like I saw all these great looking actors around. It bothered me. So, but, you know, actors look a certain way and they act a certain way. We don't see the 28 takes where they mess up.
Right.
We see where they do it perfect. We also don't see on just about every show, and I remember this on Star Trek Next Generation. When you cut, the director says cut, what happens almost immediately when the director says cut, when a scene is done, hairdressers come in to straighten every hair on the actor's head. Wardrobe people immediately rush into the set to make sure the costumes, you know, with the stuff that has to look right is not tilted the wrong way. Makeup people rush onto the set to make sure there's no shine on the face. You know, you have people rushing in immediately to get the hair perfect, to get the costume perfect, to get the face perfect. And then when they do another take, everybody disappears. People don't realize what happens when the director calls cut. You know, on most shows, that creation of a perfect false life is what happens.
I say it often that if I had hair, makeup, lighting, and writers, I would be perfect.
Well, I don't need any writers, but I could definitely use hair and makeup and wardrobe people, especially wardrobe people. My former wife used to constantly give me grief over my alleged wardrobe. So I don't need a writer, but hair guy, yes.
There you go.
And a wardrobe guy, yes. But, you know, while these things are known, at the same time, they're not known. We really expect to be like the TV and the movie guys. I once rented a brand new car, and it was a cool car, and I felt like a better human being. Now, that's because when you have this car, you're allegedly cooler, and you're allegedly better. And I bought into that. And that's all a function of mass communication. However, the great majority of mass communication is very cool, and I love it.
One of the things I liked about going to fan conventions is I got to hang out one time with Marina Sirtis and Michael Dorn. And just seeing who they really are, at least, you know, to a degree. They were just talking about taxes with each other, and Marina was looking for a cigarette, like, the whole time, and it was just interesting to see them as themselves, and it made me feel like I knew them better.
Yeah, it's comforting to know that they're really human beings. I remember Michael Dorn on the set once talking to somebody, and he was saying something to the effect of, I just can't eat pizza. It just lies on my stomach. I can't eat pizza. It's a human being. I'm thinking, hey, I could eat pizza.
Yeah, you love pizza. I had pizza last night, right?
I love pizza. Yeah, you have a great photo of a slice of pizza in your Facebook page. People should become Facebook friends with you just for your pizza photos.
Oh, yeah.
But Michael Dorn, I can't eat pizza. They're real human beings, and you see that when you see what happens when the director of calls cut. They're real human beings, but people just don't realize that stuff.
What was Scott Bakula like? Did you get a chance to work with him, meet him while you were writing for the episode?
I wrote for the show, but I never met Scott Bakula, and I wish I did, because my guess is he's a very genuinely nice person. And I was thinking about it today. There's something about Scott Bakula's face. I was thinking about it because I knew I was going to do this interview with you. There's something about Scott Bakula's face that's it's not like a James Bond kind of face. It's not like a Sean Connery when he was James Bond kind of face. In Scott Bakula's face, there's some humanity. There's some lack of perfection. He's a very good-looking guy, but he's not a Sean Connery good-looking guy.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that he has some vulnerability in his face, at least to me, makes him such a terrific actor. James Bond is cool, but you can't really relate to him on an emotional level. So I think part of his success, he's a great actor, but he's got a face that's just not perfect. And I've never met him, but I'm guessing he's a very nice guy.
I had the opportunity to talk to him once, and he was very kind, very giving, and just everything you've heard about him is true.
That's good. That's good. And, the whole group on Quantum Leap is great. One of I really, really loved, it just shows you the different types of writing I've been lucky enough to do. Absolutely love Joe Barbera, the founder of Hanna-Barbera. He was a phenomenal guy, brilliant guy. We would have story meetings or pitch meetings, and like half the meetings would be me laughing, and they could literally hear me outside in the halls out of his office laughing. Like he was so funny and such a brilliant guy. You could talk to him about something you read in the New York Times, and he would read the New York Times usually front to cover. And just a brilliant, brilliant guy. He was a great guy. I loved him.
They say never meet your heroes, but it's awesome when you do, and they do live up to your expectations.
Well, I met Stan Lee, phenomenal guy. Met Joe Barbera, phenomenal guy. Gene Roddenberry, I didn't get real close to. I had plenty of meetings with him. He took me on his golf cart that he drove around the Paramount Studios with, and he would aim for people jokingly and then veer away at the last time. He seemed like a good guy. I didn't spend a huge amount of time with him. I spent time in story meetings and pitch meetings and that kind of thing. But some of the greatest guys I've met, Joe Barbera, phenomenal guy. Sam Simon, co-creator of Simpsons, phenomenal guy. Most of the people I've worked with or met or had as friends, phenomenal people. And I talk about them in Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You on Amazon. Oh gosh, I just worked that in. I've met a couple of jerks, but I'm not going to mention their names. And the jerks are relatively few. I think if you're really bright, you're not a jerk, because somebody said to me once, there's only short-term gain in being a jerk. And I think if you're really, really bright, it's counterproductive to be a jerk. I had one producer, very big producer, I'm not going to mention the guy's name, very powerful guy. I went into his office for some story meeting, And out of the blue, he brings up a subject. He says, Sandy, do you know why I love being a producer? And I say, no, blank. Why do you love being a producer? And he said, I really, really love getting to manipulate people. And I thought he was kidding, but he was not. But anyway, there you go.
Is there anything else that you might have remembered from your experience with Quantum Leap that you could tell us?
The most interesting thing about Quantum Leap was walking into that room for the pitch meeting, and I'd never had that many people at a pitch meeting. Usually at a pitch meeting, when you want to pitch a story idea, it's one person, maybe two people, but to have 7 people facing you in a pitch meeting was fascinating and kind of scary. But as the meeting kept going, it was just an amazing joy, an amazing experience to be interacting with these phenomenal, brilliant brains and creative people. And it was joy. And that's my favorite memory of Quantum Leap. The fact that I had the ability, the luck, the great good fortune to interact with those kinds of minds. It was fun. It was an honor. And that was my absolute best memory.
Professor Freeze, which is an awesome comic book villain name, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
The book is Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You. I read a lot of books for people I interview, but I don't recommend them all. This one I highly recommend. You can pick it up on Amazon. The link will be in the show notes in the description. Sandy, thank you so much for being on the Quantum Leap podcast.
Well, thank you for doing a really excellent interview. I do a bunch of interviews. You're a top interviewer. You're one of the best. I love how you get into the nuances of the things you're discussing. I really appreciate the opportunity to do the interview with you, and thank you very, very much.
That was some fantastic stuff, Albie. That was honestly, I really enjoyed listening to that, and it was a very lengthy interview, but it was all very, very interesting. And I thought that Sandy, Mr. Freeze,
Professor Freeze,
Professor Freeze, he's got such a good name. I thought he was really sweet, and he was so nice about the podcast. And not everyone is so personal about that stuff, so that was really cool.
He was great to talk to. He was worried about going on too long. I was like, no, not at all. I want to know everything. I want to talk to you. And as I talked to him, I just wanted to talk to him more and more and more. I had such a great time talking to him, and it was just a real pleasure. And, of course, we talked about Quantum Leap because this is Quantum Leap and stuff, but that man's been involved in so many different things that I was a fan of that I didn't even get to. I mean, he's written for Gem, The Smurfs, Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, all Care Bears, all these things that I grew up on, wanted to talk to him about. And, I was looking at the time and saying, brevity isn't one of my superpowers. I'll go on and on forever. But, there came a point where I was like, okay, I have more questions for him, so I hope I get to talk to him another time,
It sounds like he would really enjoy that. It's not like he seems to have a really great outlook on life, and he had some really great advice in there.
And again, his book, read it cover to cover in one day. I think I took a break in the middle of the day to eat and do some things, but I finished it that night. It was a really good read, so I really recommend it. And now, Allison, can you explain to the listeners what's coming up next?
Hell no, I don't know what's coming up next.
Oh, I was hoping you would do it. This is the hard part. Okay, for anyone not familiar with how this works, this is the 4th version of the podcast.
Does it say it on the time codes?
Yeah, there'll be time codes. So as it's been called by many people, this is the inception of podcasts. So this was level 4. I think they count this way. So what you're going to hear next is level 3 that talks a little bit about A Little Miracle. And it introduces level 2, which talks a little bit about A Little Miracle, which goes back to the
first episode we ever recorded on A Little Miracle with our original host lineup. And that was recorded out of order and upset a lot of listeners because they thought when we skipped ahead to that episode that somehow our server was missing the 25 episodes in between.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so more hate mail again.
Oh.
But now it's all worth it.
It's all worth it. It's all looped back around, you know?
Yeah, so sit back, relax, get ready for about 3.5 more hours of the Quantum Leap. I can't even say it with a straight face.
Oddly, in the middle of that, sandwiched is It's a Wonderful Leap. It's weird. Just move on to a different Christmas one.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You're giving me all kinds of ideas, Allison.
Oh, Lordy.
So what happens in this next layer? I'm not even sure. I think Christopher D. Philippus is in it.
Is he?
He might
Honestly, I listened to this.
Oh, did you?
But it's been a while.
Okay.
So I couldn't tell you what happens. I'll find out in the re-listen, I suppose.
Are you going to listen to all of A Little Miracle 4?
Oh man, I don't know.
That's a big commitment.
Don't hold
really
me to
is.
this. I can't say this in recording. I can't commit to that.
Okay. Well, I understand. At least you were here to record it in this layer. As I understand, time moves slower as we get to each layer progressively.
Is it true that podcasts are like onions? You got layers.
We got layers. This one definitely has layers. So listen to the next 3.5 hours of the Quantum Leap podcast on A Little Miracle and enjoy. There's interviews. There's so many different takes on what's going on. I think there's a Christmas party. I think Hayden and I watch a VHS copy of this episode. It's pretty interesting. There's no more content on the internet about this episode of Quantum Leap than this podcast right here.
We got the scoops.
We do. If you're interested in A Little Miracle, this is the place to be.
And be sure to stick around for the end, guys, because if you want some more new content, we are going to be yakking away.
You are listening to the Quantum Leap Podcast, Episode 40, A Little Miracle, Phase 3. Hello, everybody. I'm Christopher D. Philippus.
And I'm Suzanne Smiley.
And you are listening to the Quantum Leap Podcast. Welcome, welcome, as we gather here once again to witness a little miracle. Suzanne, do you know now this is the third time that the Quantum Leap Podcast is covering this episode?
I suspected that. I wasn't sure how many times they had actually done it, but...
Well, it's crazy because Albie and Heather decided, I guess a couple of years back, to break the timeline of the show and do a Christmas special about this episode. And then just last Christmas that passed, we covered it again with new segments from QLP staffers Hayden and Amanda, and there was singing, and it was audio drama. It was just nuts.
Oh, my goodness.
So the show's back up in the rotation, and here we go again.
This time, Chris and I are getting into the act, bringing you yet more new Quantum Leap Yuletide goodness.
Yeah, and chief among the new presents, we have an awesome interview with actor Jarrett Lennon. Now, Jarrett is the one who played the tiny boy in this episode. He's the one that goes on to Charles Rocket's lap with the little rocking horse. And he's just like this moppet. He told me about his time on the set and working with Scott and working with Dean and working with Charles. He had a really good time working with Charles. And I think, he was so great. We had a blast talking about his acting career beyond Quantum Leap and after Quantum Leap. He's played so many roles on so many TV shows. Just a smart, funny guy. So stick around for that. We'll be bringing you him later in this episode. But this is a weird one, Suzanne, because since we've covered this so many times and Albie is such a lunatic, he wants to Inception this. That's what he said to me. We're going to Inception A Little Miracle. So it's going to be shows within shows within shows. First, it's going to be you and me talking about this episode as a little bit of a fresh take. And then we'll invoke the ghost of Christmas past and we'll listen to what Hayden and Amanda did back in December. And they, in the course of that, throw to Albie and Heather, who did the show originally a couple of years ago. So it's wheels within wheels within wheels, and it's just a giant Christmas mess. But once we get through with all that, we will be bringing you that interview with Jarrett Lennon. So stick around for the main discussion, and then the main discussion, and then the main discussion, and then we go to Jarrett. Sound good, Suzanne?
Yes. So if you've heard it all before, you can always fast forward to the end.
Yeah, Alvy's going to love hearing that. Yeah, just fast forward through their parts. Listen to us and then just go to Jarrett. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. So let's get on with it, though, because I got to tell you, I'm so happy that Albie asked us to come in and pinch hit for this episode since he's already done it, since Hayden's already done it. I love this episode, Suzanne. So can you tell
me too.
Yeah, what are your general thoughts of this episode? What are your memories of it?
First of all, I watch this episode every Christmas. It just kind of gets me into the mood since back when it first started. I don't know, there's just so much to love about it. Not only does it get you in the Christmas spirit, but I love their take on Charles Dickens. Mm-hmm. I love how Al just, like, especially at the end when he's the ghost of Christmas future, how he just like totally gets into it, and I could totally see just them having just so much fun with it, just beyond acting, beyond their actual characters, but with Dean and Scott, just they must have had a blast with this episode.
I think you're absolutely right. I think Dean, this is an all-time Dean episode.
Yes.
With the way he does it. And when you speak of the acting, that's what struck me. I mean, I don't watch this every Christmas. I've watched it now 3 times in the last couple of weeks, and it's the first time I've seen it maybe since college. I'm a bad Quantum Leap fan. I'm sorry. But I forgot what an awesome episode this is. And when I look at the acting and I look at everything that goes on in it, it is so over the top, and none of it should work, but it just knocks it out of the park. It's just an amazing episode. I maybe it's just because I'm fresh off of it. Now I want to put it in my top 5. Like, I think it's one of the best episodes they ever made.
It really is.
Do you remember the first time you saw it?
Oh, I was probably in high school. I got into Quantum Leap a little late, only because I was too young to stay up until 10 o'clock on Wednesday nights to watch it initially. So when they started replaying it on the USA Network, it was like at 7 or 6 o'clock at night every night. That's when I started watching it. My whole family got into it. And so I was probably, 14 when I first saw it. So that was like, I'm gonna date myself now. It was like 1992 maybe. So.
Well, I mean, you're not dating yourself. I think I was 22 when the episode came out, and I was in the middle of college. I honestly do not remember whether I watched it first run or not.
Yeah, I definitely didn't.
Yeah, well, it's an episode that's sort of like always been in my memory, but considering that Quantum Leap was maybe the only TV show I made time for in college, well, nobody cares when I saw it first anyway. Because here I'm thinking in my head, I'm saying, but it was at Christmas, so I might have been home on break, and who knows what I was doing then, and
right.
blah, blah. So suffice it to say, I had pleasant memories of it, but not very specific memories. And being invited to revisit it for this, it's just put it over the top for me. And like I said before, I mean, to me, so much of this episode should not work. Charles Rocket's character is a caricature, if you think about it. Mm-hmm. So Blake is over the top. Downey is kind of over the top in her proselytizing and her bringing in the Cheeves. And there's so much like weird expository dialogue, But for some, I don't know if it's just the feeling of the episode that makes it work, or the talent of Charles Rocket and Melinda McGraw, who was also just distractingly beautiful in this episode. I mean, I don't know.
I actually love both of them as actors. I love watching Melinda McGraw in NCIS and in other things. But like every time I see her, that's the first thing I ever saw her in was this episode of Quantum Leap. So I'm like, it's Captain Downey.
I know that you had mentioned Al and his turn as the ghost of Christmas future.
Yes.
I mean, what did you think of Dean doing that?
I just, he was just, I don't know, he was awesome. I mean, I just love how like he starts just bouncing up and down like in Glee, sticking his tongue out, like he just loved to be like just like freaking out Blake. And just because, he's a hologram usually, so people can't see him. So it's very, seldom that he actually gets to interact with other people that Sam's interacting with. And I also love the fact that, like, Sam is just, like, totally acting like, I believe you, but I don't. Like, I'll protect you. He's, like, putting his hands out in space, Yeah.
And I love how Dean punctuates the end of every line with "ooh."
Yes.
You know, it's like you can tell it's like a veteran actor having fun acting badly.
Yeah.
Yet he somehow he pulls it together.
Yes.
And just like the ha ha ha, the fake laugh as he floats up. And yeah, I mean, Dean really, really nailed it in this one. And I guess that's, you know, it's funny you're saying, because I think this episode breaks a lot of paradigms in the sense that you have Dean front and center being able to affect the resolution of Sam's leap. But I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that noticed this, or maybe it just struck me that Sam takes a real back seat in this leap. And this is really a Charles Rocket show. I mean, he carries this episode along with the scenes with McGraw. And what I loved about it is that, you know, Sam slots in naturally, but he's not the driving force.
True.
Yet it still feels like an episode of Quantum Leap. And some of the subtle stuff that goes on in the background. Yeah, this is a great Christmas episode, but it's also maybe one of the funniest episodes. And I think, in my opinion, that's when Quantum Leap works best, is when they're playing off each other for comedic value. And
definitely,
Sam is so out of his depth. He's come into like bikers and boxers and DJs, and when he's Pearson, he just doesn't know what to do with himself.
Which also makes it hilarious,
right? And you see,
just in the beginning with the, I mean, you know, first of all, you know, the leap in when he's like looking up at him with his powdered boxers, and then just like from like the intercom to like not knowing, the foyer, you know, like not knowing like where anything is, and them just looking at him like he's crazy. And
that intercom scene is probably the funniest one in the episode, I think, because he just doesn't know how to work it. He's like, hello, hello. Hello.
Yep.
So kudos to Scott on that one. And maybe he had fun too, just playing the comic relief, you know?
Yes.
That's what makes it more watchable. A lot of the time, in my opinion, I mean, some Christmas, especially when you're doing Dickens, it's very pro forma. Like, you know, okay, they're going to have the Scrooge. They're going to see the Ghost of Christmas Past, the Ghost of Christmas Present, the Ghost of Christmas Future, and then Tiny Tim will say, God bless us all, everyone, and everybody will end happy. And they did do that here, but they just embody the spirit of it. They don't do it beat for beat for beat like so many other shows do when they're doing their takeoff on Dickens.
Just like when Blake's like, Jacob Marley wore the chains. So it's like, and he's like, and you know, Al's like, I don't care, like, shut up. Like, I am the Ghost of Christmas Future.
I think that's also kudos to the writer Sandy Fries, because another thing that subverts sort of the Quantum Leap paradigm in this episode is that Blake is sharp as a tack. When he sees Al the second time, he remembers him.
Yep.
It's like, and so many times in Quantum Leap or other shows, for the sake of the show, for the sake of the plot, Blake would be like, who are you? You're the, no, you're that jerk from the lobby.
Yeah, he recognized him through all the makeup and everything.
Yeah, exactly. And so there you go. It's like, well, okay, maybe the heroes aren't actually being as effective as shows usually require heroes to be. You know, they usually get someone of an easy pass. And Blake doesn't give anybody an easy pass. He turns around, he sees Sam talking to thin air.
Yes.
And he doesn't, you know, like, it always amazes me. Like, Sam is, 4 feet away in a room talking to Al, and nobody seems to notice.
I know, but he did.
Right. And he's just like, oh, who are you talking to? You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought that was a nice little touch for this episode as well. And it just, again, it shows you how well Charles Rocket sort of nails it, because, again, it's this weird, awkward moment, but he plays it so smoothly, and then the show just goes on, and a lot of the stuff that just shouldn't work, and pointing out even flaws in the format of the show, tongue-in-cheek, yet the episode comes together so magnificently.
Definitely. Yeah, I've always loved Charles Rocket. I loved him in, he was, I don't know if anyone remembers, because Touched by an Angel was a very popular show with Andrew as the Angel of Death, but actually Charles Rocket played the first one in the first season. He was actually, before Andrew came along and made when the show became really popular, Charles Rocket played Adam, the first Angel of Death. And I always again, I was like, hey, look, it's Blake from Quantum Leap. I loved him in that, and I was actually pretty sad when he was replaced.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him in much of anything else besides Quantum Leap, and I recall that he was in a season of Saturday Night Live when I was about 11 years old, and that's when I first started watching the show, so I remember him from that because that was sort of my inaugural season of SNL, and I don't think anybody in that cast survived past a year except for Eddie Murphy and Joe Piscopo. And then it became, the juggernaut that it was in the early 80s with the buckwheat and I'm from Jersey. And, it was the Eddie Murphy, Joe Piscopo show for a while. So it's weird that I remember Charles Rocket from there, but I can't remember any characters he did. I can't remember any sketches he did. So whenever I see him, I just think Quantum Leap, because he was such an effective Blake.
Speaking of sketch comedy, I think it's funny that, since we have the interview with Jarrett Lennon, I was looking him up on IMDb last night, and I realized that he actually was in a couple episodes of Mad TV. And I had to watch one of the ones in particular, I remember, because I had recorded it. When it first came on, it was like a series of Mad TV fake commercials, and one of them was McDumpsters, and it's so funny because like here's another scene where it's a bunch of homeless people and they're all waking up in the morning just like the old McDonald's commercials. They wake up and get the coffee, but they're all like walking down the streets and like they're all wearing ragged clothes, and the dad puts the kid, which is Jarrett, into the dumpster, and he starts pulling out all the food and giving it to everybody. and and like I didn't realize at the time, I never realized at the time that it was the same actor. And it just made me laugh because, like, as soon I found it on YouTube last night, and I played it back. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's him! That's the kid with the three-legged horse.
Yeah, right. And he's yet another like coal-smeared urchin,
right?
Is he? Yes. Yeah. We talk about that, just sort of the type that he was. So stick around for the interview. I mean, he's got a great sense of humor, and he had some stories about just working on sets as a child, because that's when he primarily did a lot of his stuff, and it was fun to ask him, because he doesn't act like other child actors. And I thought that he was so effective in this episode of Quantum Leap because he just seemed so natural sitting on Blake's lap, and he didn't overact. He wasn't looking off camera for his cue. So yeah, people, please just stick around for our chat with Jarrett Lennon. He's the best. But Suzanne, let's just get back to this episode. One thing that I did notice that you don't see anymore, and Jarrett was a big part of this in the episode, was all of the music. Now, I know that we've had a lot of problems with DVD releases of Quantum Leap and them switching out the music.
I did my segment on that's the first segment I did for the podcast was.
Yes, right. So you're the expert on that. Now, I want to ask you a question because I have been watching Quantum Leap on the NBC website here in the States. For those overseas, I know you can't get it outside of the United States, it seems, but in Rebel Without a Clue, and it looks like for Runaway coming up, they're keeping all the original music on the NBC website. And in this episode, there was so much Christmas music that was just so wonderful. And they even spent, I think it was like a full minute with both Jarrett and Charles and Sam and Melinda singing Deck the Hall, Joy to the World, Joy to the World. Yep. You don't see that anymore on TV. Everything is so quick cut now. It's so wonderful just to settle into a moment like that. And I think it's another, and this is not, it's going to sound like a weird pun, but another reason why this episode sings. It gets to inhabit like this whole Christmas universe, I guess. I don't know.
Yes.
And I was wondering, because this is Christmas music, did that kind of stuff survive the DVD transfers? Because I know a lot of this was maybe popular Christmas music of the time that had to be licensed.
I think the only one that was licensed, there was one, was it, oh gosh, I can't remember the song. It was right in the beginning. There was only like two, but they were like, oh gosh,
I think they had Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. When Sam was in, that sounded like Andy Williams or Perry Como or something.
Yes, so I don't remember which ones they are who sang them, but maybe it was easier for them to get because they were older. I'm not sure. A lot of the more modern stuff, quote unquote, for this show, like from the 60s and 70s and even 50s might be harder to get than some of the older. I'm not really sure, but I guess it really wasn't a very music intensive episode like other ones. So
yeah. And I guess if you're going to swap out music, it's probably far easier to get generic Christmas music that'll work for this, as opposed to, when they're actually referencing specific songs, but the song's not playing anymore,
Yeah. And the majority of the music they produced themselves. So that's another way around it, 'cause they were singing it themselves.
That's true. And I wonder if that was Melinda McGraw singing in those scenes, because they sure had her character belting it out, but that could have been ADR. Matt Dale could probably tell us that. Matt, let us know. Who sung what in this episode? Because if it was Melinda, she's got a good voice.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Another thing that I found interesting is during the end credits, they actually played like an alternate cut of the Joy to the World song.
Oh, really? See, I didn't stick around for the end credits because, again, bad fan. Sorry.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you had watched it, I'm not sure if when it originally aired, if, because, these days you never get to actually see the end credits. They always chop them up, or they just have commercials running during them or whatever. Back when it originally aired, you probably were able to at least see the ending, although a lot of times still you had like announcers talk over it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did a completely different cut of that Joy to the World scene. And at the very, very end, Sam and Al say Merry Christmas. So it's adorable, and I like it because, like I said, like it's completely different camera angles and everything from the actual one that was in the show. So it was kind of like just like an extra little Christmas treat. It was a much cleaner, crisper recording of it than you actually hear in the show, because like you don't hear any ambient noise or anything. It was actually like a studio recorded, version of it. So it was really, I really enjoyed that. In fact, I like to make, I've made a lot of MP3s since there's so much music in this show.
Yeah.
I like to record them and make MP3s and play them back, for my own personal use. And I actually chose, rather than the take from the episode, I used the one from the end because it's just so nice.
Was it kind of like, did they break the fourth wall to say Merry Christmas? Or, because I'm thinking, you're making me think of the end of Catch a Falling Star.
No, you just hear them.
Gotcha.
You just hear like the voiceover. It's still showing the scene. It's still showing like after they've sang the song, you see Sam and he's kind of like nodding and smiling, like, yeah, that was a good, good song. And then you just hear them say Merry Christmas. And I'm like, oh, so cute. I never noticed that until I got the DVDs.
I'm going to charge you with making me an MP3 collection of all the Christmas music in this episode, because I think it would be a perfect accompaniment to my opening gifts every year.
Yes.
It's just, everything was just so wonderful, right down to the music. Now, I know that they discuss this later on in the podcast, but tell me what you thought about the end with the star. I think that warrants a fresh take from both of us.
I loved it.
Yet another element that was over the top that should not have worked, but was somehow perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember. I thought it was like the coolest thing ever, back when I was a kid, the first time I saw it. I think I actually shed a tear when I watched it last night, because knowing what was coming, I was just like, it's just so perfect. It's just, like you said, over the top, but somehow it works.
Yeah, and talk about shed a tear when Blake is on the ground, just saying, I don't want to die alone.
Yeah.
It choked me up every time I watched it.
Yes.
Testament to Charles again. Thank you, Charles Rocket.
Yeah. And it's I hate to go on a bit of a morbid turn here, but it's almost kind of weird how it was a sort of a premonition.
Yeah.
Considering the way his life ended, and considering, what Al said was going to happen to Blake. I don't recall if this was mentioned earlier, but if you look at the dates on Blake's tombstone, he was 54, I think. And Charles Rocket actually died at 56. So
jeez.
It's yeah.
And so, it's funny. It's horrible that every time we discuss this episode, because I think both Amanda and Hayden discuss it, Albie and Heather discuss it, but you can't get around it.
No.
The terrible fate of poor Charles Rocket.
Such a great actor.
Yeah, he took his life, much like Blake did, and it's just sad. I don't want to dwell on that, because we dwell on it a lot. But it can't not be said, and it really is a tragedy. because who knows what could have been ahead for him. If he could make this script work, God damn it, that guy could do anything.
I know, but the star at the end, I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, I just loved it. I mean, I shouldn't apologize.
No, it was the perfect sort of, again, this episode is so schmaltzy.
Yeah.
And that's like the schmaltziest schmaltz, but it never comes off as like saccharine. And again, I think it might be because of some of the subversive humor in it. When Al is, that scene that I was just talking about where Blake, crumbles onto the sidewalk, bawling his eyes out. Like a minute before that, Al is saying, "You got nothing, zero, nada, zilch." And you see Sam in the background nodding his head, nodding with Al, like gleefully breaking this man's spirit. Like, that's not Sam.
Yeah.
He's having too good a time torturing this poor bastard.
But then at the end, they put the star up there and he goes and knocks on the door and Downey, says, comes to the door and Blake says, "You have room for one more lost soul." And I just lost it. I was like, "Oh, I love it." I just started crying, It's just like,
it works. It works, man. It fires on all thrusters and it works. And
yes.
It's funny also the limited use of stock footage in this one. The only thing that we really got to give you a flavor of actual New York is that still shot of Rockefeller Center with the angels blowing the trumpets.
Yeah.
Yet I never felt like we weren't in New York. A lot of times when Quantum Leap, especially if they're doing like Brooklyn, double identity.
Yes.
That felt like Hollywood backlot Brooklyn.
Uh-huh.
But for some reason, I don't know if it's because they shot a lot of it in the dark or maybe it was just the sort of the snow or it was a lot dirtier, a lot grittier. I felt like they were in New York in this episode. I know they weren't. I know they were in LA.
Right.
I know they were in Universal's New York Street or whatever. But again, another thing that just really worked.
Oh, believe me, I know because in was it Leap of Faith where he's the priest?
Yeah.
It's supposed to take place in Philadelphia. And they are at the cemetery, and in the distance, you can see really tall palm trees. And I'm like, well, that just takes me out of the scene right there.
No, that was just a especially flat place in Philly that had a really long view. I mean, it went past the Earth's horizon.
Florida.
That's how long that you could see all the way to Miami.
Yes, must have been was that Belmont Park or whatever.
No, you don't know the famous Miami Hill at Belmont Park?
No, I mean in Philly.
All right. I know I said this leap broke a lot of the show's paradigms, but one that really struck me on my third viewing now is this Sam's like shortest leap? You got to figure it happens in less than a day. He leaps in the morning, and Blake is probably, at midnight on Christmas Eve at the door of the mission saying, "You have room for one more lost soul." Mm-hmm. Can you think of another leap that was as short, that took place in the confines of 24 hours?
That's a good question, but I never really thought about it that way, so I don't really have an answer, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it just struck me because they never have to do a costume change. They never really have to do anything but what they're doing. And so much, it's such a packed episode. It feels like it's going a couple of days. But
true.
It's not. It's just a few hours. And
it's almost in real time.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a real-time episode. Matt Dale could probably tell us. So once again, invoking, Matt's going to be the ghost of Quantum Leap past, present, and future, I guess, for us. So get on it, Matt. All right. I know that. Okay, so this might have been the shortest leap, but we don't want to make this the longest episode of the podcast ever. And I mean, I think I've said what I have to say. How about you, Suzanne?
Yeah, I think we covered a lot of ground.
Yeah. So all right. So let's hear what everybody else had to say. Cue the harps, the sleigh bells. I don't know, but we are going to go to the pre-recorded segment of this show. The first impressions of Hayden and Amanda, the first impressions of Albie and Heather talking about the episode, and then stick around. Right after that, we're going to hear from Jarrett Lennon. So, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Take a look in the 5 and 10, glistening once again, with candy canes and silver lanes aglow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, toys in every store, But the prettiest sight to see is the holly that will be on your own front door. A pair of hop-along boots and a pistol that shoots is the wish of Barney and Ben. Dolls that will talk and will go for a walk is the hope of Janice and Jen. And Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. There's a tree in the Grand Hotel, one in the park as well, the sturdy kind that doesn't mind the snow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Soon the bells will start, and the thing that will make them ring is the carol that you sing right within your heart. A pair of hop-along boots and a pistol that shoots is the wish of Barney and Ben. Dolls that will talk and will go for a walk is the hope of Janice and Jan. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Toys in every store, but the prettiest sight to see is the holly that will be on your own front door. It's beginning. You hear the sleigh bells ring, it's beginning. That mistletoe will swing, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
Who rings the doorbell? Who goes to somebody's house without texting them first? Whoa, how did this house get here?
Albie, Heather, I can't believe it. I got caught up in the hurricane. It pulled my house up off its foundations, and I've ended up here. I don't think I'm in Oz anymore. Where am I?
Southwest Florida. And why is your house in black and white?
I have no idea. I can't believe it. We've always wanted to meet up, and I'm actually here. And it happened completely by accident.
Why are you wearing ruby red pumps?
They're just really comfortable, all right? And they make my butt look awesome.
I was going to say that.
Heather, you look amazing.
Hi.
I can't believe it. I'm over in America during Christmas time, and there's no snow. Why isn't there any snow?
Trump.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is he going to send me to Guantanamo Bay because I don't have any papers?
Absolutely.
Can I come inside then, because I don't want that to happen?
Of course.
Absolutely. On one condition.
Yeah?
You let me wear the heels.
Oh, no worries. So it's near Christmas time, isn't it?
Yes, we have the tree up. There's tinsel everywhere, and we're just stringing up popcorn for the tree.
Hey, Serenity.
Hi, Hayden and Amanda.
So since it's near Christmas time, here's an idea. Why don't we watch A Little Miracle, which is the Christmas episode of Quantum Leap?
That's a wonderful idea.
We were just about to do that. We have it on Blu-ray.
Oh, awesome. I haven't seen it in Blu-ray.
It's very 1080p.
Awesome.
Ooh.
And this 3D is amazing. It's almost like I can reach out and touch it.
Please don't.
Yeah. All right. Awesome.
Pearson, you forgot the talc.
Yes. Yes, well, talc.
Now, Albie, I believe that you've already done a podcast on this episode.
I have. If you look back in the archives to the episode that's coming out right now, we already did it.
Well, why don't we have a listen?
Theorizing that one could time travel within his own lifetime, Dr. Sam Beckett stepped into the Quantum Leap Accelerator and vanished. He awoke to find himself trapped in the past, facing mirror images that were not his own, and driven by an unknown force to change history for the better. His only guide on this journey is Al, an observer from his own time, who appears in the form of a hologram that only Sam can see and hear. And so Dr. Beckett finds himself leaping from life to life, striving to put right what once went wrong, and hoping each time that his next leap will be the leap home.
You are listening to the Quantum Leap Podcast. This is episode 39, A Little Miracle.
Monday, December 24th, 1962, the day before Christmas. I'm a 200-pound valet. Who's this guy I'm working for?
Michael Blake, one of the richest guys in the country. He put more people out of work than the Great Depression.
And me?
Reginald Pearson. You've been picking up after Blake for 3 years.
Why am I here?
Well, that should be obvious.
Well, to save the mission, I guess, but I don't know how.
No, it's to save Blake.
Blake? What does a man like Blake need to have saved?
His soul. Well, he's a real Scrooge.
Al, you're a genius. Michael is Scrooge, right? He's alone, he's miserable. So, we Scrooge him.
Hey, Blake, wake up! I am the ghost of Christmas future.
Ooh.
I'm here to show you your future. Ooh. I don't want to die alone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to end like this. Pearson, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
It's a sign, isn't it?
I think so, sir, yes.
Hello, and welcome to the Quantum Leap Podcast. I'm Albie.
And I'm Heather.
And we're talking about episode 39, A Little Miracle. Basically, it's Quantum Leap's version of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. This is our holiday show. So we figured we'd go ahead and cover this episode of Quantum Leap because it's the most Christmassy. It was suggested to us that we do this by one of our listeners, Hayden, and I couldn't think of a reason not to. Since it's a time travel podcast, there's no reason why we have to stay linear. So, Heather, what did you think of A Little Miracle?
I liked their take on A Christmas Carol. It was cool to have a little glimpse into a future season of Quantum Leap.
This episode is not very spoilery at all, which is good. Otherwise, we couldn't do it.
Is that a new word? Spoilery?
Spoilery. Not in 2015 like it is.
You're not thinking fourth dimensionally.
Exactly. One can watch this episode out of order and not get spoiled by anything. There's a couple little things in the opening from shows we haven't seen yet. But
yeah, but they don't give anything away. The only thing that was really different was the hand link was a little bit different, and that was about it.
I think that was pretty much the final version, the cool one that everybody thinks of when they think of the hand link.
Yeah, it was a different look, had a different look to it, but I liked it. It's a little update. And I liked that Al wasn't the brains of the operation as much as he is, at least in so far in what we've seen. But Sam kind of came up with a lot of ideas this time, and I liked that Al was seen by Michael Blake. That was really cool.
As soon as Michael Blake could see Al, I was like, okay, I know what they're going to do here.
I see. I wasn't as smart as you with that.
Maybe because I went into it knowing that this was their take on A Christmas Carol. If I didn't know that, maybe I wouldn't have thought of it ahead of time. But as soon as I knew he could see Al, I was like, oh, they're going to mess with him.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I just kind of went in blindly, I guess. But I have never seen him be acknowledged except for Mrs. Melney when he was yelling at her in the car. So it's cool that that is a possibility.
It'll be interesting to see in between the past and the future if other people can see Al or not, like we did.
Well, how could you miss him in that shirt?
That's the second time he wore a crazy, loud, short-sleeved summer shirt.
Well, that one was like a Rocco's Modern Life shirt. Did you ever watch that show?
Not at all.
Well, if you look up Rocco's Modern Life, it's a bunch of, like, I don't know, shapes like that. Triangles and crazy shapes.
The last time I saw Al in a weird shirt like this was in Double Identity. And it's pretty much their shortcut into saying, yes, it's winter where you are, Sam, but where I am, it's middle of July. Heather, can you read the episode recap?
Sure. Season 3, Episode 10, A Little Miracle. Original broadcast date, December 21st, 1990. Teleplay by Sandy Fries and Robert A. Waltersdorf. Story by Sandy Fries. Directed by Michael Watkins. On Christmas Eve, Sam leaps into Reginald Pearson, who is the valet to business tycoon Michael Blake. Michael is a thoroughly unpleasant man, though he is opposed to firing Sam despite his incompetence as a valet and his meddling in Michael's personal life, who is planning on tearing down a Salvation Army building in order to build Blake Plaza. He also just happens to have very similar brainwaves to Sam, and so is able to see Al until Al changes the frequency slightly so that Michael can no longer see him. Sam is sympathetic to the Salvation Army and so promises Captain Laura Downey that he will find a way to save the building, with her help, of course. When Sam is ordered to sort through Michael's suits to find which ones to save and which to give away, with heavy input from Al as Sam knows nothing about clothes, he finds a box of memories in the closet, which reveal that Michael changed his name and used to be a poor orphan living on the same street as Blake Plaza is to be built on, and that he is trying to show the world just how far he has come by building the tower there. Sam convinces the chauffeur to let Sam drive Michael to his meeting and ends up taking him to the Salvation Army building. He stops the car and one of the local kids comes over and lets the air out of one of the tires to give them an excuse to stop. When Michael gets out, after wondering how Sam thought this was a good route to get to the meeting he is assaulted by memories of the past, aided by several children playing and calling someone by Michael's original name. Captain Downey appears and denies having seen the boys. Caught up in nostalgia and charmed by Downey, Michael happily tells her about growing up here. When they stop to buy chestnuts, Michael recognizes the vendor as Max Wyszynski, an old friend that he had lost touch with. The two reminisce for a bit, and then Michael asks what happened to his old best friend. Max is forced to tell them that he became an alcoholic and killed himself after losing his job when the bakery became automated. As Michael made his money off of laying off workers like this, he is deeply upset. He tries to pay extra for the chestnuts, but Max just tells him to go. Blake pays him anyway. Michael storms off and then sits in his apartment getting drunk, and so Sam thinks that he has failed. Al believes that this is actually a good sign and that Michael is thinking about what he is doing, and so they put phase 2 of their plan in action. Sam tells Michael that he feels sorry for him because for all of his wealth and power, he's still missing something from his life. Michael angrily asks how he would know, and Sam bets a month's rent that he can prove it. Sam takes Michael back down to the site of the future Blake Plaza and has him put his hand on the side of the building, telling him that that path is just cold. And Michael retorts that he has had people who loved him, but they all either died or left him, and that this building and his empire won't. Before they can leave, though, they hear singing coming from the Salvation Army building and go in. Michael is once again caught up in nostalgia as he joins the festivities and really starts to open up to Downey. Unfortunately, a little boy comes over to give Michael a Christmas present, and Michael recognizes him as one of the children from earlier and realizes that this is an elaborate charade to make him change his mind. Furious, he storms out and tells Sam that he had better hope he didn't still want to fire him in the morning. Sam was discouraged, but then he remembers that Michael can see Al and sends him in as the third ghost. Al chooses to go all out and dresses up as Jacob Marley, which Michael calls him on. Because Michael saw him earlier, he doesn't initially believe that Al is a ghost and keeps insulting him. Eventually, he tries to punch Al and falls right through him. After that, it doesn't take long to convince Michael that Al is really a ghost. Michael calls for Sam to get rid of Al, but Sam pretends he cannot see him. Al takes Michael to the Salvation Army building and shows him the future. Michael is delighted at the picture of the finished Blake Plaza, but then he sees a news report from 1975 featuring an older, bitterer him declaring bankruptcy. He sees that his tower has been renamed and that he eventually jumped from the top of it into oncoming traffic. Michael is horrified and breaks down sobbing. Sam convinces Michael that it's not too late to change, and a bright star leads Michael back to the Salvation Army's door, and Downey lets him in. Al reveals that the two of them marry in 6 months and have 3 kids. Michael still builds his tower, but he gives the first entire floor to the Salvation Army. Sam wonders if Michael would have knocked on the door if Al hadn't put the star there, but Al says that he didn't.
And that episode recap was from the Quantum Leap Wikia. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So what did you think about this episode?
I liked it, and I like the fact that the show keeps getting better at what they're doing. Skipping ahead like we did, it was nice to see that they finally got everything worked out to where they know what they're doing. In other words, one of the first things I noticed was the Leapy, Reginald Pearson, was a heavyset man, and the suit that Scott Bakula was wearing was not tailored to fit Scott Bakula. It was tailored to fit this heavier man. And that's the way it would be because a heavier man would have to wear a bigger suit. So Sam was wearing a bigger suit, so I like that.
Yeah, that was a pretty in-depth thought that they covered.
The mistakes they were making in Season 1 and the beginning of Season 2, they're not making anymore. So that's nice to see.
Well, I think that kind of goes with most shows.
For me, this episode was pretty much Scrooged without the comedy.
There really wasn't any comedy in this one. Yeah, it definitely was because it was a modern version of A Christmas Carol, which is, like Scrooged. But all of his employees were scared of him, just like Scrooge. And he really didn't have a Christmas spirit. He had a Christmas tree, but it wasn't for any purpose. I mean, he didn't want the lights on. It was just like to show that he could have a big Christmas tree. Everything he did was just to show off. But he really had no one to show off to, so it was kind of all pointless.
It was almost like when he was a child and his mother died, and when she was doing anything she could just to scrape by, and then he was an orphan. He told himself, I'm going to be the richest, most powerful man in town, and that's all that mattered to him. And he didn't care who he stepped on along the way.
Well, see, the thing about that is that famous saying, money can't buy happiness. I mean, depends on if you have someone to share it with or not. I mean, what's the purpose of having everything that you ever wanted, but nobody to share it with? Yeah, he has more paintings than the Guggenheim, and he has all this money and all these buildings. But what Sam's point was when he was trying to have him feel the building, it's like there's no life here. Like there's no one to hug or talk to or enjoy your life with. You can't enjoy your life with a building.
You forgot the talc.
That's just weird.
No, seriously, you forgot the talc. I'm waiting.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. Sorry.
What's that about? I mean, I don't care how rich I was. I think I'm going to put my own pants on.
Like, there's high maintenance, and then there's that. Like, that. I don't even think that counts as high maintenance. That's just beyond normal.
That's a whole nother level.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take that job.
Yeah, and he's been doing it for years.
Yeah, poor guy.
I guess the pay is pretty good.
This episode, I noticed a lot of Reginald Pearson in Sam. He was acting totally different than we normally see Sam. He was very unsure of himself, very nervous, very fidgety, he lacked confidence. And I thought that was from his Leapy, maybe.
In the beginning, definitely. But then as the episode went on, it wasn't as bad. But in the beginning, with him fumbling with the intercom and trying to find the newspaper, I felt so bad for him.
He leaps into a lot of different situations, but I think if I leaped into the situation he leaped into in the beginning of this episode, I would have been like, okay, you know what? I'm out.
Not it.
Because he was staring at a man's crotch, basically, a foot away.
Yeah, this is definitely a different scene to open up to.
It just, I would be like, you know what? It's probably not that important, so maybe just leap me somewhere else.
Well, as far as Sam is concerned with his leap situation, he at least knows he can't really do anything. I mean, he can't really go anywhere else. He's not going to go live his life as that man. He's got to get home. So he's got to do what it takes.
Yeah, he's got to accomplish his mission. Speaking of mission, I wish they hadn't called this the Salvation Army. I wish they would have just went with like what they did in Star Trek, the original series, The City on the Edge of Forever. Just call it the Mission. Just a generic place to help people out that are downtrodden.
That one charity.
Yeah, just something non-specific. Because that's one thing that kind of dates and affects this episode a little bit. In the past few years, the Salvation Army has released statements that's kind of tarnished their image as of late, and it doesn't go along with the Quantum Leap version of what is good and right, because there's at least one episode and one comic book of Quantum Leap that deals with homosexuality and hate towards homosexuals.
But I'm sure that the writers of Quantum Leap had no idea that the Salvation Army would come out to have those beliefs. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that it should have just been like a generic thing, but who would have thought that the Salvation Army would come out with saying such hateful things?
Well, I'm not blaming the writers of Quantum Leap at all. They have no idea knowing what's going to happen 22 years in the future.
Yeah.
And nobody expected them to come out and say that. You would think they would be more enlightened and say, well, I don't know what they would say. But like I was saying, Quantum Leap on 2 different occasions at least has said, basically what our philosophy is people are people.
And hate is bad.
Hate is bad. And everybody should be treated equal. And nobody deserves to die, in my opinion, especially for being born a certain way.
Innocent people don't deserve to die.
Yeah. With Quantum Leap, it is very religious, but overall it's the loving part of religion and not the hateful part of religion.
I think in the beginning they kind of left it up to the audience as to who was controlling the leaping, but now that they have kind of hinted that it's God and he is the one who put the star there, at least that's what we're assuming, right? Is that...
Oh, at the end?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it has become a little bit more religious, but it's not really in your face about it either. So those who aren't religious, it doesn't offend anybody. It's still kind of just touching on religion a little bit.
Right. It makes it more of a supernatural fantasy type of entertainment, which whether you are a believer or a non-believer, it's just good storytelling. So if they had used just a generic mission, it wouldn't have affected future viewings of it down the road.
Yeah, I agree with that. When I saw the Salvation Army, I was a little, I don't know, it was a little standoffish, the Salvation Army thing, but once you look past the name, it was fine having them in the episode. But like you said, if they had made a different name.
Definitely the people in the episode, they didn't seem to have any hate or malice towards anyone. They were just trying to help people.
Well, and also the Salvation Army as a whole, the top people of the Salvation Army might not represent the opinions of all of the people that work for the...
Right. I'm sure not everybody who is involved in the Salvation Army has the same views as that person that was interviewed.
Right.
And as of today, this recording, it is still in their handbook, and that's still what they believe. But, I was hired by a company, and I signed a handbook, and I never read it, so...
Yeah, and they're to this date, they still stand outside and ring the bells, and people still donate. And there's still not a lot has changed as far as stopping all of that.
Right. It's a difficult situation, but hopefully in the future that will get resolved.
Hopefully in our future there will be more love than hate. And now I sound like a hippie, but but really, if anything, this season and this time of the year is to love one another and appreciate the people in your life and celebrate the people that you have around you and the love in your life, and not hate on other people for who they are or what they do or what they believe in.
I found something online that I think is really fitting for this discussion. And could you read that, Heather?
Sure. This is actually kind of fitting because it's kind of holiday related. Okay. Being an atheist is okay. Being an atheist and shaming religions and spirituality as silly and not real is not okay. Being a Christian is okay. Being homophobic, misogynistic, racist, or otherwise hateful person in the name of Christianity is not okay. Being a reindeer is okay. Bullying and excluding another reindeer because he has a shiny red nose is not okay.
So I think that really says it all.
Yeah, you're entitled to your own opinion. You're entitled to your own beliefs, your own faith, all of that. As long as you don't force it upon anyone else or bash someone for what their beliefs are, I think that everybody would get along. But
Yeah,
we should all just get along.
exactly. And this is the time of year to get along. You ever notice around Christmas time, everybody's like in a happy mood and pretty much willing to go the extra mile to help each other out and maybe donate to their favorite charity or give somebody that they don't know a gift or have somebody to their home for dinner. And don't you wish it could be like that all year round?
I don't know. I work in retail. So there's that. But yeah, for the most part, people are a lot nicer this time of year and more caring and more forgiving. And I really do wish it could be like that all year long. I mean, if we can pull it off for a couple months, we should be able to, do it at least most of the year.
So going back to the episode, I noticed Mr. Blake's breakfast was a hard-boiled egg and toast. And you see that in so many things for rich people. Like they have that little egg stand and they break the egg open and they eat it with a piece of toast. I don't know why, but that, I guess, is storytelling shortcut for I'm rich and important.
Man, if I was rich, there would be some bacon and lots of cheese involved and some hash browns. I mean, listen, if I had a cook, it would not be a hard-boiled egg and some toast. I could do that by myself. I don't need a kitchen staff to make me a hard-boiled egg and toast. I would, an omelet maybe, some eggs Benedict.
Michael Blake definitely has a big staff. And maybe that's why he went bankrupt in the future.
When you're rich, that's another criteria, I think, is having a staff of people, of mostly unnecessary people. But I guess with that huge house, he couldn't clean it all himself or do all the maintenance himself. And that's the point of being rich. You get to employ people to do the things you don't want to do.
And back in 1962, when this episode takes place, I'm thinking it was more like a lot of things were a lot less automated like today. And it was more like the Flintstones, where you needed a bird to take your picture and you needed an elephant for running water. So it was more like that. Like you could have anything you wanted to get done as long as you had enough people to do it.
Can we get an elephant for running water? Where do we sign up for that?
We already have running water. I think it would cost more to have an elephant.
But like, can you imagine having an elephant in your backyard? Like, hey, can you just water my plants? Thanks, dude. So I noticed that, speaking of his wealth, he kind of sounds disgusted talking about his mother's life and that whole childhood part of when they're in the car and Sam asks him about the pictures or, brings up his childhood. And he talks about his dad leaving and, obviously he's upset about that. But the way he talks about his mom, he's so disgusted. Like that she died on her hands and knees on someone else's bathroom floor.
You would think he would be grateful.
Yeah, like doing what she had to do to give him any kind of life. Though she, didn't succeed as far as, she passed away. But like being a mom and having to struggle as a single mom and do whatever you have to do to take care of your child, like the way he talked about her was just so bitter.
Maybe when he was younger, he made a very immature judgment of his mother about what happened and was angry and took it out on his mother and never changed his mind, like never took the time to think about it and understand.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that because, he could have looked at her death as her leaving him and made it kind of a selfish thing because he is kind of a selfish person. But to get where he was, that's how he had to be. I mean, he viewed his lifestyle as a child to be not acceptable and that he needed to have a better lifestyle and at whatever cost. So I don't know. I don't know if I would be able to step on anybody I wanted to or I had to get there. But I guess you're either born with that or you're not.
So in this episode, I don't think they really had the time to do the 3 ghosts. So they just did the Ghost of Christmas Future, which was Al. Done very well, by the way. But I think taking the place of the Ghost of Christmas Present was Sam, because he was kind of letting him know where he stands right now. And the Ghost of Christmas Past, I think, was represented by the box of pictures.
Oh, that makes sense. But see, what's crazy is I watched this episode twice. For some reason, the first time I watched this episode, I didn't realize that the children were reenacting a scene. I totally thought that was his memory, that he was recalling things. And I didn't catch that at all. I just thought he looked around when he saw the kids and realized that the little boy sitting on his lap was fooling him. And like I just thought that that's what happened. I totally didn't realize that the kids were actually reenacting. I thought it was his memory.
I did not get that until my 4th time watching this episode.
Well, then I don't feel so bad.
But I couldn't understand why he was mad at the children being there the first 3 times until the 4th time, like you said, and I realized everything that went on.
Yeah, well, when Al's prediction percent or whatever is going down and he's getting mad at the kids, I was like, I think I missed something because I don't really know. And then I just figured I thought the little kid with the horse was trying to make him feel bad, like that's what I thought, and he just like looked around and realized what was going on. But I didn't realize that the kids running in, like I just thought that they were running in and like startled him into realizing what was going on, if that makes sense. But yeah, I didn't get that.
Well, that's why I watch an episode repeatedly until I don't have that confusion feeling anymore. We don't have the benefit of having a podcast to go along with Quantum Leap, but with other shows that I watch, I like to have a podcast to go along with that show. And what I do is I watch the show, and then I'll listen to the podcast, and then I'll watch the show again. So it's kind of like you see things that you missed before or somebody else's opinion or observations on that episode. But for us watching this, we have to just watch it over and over until we get as much as we can out of it.
I guess that's kind of like the modern day commentary, but you can get other opinions.
That's how I got into podcasts, because I was so into bonus features and commentaries.
Yeah, see, I was never one for bonus features and stuff until I met you, and I'm now like such a junkie for it. I love the bonus features, behind the scenes commentaries are pretty cool to hear. Well, podcasting really is kind of like bonus features or commentary, because you get to hear opinions other than your own. 4 people can watch an episode and see 4 different things. So that's always cool to see a different point of view. So it's basically the same thing, just on a different platform.
With me, while I'm watching something I haven't seen before, I'm like, I can't wait for the movie or TV show to get over so I can get to the bonus features.
I don't think I'd go that far into liking them that much.
It doesn't make sense, but I'm being honest.
Well, I guess then when you watch it a second time, you're not in a hurry, right? When you rewatch it, then you enjoy it more.
So one thing I liked about this episode is Blake calls out Al on being the wrong ghost, because he's supposed to be the ghost of Christmas future, wearing a black robe and presumably being death. Instead, he's got the chains and trying to be more like Jacob Marley, which is the ghost that tells Scrooge, or Blake in this case, that he's going to be visited by ghosts. So Al was trying to get it all into one, I think.
But can you imagine Al not dressing up for the part? I mean, a black robe is so not Al.
No, this outfit that Al had on was awesome. It looked like the character was supposed to have done the makeup himself, kind of, and it had a black hand on his throat.
Like he was being choked by a makeup artist or something.
And different color ears.
I think one was red and one was green.
Yeah, and he had lipstick on.
Yeah.
Red and green, like almost checker. So that was pretty cool. Just everything great about that outfit and the makeup with Al, but Al's always, fashion forward, especially for back then.
But I'm sure that Al, as a character, loved getting ready for that.
Did he have a collar on and no shirt? Is that what I saw? Or like a low-cut shirt but a collar? It was very interesting. We didn't watch this one in high definition. We watched it on the Region 2 DVDs.
Well, I know that his shirt was all ripped and stuff.
That might have been it.
Yeah, maybe his collar was ripped away from his shirt. I don't know.
But they did a great job. But, speaking of a great job, the whole special effect where Blake goes to punch Al and he falls right through him, it looked so real and good. So
way to go, season 3.
Yeah. Definitely the effects keep getting better.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I could not tell he wasn't in that room except for Blake going through him.
And you know what? I really liked that Sam had to pretend he wasn't there.
Oh, that was funny. He's like, okay, if I can't get him out of here if I can't see him. And if for our listeners, I'm feeling around with my hands. I know that doesn't translate well to audio. But I just love that he did that, and it was great.
Yeah, I think that Al had a lot of fun with the way he acted as this ghost, how he changed his positions, jumped on buildings kind of thing, and he overacted a lot, which is really cool. Like his facial expressions and the way he used his hands and the way he said things was just like really awesome, because you know that Al's not really like that in person, but it was just really cool to see him out of his normal self.
Yeah, Al was doing a great job acting like the Ghost of Christmas Future, and Dean Stockwell was doing an awesome job as acting like Al being the Ghost of Christmas Future. Dean Stockwell's amazing, and being one of the two leads of the show, and both of those guys, Scott Bakula and Dean Stockwell, doing 97 hours of television and at that high quality level, it's pretty amazing, and they did a really good job.
Yes, they are both very amazing actors.
As we say a lot.
Yeah.
We like this show, by the way.
Just in case you were wondering.
Blake lets it slip that he thinks Captain Laura Downey is beautiful, and she is a very pretty lady, and I liked her acting in this episode. I liked her character. I had recognized her, and it wasn't until our researcher sent me more information on her that I realized where I recognized her from.
Yeah, she's from X-Files, right?
Yeah, she played Dana Scully's sister, so...
Well, that's really cool. To add to that moment where he calls her beautiful, did you see Sam's face? He was like, hey, we might have gotten something here.
Well, right then I had thought, this is going to turn out great. And like Al was saying, there's a 97% chance they're going to get together. But then when he started saying 96, 94, 92, I was like, uh-oh, what's going on?
Well, there's always the love interest in A Christmas Carol, right? In A Christmas Carol, they go back...
Scrooge?
He was in love. They showed, and when they went back to his past, it was his young love and how in love he was. And
so,
trust me, The Muppets Christmas Carol is my all-time favorite Christmas movie. So
I was going to ask, what is your favorite? So that's your favorite?
The Muppets Christmas Carol, by far.
Do you have other favorites?
Scrooge is good. I like the Kelsey Grammer one. That one's good too. I mean, they're all pretty good.
I have a thing. Every holiday season, I try to watch as many different versions of Scrooge as possible. I don't know why. I think just because the story is very comforting to me, and I enjoy it, and I enjoy seeing it done over and over again by different people. I'd have to say probably Scrooged is my favorite, and like the 1930s black and white one is really good.
For some reason, that one reminds me of the first Doctor Who, like the Scrooge.
I wonder if it's the same guy. Probably not.
Probably not. But for some reason, the guy who plays Scrooge reminds me of the first Doctor in Doctor Who.
The Patrick Stewart one's really good.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that one.
There's so many.
There's another one was it Vanessa Williams?
Isn't there one with Tom Arnold? There's so many like Hallmark ones.
Yeah, there's a Tom Arnold one too.
There's so many Hallmark Channel ones. There's so many...
Well, they redo the Christmas Carol and then the one where you replay Christmas every year. They redo those so many times.
Because we keep watching them. I keep watching them.
Yeah.
But I enjoy all those. I really do.
It's part of the Christmas season, right?
If you haven't seen that story at least once during the Christmas season, it doesn't really seem like Christmas.
Yeah, you're totally missing out. If you had to pick just one out of all those, what would be your favorite?
The one where Data does it on the holodeck on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Okay.
There's more gravy than grave of you.
Okay. That's a good...
I have to watch that every year. I don't know. Scrooged, I would say.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's very dark.
Yeah, but it's got a good ending.
Notice how mine's like the Muppets one, where they're all like singing and puppets.
You introduced me to that one, and I really enjoy that one, so I watch that every year also.
I honestly could not believe you hadn't seen that one.
I love the Muppets. I love A Christmas Carol. I just had never seen A Muppets Christmas Carol.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one. If you listeners have not seen A Muppets Christmas Carol, definitely go watch it. It's a happy-go-lucky. Well, I mean, it's still a Christmas Carol, but...
I wonder what the listener's favorite version of A Christmas Carol is. If you have a favorite version, let us know by calling 707-847-6682. Leave us a voicemail, and we just might use it in the show.
You can also leave us a comment on Facebook or send us an email if you are too shy to call in.
It's quantumleappodcast@gmail.com.
Or facebook.com/quantumleappodcast. You can also tweet us, also at quantumleappod.
There are many ways to get a hold of us, so please do.
Yeah, because we want to hear if there are some that we haven't seen yet.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
I know I have a lot of Christmas movies to watch.
Yeah, I love all Christmas movies. You know what? No, sorry. I don't love all Christmas movies.
Is there one you don't like?
The Christmas Shoes. And the sequel to The Christmas Shoes.
Don't watch that. I mean...
It's horrible.
I love Neil Patrick Harris. That's why I watched one of them, but...
Well, you didn't see the first one, did you? You just saw the sequel?
I knew from the song not to watch the first movie. I had no idea that the Neil Patrick Harris movie was a sequel to that. If I did, I might not have watched it.
Yeah, don't watch those. They're just too sad. I don't like sad Christmas movies. I like the happy Christmas movies.
I like the movies where everything's going good. Something minorly bad goes wrong.
Mediocre.
Yeah, towards the end of the movie, but then they get past it and everybody's happy.
Right, and it all ends with everyone by the Christmas tree.
Right.
And Merry Christmas, lots of hugs and kisses, and everything's fine, and there's cookies, and...
And those movies don't.
Yeah, no. No.
So, going back to the episode, Blake definitely knows the whole story of A Christmas Carol, since he calls Al out on who he's supposed to be and what he's dressed like.
I think everyone knows that story.
Sometimes people in the retelling of A Christmas Carol don't realize that there was a Christmas Carol before. It depends on the universe. But he knows definitely, which helps with the shorthand, because all he needs is the Ghost of Christmas Future to show him his future from 1975, the newscast where he goes bankrupt, and they just made his hair a little bit gray.
Yeah, he was wearing a wig.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
But in the 70s, maybe people wore wigs. I don't know. At some point, people had to wear wigs, right?
Yeah. But
he might have went bald and needed a bad wig. Was there a good wig in the 70s? I don't know.
You are totally right.
All he had to do was see he was going to go bankrupt, and then Al told him in this episode that he commits suicide because of his financial problems, which is kind of eerie, let's say, watching it nowadays, because it turns out the actor who played Michael Blake did commit suicide.
No way.
Yeah, Charles Rocket, who played Michael Blake, died on Monday, October 17th, 2005, of an apparent suicide. The manner and age of Michael Blake are a terrible, unintentional foreshadowing of this event.
Ouch.
Yeah, I found that out when we were trying to contact him for an interview.
Yeah, I guess not.
So
that's so sad.
A horrible way that life is imitating art. This brings up a topic of suicide, I guess, around the holidays. Not a good thing, but it seems to happen a lot.
I guess it just highlights, if you're not doing so well, it highlights all the things that are going wrong in your life. All the things you don't have.
Still not a reason to kill yourself. It seems that Charles Rocket didn't learn a lesson from this episode to where suicide is not the right answer.
Yeah, I guess not. But it's a very sensitive subject because suicide affects a lot of people. And for whatever reason, they obviously think that it's the better option in that moment. And it affects so many people around them. But in the episode, Blake didn't have anybody and all he had was his money. So when he lost his money, he lost everything. So at least in this episode, in the art form, not in reality, at least he, realized that even if he lost his money, at least he has a family now in the new future.
Right. So he's got something to live for.
Yeah, but Christmas or the holiday time is hard because if you don't have family, everywhere you look, it's about spending time with your family. Or if you don't have money, it's about spending money. It does highlight all of the problems that you have or the lack of support or family that you have during this time.
So it might push people with problems with depression over the edge, maybe?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It also puts a lot of pressure on people who do have family and maybe not a perfect situation with their family or, people with anxiety, social anxiety or things like that. I know that Christmas and holidays, all of that stuff can be really stressful to most people. And if you already have a, predisposition for stuff like that, it can be really tough.
So on the way to my day job the other day, I was listening to Mission Log podcast, and I found out that the actor who played Cyrano Jones on Star Trek, Stanley Adams, had committed suicide, and that kind of brought me down. And while I was at work that day, the building next to where I work is a hotel, and somebody committed suicide like 3 days ago, I think now.
Wow.
It's the holidays and suicide. I just want to tell everybody out there, if you have any thoughts of suicide, it's not the answer. If you don't have people in your life, if you think that life's not worth living, change your environment, move, find new friends, go somewhere else, do something. Being alive is always better than the alternative.
It's hard to actually act on those words. I mean, they sound good and they are definitely words to live by and, advice to take. But when you are in a position that you feel like you can't go on and stuff like that, it can be hard to just hear those words and act on them. But there's always somebody who thinks you're important and there's always somebody who loves you. You just have to reach out and find that person.
And it gets better.
That's always a good phrase to live by. It gets better.
It does get better. And one thing that I've heard from people who do commit suicide and don't succeed is...
I was like, have you been talking to those people lately?
No, not the ones that do succeed, but the ones that don't succeed, so they do succeed. Is as soon as they do whatever they were going to do to kill themselves, they immediately regret it. So don't be that person.
Yeah, most of the time you can't go back.
But life is
worth living.
Yes.
Lots of touchy subjects in this episode.
There's a lot to talk about, but I mean, suicide happened in the episode, and it really happened in real life to the actor who played it. So
yeah, it's just when you've been in a spot where you feel like you can't go on, and you've been in that dark place where you feel like nothing could get better and things like that. I mean, I've never been in a spot where it's that dark and that extreme, but I know that everybody has bad days, and I can't imagine being in a situation where my bad days are that bad. And I want everyone to know that there really is there's always somebody out there that will miss you if you're gone.
I've been lonely before and depressed, but I've never not wanted to live. I love life. No matter how bad it gets, I love it.
You want to live forever.
Fame, I want to live forever. It's true. I want to live just long enough until they discover immortality.
You say that. I don't know. I watch a lot of vampire shows where they're all miserable because they've lived forever.
Yeah, I don't get that. Not me. Maybe they don't have cable. See, I could see. There's so many shows right now. I don't have time to watch. If I live to a couple hundred, maybe I can watch them all.
That's your goal in life, to live forever so you can watch TV. Not like go travel or build an empire or...
I want to see the next Star Trek series. I want to see when they reboot Quantum Leap. I want to see all that.
I think we're starting to be in the era where they remake everything. So we might actually see a lot of that sooner rather than later.
I'm looking forward to it. There's always something to live for.
When they remake it, are we going to have a QLP too?
Oh, we'll be right there. What were the messages and meanings in this episode that we could take away from it?
Money can't buy happiness. Being alone in a huge empire that you've built by stepping on everyone is not worth it.
Maybe love is more important than money?
Oh, I like that one. Don't be a Scrooge.
Don't be a Scrooge. If you own a business, give your employees the day off.
I am lucky to work for one of those companies that gives me the day off.
You are.
And I get paid for it.
You do. And I'm very happy for you.
But you are not one of those people.
I am not one of those people.
Yeah. Well, for those of you that have to work on Christmas Day, we're sorry. And Albie he's right there with you. He'll be working right alongside you.
I sympathize with you, but I still love life. So I'm going to come home after work and be very happy and enjoy the holiday with my family.
Yeah.
Whatever holiday you celebrate, Hanukkah, winter solstice, Kwanzaa, Festivus, Christmas. Are there any others? Just a general holiday.
Wassalia. That's the new Disney Junior channel holiday.
Tell me about it. I like it.
I have no idea. There's no information on it other than the fact that it's not a real holiday.
It is now. You mentioned it.
They light a candle and there's presents. It's everything like Christmas, but there's no actual holiday called Wassalia.
I'm sure somebody celebrates it. And if you do, happy Wassalia.
Exactly. If you're at home watching Sophia the First with your children, happy Wassalia.
We celebrate all the holidays as just the basic holiday season, but we have a tree, we have a Festivus pole, we have all kinds of things, decorations. I love the holidays. I really do. I love the movies. I love the music. I love these episodes of television that have the Scrooge storyline, which there's got to be over 100 by now, between Welcome Back Carter, Three's Company, and MASH. And I could go on, but I think every television show that's gone more than a few seasons has always had a Christmas Carol storyline.
Do you think they sit down in the meeting and they're like, hey, it's time to do the Christmas Carol story?
I think they go, it's time to do the holiday show. And after about 15 minutes, if they can't come up with anything, they go, a Christmas Carol.
Yeah. It's either that or the Christmas repeating. Those are the two.
Right after Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
They went right to Christmas repeating.
Well, because the saying, why can't every day be Christmas?
Is it bad that sometimes when I watch the Hallmark or ABC Family Channel movies, I think that this is going to be a repeating Christmas movie, and it's not, but I expect it to be?
You kind of just expect it from every movie now.
What was a good one not too long ago?
The one with Jay Moore. That one was good.
Oh, that is a good one. I like him.
And I watched Pete's Christmas this year. That one was pretty cute.
And if it's not the time-repeating movie for Christmas, they redo It's a Wonderful Life, which is my favorite Christmas movie, probably.
Yeah, they do redo that one, don't they?
Yeah, a lot. But it's a good story.
Or they do a combination of all of them.
This episode of Quantum Leap was almost a combination of A Christmas Carol and It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, I can see that.
But overall, I really like this episode, and I'm going to add it to my yearly holiday movie television show list.
Pretty soon you're going to have to start watching them like on Halloween to get to all of them by Christmas.
As it is right now, December 1st, I'm like, okay, we're starting the holiday movies.
Well, you know that they start in like November now, like on Hallmark Channel. They start way early, way before Thanksgiving.
You just skip Thanksgiving. There's not really a lot of Thanksgiving movies. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, maybe. But other than that, not so many.
I don't feel like that is a Thanksgiving movie. I know you say that, but...
It takes place on Thanksgiving, and they're trying to get home for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And then the ending, they have Thanksgiving. Other than that, it's got nothing to do with Thanksgiving.
But I mean, like, when I think of Thanksgiving, I'm not like, oh, yeah, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Spider-Man Part 1, that takes place on Thanksgiving, but that's not really a Thanksgiving
holiday movie.
But other than that, you go right to the Christmas movies, the holiday movies. You got to start early because they make more and more every year.
I know.
What's some of your favorite Christmas television shows? Like, every year I have to watch X-Files, The Ghost Who Stole Christmas.
I don't think I have a favorite.
Well, you can watch the one I watch, so...
I have now for the last couple of years watched that one, which is good. At least I know the whole story now.
Of that one episode. Well, now add Quantum Leap, A Little Miracle to that list.
I've seen 10% of X-Files and that one episode a whole bunch of times.
Hey, this is MC from the Hater Nation Show podcast, thehaternationshow.com, wishing all the Quantum Leap podcast listeners a happy holidays.
Due to the nonlinear nature of this episode, we're not going to do any listener feedback, just because it would be out of place. If we had feedback from the future in the past, that could be dangerous. Or if we had feedback from the past in the future, that could be boring. At the end of this episode, there is what I like to call the...
credits.
At the end of this episode, when Al is showing Michael Blake his future and projecting all these images, finally what gets him to go into the mission at the end is that shining star with the beam of light to the front door of the Salvation Army. And he goes in, and of course we all assume that it's Al and Ziggy in cahoots. But then when Sam says that star was a nice touch, and Al was like, that wasn't me. That's what I like to call the cane in the corner moment.
The what?
The cane in the corner moment, like Miracle on 34th Street, where at the end it's like, supernatural. Like every Christmas movie, TV show has to have that little moment at the end. Like in the Lucy Christmas special, they all dress up like Santa Claus to surprise little Ricky, but there's only 4 of them and there's 5 Santas. So that's the cane in the corner moment.
What exactly is the cane in the corner?
At the end of Miracle on 34th Street, when the little girl gets the house she wanted and it's theirs, how did they get it? Santa Claus's cane is in the corner.
Okay, yeah.
So every Christmas movie, I think, to do with Santa Claus anyway, or something like that, has that, like...
Is that like when they do the Christmas Carol, they're always sleeping? Like they go to sleep first, they either fall and hit their head, or they go to sleep and then they see the 3 ghosts?
I think that's a different moment.
But it's kind of like leaves it up to question whether it really happened or if they dreamed it.
But every holiday Christmas TV show movie has that little moment that you don't really believe what's going on is really happening until that little cane in the corner moment. So that's my cane in the corner moment for this episode of Quantum Leap. Even though I'm pretty sure that Ziggy threw in the star and the spotlight just to get the job done and let Sam get out of there.
On a different note, this might open a whole other can of worms, but why don't the parents believe in Santa Claus in the Santa Claus movies?
Because they're the ones buying the gifts until that cane in the corner moment where did that gift come from?
But like, if there are gifts from Santa under the tree every year and the parents didn't buy them, I mean, like, that's what always got me when I was a kid. I'm like, but the parents don't believe. But the parents are the ones, I don't know. Sorry, that was totally off topic, but it was just something that Christmas movies have in them.
Can you tell we like the holidays?
Favorite time of the year?
I thought it was a nice, sweet moment at the end where Al and Sam say Merry Christmas to each other and it snows.
And then they sing after the credits, right?
Yeah, they sing during the credits. They sing a Christmas carol.
Hmm.
And then they say, Merry Christmas, everybody. I like when they do that.
Yeah, it's not like a Tiny Tim thing.
Bless us all, everyone.
Something like that.
Mary Lou Retton makes an awesome Tiny Tim, by the way.
I don't know who that is.
So then Sam leaps onto a boat. That seems like a good episode that we'll get to either next week or in about a year and a half.
Or a year and a half ago. Oh, no, it's the next one after this one. Oh, okay. Well, you know what I mean.
So whatever holiday you celebrate, we wish you a merry one.
We wish you a happy all of the holidays. Every single one.
Yes, enjoy them all. The more the merrier.
The whole month of December. Enjoy the entire month. And into January, because that's when my birthday is.
I think I'll still be watching holiday movies in January because there's no way I'm going to watch them all.
Even if you start now, we don't have enough time.
TiVo's full. Why don't we make the whole year a holiday movie year?
Because then oh, I see what you did there.
What did I do?
You know, the whole, I wish every day was Christmas thing before you relive Christmas every day.
That's a great idea. The TiVo's full of holiday movies. So is my DVD Blu-ray shelf. And we just leave the tree up and the pole up and watch the movie.
Leave the pole up.
Happy Festivus.
And nature sing. Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let men their songs employ. What fields and floods, rocks, hills and plains, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy, rejoice, repeat the sounding joy. He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations prove the glories of his righteousness, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love, and wonders of his love.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Cotton, the fabric of our lives.
It was a modern version of a Christmas Carol. You can't enjoy your life with a building, if that makes sense.
Unless it has furry walls.
I think that only goes so far.
Okay. Because he's usually got to act like Al's not there so people don't think he's crazy, but he's the only one that sees Al. But now he saw Al along with Blake and had to act like, I'll cut that out.
I love you.
I love you. Oh, we're together in season 3, by the way.
Oh, are we?
Yes. Romantic.
Hey, buddy.
So Blake says she's beautiful when he's seeing... So Blake slips out that he thinks that Captain Laura Downey is beautiful. Blake slips out that he thinks Captain Laura Blake Downey. He had that George Bailey moment at the end where he was on the ground and weeping because he saw what his life was going to be like, kind of in an alternate reality, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know.
Is it kind of like when Daisy comes back from the land of Diz with the green slippers on?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So, I only mention that because they're so obvious about it. Daisy, I think you had a dream.
You know that it's Minnie Mouse, right?
What did I say?
Daisy.
Yeah. Oh, Minnie, I think you must have fallen asleep and had a dream. And then Mickey goes, why? Where did you get those green shoes? And then she goes, maybe it wasn't a dream, right, everybody? Not that I've seen that 82 times.
Please keep that in the podcast, at least in the bloopers.
All right.
Favorite time of the year.
Whoops, say that again.
Favorite time of the... We miss you. We miss you. We miss you a Merry Christmas.
Pearson, you forgot the towel.
Who travels through time, his holographic pal is heard but never seen. Well, now, in a holiday surprise, Paula McClure reveals that the show's own cardinal rule is about to be broken.
In NBC's Quantum Leap, Scott Bakula is a scientist trapped in time travel. Each week he leaps into another person's life. With guidance from his holographic sidekick Albert, played by Dean Stockwell, Sam must correct history before leaping on. Quantum Leap may be based on a science fiction gimmick, but all of the stories are from the heart. For the holidays, the show will borrow a page from Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Sam leaps into a valet's life to change the heartless ways of his Scrooge-like boss.
Marking. Mr. Blake is unavailable right now.
Mr. Blake is never available. Mr. Blake hasn't been available for the last 18 months. He returns all my mail, and I am not going to let him tear down the 4th Street mission.
I'm sure that he has no intention of demolishing the mission. We Scrooge him, basically. We take him back to his old neighborhood. We show him his pictures from his family and all that, and try and soften this guy up.
To become the ghost of Christmas future, the normally invisible Albert will be seen by this Scrooge, a callous land developer played by Charles Rocket.
Action. I saw you. How could I? He actually saw you. Did he call me a jerk?
He didn't listen, though.
We use this aberration or anomaly, whatever it is, to our advantage at the end of the show, so that we enable him to see me again, and I convince him that I'm a ghost and scare him into changing his ways.
Now in its 3rd season, Quantum Leap has a loyal following, including fan clubs with their own newsletter.
I'm so glad you came by, Hayden, but you guys, I'm just not feeling that great, so I think I'm going to go off to bed, if that's okay. I hope that's not too rude.
Oh, it's all right, Albie. We understand. We'll keep the party going and try not to be too loud.
Oh, thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Bye, Albie.
So Heather, what are your thoughts on the episode, having seen this a second time now?
Well, I think it's one of the better episodes, and I like the fact that Al is in completely different attire than we usually see him in. He's in this great big floral shirt, and he looks like he belongs on the beach instead of in the imaging chamber.
Well, I'd love to be on the beach. I miss being on the beach at Christmas time.
I've never been on the beach at Christmas time.
You've got to come visit me in Australia. I keep telling you that. Maybe we can get a decent deal on, house planes or something.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I need my own artist. I need.
Yeah. No, I really enjoy the episode as well. It's definitely something that I pull out every Christmas. It's just such a lot of fun, and seeing Al as the ghost of Christmas future is just hilarious. And
with one green ear and one red ear.
Yeah, pretty much. And his complexion is pretty much exactly the same as it is any other time.
Sallow and green.
Okay, well, it's a great episode. Always a lot of fun to watch. I love how they kind of do the Ghost of Christmas Past, Ghost of Christmas Present, and Ghost of Christmas Future through it as well, just like Dickens. Who do you think obviously Al represents the Ghost of Christmas Future, but who do you think represents the past and the present ghosts?
I think the Ghost of Christmas Present is Sam, because he's trying to usher Blake through the episode and show him where his present course is taking him. The Ghost of Christmas Past, I feel, is the old friend that Blake runs into who's selling the chestnuts. And
that's cool.
Then tells him that his friend passed away and everything. Because at that particular scene, he starts to kind of soften a little bit because he remembers, I was one of these street urchins once. I was poor once. I, lived out in the cold once. And
yep.
He's right there at the mission and he's seeing all these kids that don't have a home and he's remembering the way that he grew up. And for an instant, you see this little bit of shame that bubbles up inside of him, but then his pride takes over and he pushes it away. And so, I feel that particular moment and that particular person is the Ghost of Christmas Past because it is his past confronting him. So.
That's really good. Completely different to what I had as well. I actually thought that Sam was the Ghost of Christmas Past because he's the one that found the photographs and he's also the one that drove Blake to his old neighborhood and made it possible for him to see his old friend and all that. And I actually saw Captain Downey as the Ghost of Christmas Present because she was kind of representing everything that Blake wanted at that point in time.
That's a very interesting theory. I almost like that better.
Yeah, but yours is great as well. Maybe Albie can be the deciding vote.
Yeah, there you go. He can choose which one he likes best and stick it in.
Yeah, awesome.
I like how the episode opens where we see Sam as the servant that he has leapt into, and he's in an awkward situation. He's having to dress this grown man who we see only from the legs up, and it's shown in a way that makes us, the audience, believe that he's nude. And this man is forcing Sam to put the talcum powder in his shorts, and the man steps into them, and then Sam begins shifting the pants up and lowers his head, saying, oh boy is right. This loser can't even flipping dress himself. Really?
I don't know. If you were rich, would you want someone else dressing you? That's the thing.
No.
I don't think I would. Yeah.
First of all, they'd go blind.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can never stare directly at the sun, can you?
No. And plus this character that Sam is working for, Blake, he's very obnoxious, and ironically for the episode, or perhaps purposely, he's an Ebenezer Scrooge type character that obviously enjoys making other people grovel all over him. He's one of the richest men in the country at the time, and so it's fitting that together Sam and Al have to melt his icy heart.
Yeah. Looking at the opening teaser to the episode, you'd never guess that it's going to be the Christmas one, would you?
No, because it looks like, it's going to be this everyday thing, and then we jump in and there's Christmas music and there's lights, and it's like, oh, surprise.
Do you think maybe if it was done today, they'd try and make it seem somewhat more Christmassy in the teaser, just to try and pull all those people in?
I don't think so. No, I think the way that culture is today, the Christmassy things it feels like they're being downgraded from being so Christmassy. Maybe that's just me. So I think that today the episode would have fit in just fine for what television is doing today. Certain shows anyhow.
Okay.
I like how at the end of the episode, where right before Sam and Al do their Dickens thing, they're in the 4th Street Mission and they're having cake and everybody's singing and everybody's happy, and you glimpse the softness in Blake for a few minutes and you think, oh, we did it. And even Al is looking at Ziggy and going, we did it, Sam. We can leap. We can go home. We succeeded. He's broken. And he's singing Christmas carols with people and enjoying himself. And then all of a sudden these kids walk in and you would think, oh, this would be the perfect opportunity. These kids are coming in and they're going to show him just how miserable everything is. And they're the perfect reason for why the 4th Street Mission should stay open. And he has the complete opposite reaction. He gets really mad and he storms out of the place and he's telling Captain Downey, you did this deliberately. You're trying to make me melt. And, he runs out of the place. And then
Did you realize that the reason for that is because they're the same kids that he saw in the street earlier, and they're the ones that tried to remind him of his past?
I did notice that the one little boy with the flat cap that came in.
Yeah.
I recognized him. I was like, I see what you're doing there.
That's it. All right. Anything else you want to say?
Yes. I also like the fact how at the end of the episode, Al is able to use the annoying fact that even though Blake could see him and hear him in the beginning of the episode, he's able to use it to his advantage. And this is when he disguises himself as the Ghost of Christmas Future, which I want to make a note. This character gets ripped apart a lot of the time for being over the top, but Dean Stockwell did that deliberately. He meant to play him over the top. And you can tell that Dean as Al is enjoying himself completely. So personally, I don't think there's any problem with his performance being over the top and ridiculous. It was meant to be that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he just pretended to be like a normal person, then he wouldn't believe he's a ghost, would he?
Exactly. And the effect works because Blake is like so scared he's wetting himself the entire time, right? And with the help of Ziggy, Al, as this over-the-top Ghost of Christmas Future, is able to show Blake his bleak future of loneliness, bankruptcy, and failure. And Al is able to eventually show Blake that not only will he lose everything if he continues on his present path of greed and unbridled lust for power, but he'll also be led by his own misery and destructive nature to commit suicide. And for a dramatic flavor, Al drives the horrible point home by showing Blake his own grave. And this cold and horrible truth of his heartless attitude causes Blake to finally break, and he melts into a pool of tears. And that is where we come to the marvelous end of the episode, where he realizes that he's a horrible person and he's able to change. And we see the star in the sky, and Sam thinks that Al did it. And then we find out that Al didn't do it, and that it was a genuine miracle. And I think that's one of the best endings for a Christmas episode for a TV show that anybody could have ever come up with. So
absolutely.
Well done.
Just in general, the whole A Christmas Carol story, it's pretty much the perfect story, isn't it? It's the perfect story about how anyone has the chance of redemption. Anyone has the opportunity to try and make something better of themselves.
Yeah,
and there's a reason. Yeah, and there's a reason why every single TV show in the world, pretty much, or every single genre in the world, has a Christmas Carol story for it. It's because it just is transcendent. It can apply to anything and anyone.
Yeah, and it's timeless. I mean, Charles Dickens was way ahead of his time, and it's proven itself with that story because it's come all of these how many centuries later, and we're still using it today.
Yeah. Which reminds me, we should go and see The Man Who Invented Christmas, which is the movie about Charles Dickens, which is out at the moment.
Oh, that sounds good. I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah, it looks good.
Tell me a little bit about it.
I actually don't know that much about it. I've only seen the trailer once. But
all right, I'll look at the trailer later.
Yeah, but I remember it looked good.
Okay.
Yeah. While we're on the subject too, it's a bit of a sad topic, but depression is a very big issue during the holiday season as well. I mean, it's a horrible issue at any point in time, really, but especially in the holidays, because seeing everyone so happy and seeing people with things that you don't have and all that, it can really build up. Just know that you're not alone. It is very, and it's not a sign of weakness if you're feeling depressed. It just means that you've been strong for far too long. It's nothing to be ashamed of as well. There really shouldn't be any stigma to any mental illness. It's caused by chemical imbalances in the brain. If you are feeling like you're worthless and feeling like you do need, like nothing's ever going to get better and that you're not able to get any enjoyment in anything, please do go and see your doctor. They can give you some amazing, tender, loving medication to help get those serotonin levels back in balance. Things will get better. And please don't do anything stupid because there is always going to be someone who will miss you if you weren't here.
Yeah, exactly. And I would like to add to that by saying that if there's anybody who is proof that it does get better, it's me. A year ago, my life was not working out, and I thought that it never, ever would, until one day I decided that I was going to take steps to make it work. And I took those steps, and my life has changed dramatically in the last 3 months. My life is nowhere near perfect yet, but it's getting there. And I have hope for the first time in my life. And I'm 30. So, it may take a while, but you will eventually get there. Just keep hanging in there and know that there are people out there who love you, who, as you said, would miss you if you weren't here. And just keep fighting. It's worth it.
That's it. Yeah, and I'm also one of the success stories. I got post-operative depression after I had some cancer cut out of me. A really horrible experience, and it doesn't help healing when you're feeling depressed either.
Nope.
Yeah, definitely feeling like nothing was going to get better, and also not knowing if you were healthy or not, just waiting for the results. Don't see it as a sign of weakness, all right? If, when you go through a massive trauma, it's obvious that you're not going to feel the best, all right? Please do go and see your doctor. They might think that therapy is the right way to go. They might think medication is the right way to go, but do what needs to be done to try and make things better. It's all right to not be able to do this on your own, and talk to someone as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sometimes we need to be able to reach out to other people. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with us. It just means that it's not something that we can handle by ourselves. That's all it means. So don't be afraid to get help.
All right, well, let's get off that horrible topic.
Yes, please. Let's get this party started.
Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party hop. Mistletoe hung where you can see every couple tries to stop. Rocking around the Christmas tree, let the Christmas spirit ring. Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling. You will get a sentimental feeling when you hear voices singing, let's be jolly. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way. You will get a sentimental feeling when you hear voices singing, let's be jolly. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way. Merry Christmas.
Thanks. And like any good invisible hologram, we see you when you're quantum deeping. The Quantum Leap comics, published by Innovation Comics, are a fun way that the Quantum Leap universe has been expanded. This is the perfect opportunity to look back on issue number 3. The cover art, featuring an annoyed-looking Sam Beckett atop Santa Claus's chair, with a young boy on his lap and a line of impatient, screaming kids nearby, is absolutely gorgeous. I especially love Al next to Santa's chair, being surrounded by a white glow, making him look angelic. C. Winston Taylor really outdid himself on this cover, being able to get so much expression into one picture. If the cover art didn't give it away, the first of the 2 stories in this issue is entitled He Knows If You've Been Bad or Good, and sees Sam leap into the aura of the Davenport Mall Santa a few days before Christmas in 1963. If you haven't read the comics before, you might be a bit surprised at the dramatic change in style between the cover and the first page of the main story. The artwork for the main story is nowhere near as lifelike as that of the cover. Not surprising since they were drawn by different people, and the artwork for the main story gives a cartoony vibe. This isn't a bad thing though. One would expect something a bit more childish for a Christmas special. Cells which show people from a distance do not tend to have much detail in the faces, but it is to the credit of the illustrator, Andy Price, that a great deal of expression can still be seen in them. Close-up shots are far more detailed, and while he got Scott Bakula's facial features just right, it is a shame that he didn't quite get Dean Stockwell's. But that is more than made up for with the extremely cute Christmas-themed drawings on the borders of each page. My particular favourite are the stockings in the top and bottom left corners of page 6, one for each member of the Project Quantum Leap crew, and filled with gifts very fitting for that character. It is a shame that the 3 on the top of the page were partially cut off, but if you want to see them complete, they were reprinted in issue 6 at the request of a reader. The Playboy and cigars in Al's stocking are almost enough to make up for Donna being given a book entitled Absent Husbands, and Sam's stocking being left heartbreakingly empty. The story itself is very simple and follows the usual formula for a Christmas special. Sam's host, Nick, a man that Al and Ziggy are unable to get much information about, is a good friend of Mark, the assistant manager of the mall. Nick is also a frequent babysitter of his 2 children, Jesse and Shannon. Their mother died 2 years earlier and has resulted in Shannon becoming a cynical and depressed teenager. Mark has been working extremely long hours every day and is such a generous person that he will always help out anyone who needs it. Unfortunately, this means he doesn't get to see his children much, and this perceived neglect only adds to Shannon's depression and cynicism. Sam tries to defend Mark, saying that each little thing that he does to help someone is a miracle to them. Shannon doesn't believe in miracles, so Al thinks that Sam's mission is to restore Shannon's Christmas spirit. Meanwhile, a group of little people keep trying to get Sam's attention, wanting his help for the big night. For some reason, they can see Al. The mission proves difficult for Sam, making him think that he needs a miracle himself. To make matters worse, Amos, Mark's superior, has been embezzling money from the store and has framed Mark for it. Mark is arrested. Al can't believe that Ziggy missed this event, but Ziggy has been preoccupied with trying to find out information about Nick. With their father locked up just 3 days before Christmas, all hope of restoring any Christmas spirit seems lost. But when word gets out about his arrest, all of the people that Mark has recently helped pitch in to post his bail. Mr. Davenport, the owner of the store, also comes to the police station. Knowing Mark's character, he does not believe that Mark stole from him, so drops the charges and swiftly fires Amos. Shannon is overjoyed, and seeing this as all the little miracles adding up to one big miracle, now has her Christmas spirit restored. With Sam's mission complete, he is again approached by the little people, who are carrying a huge sack of toys and pointing to their watch. Realizing that he's leapt into the real Santa Claus, Sam leaps. I have mixed feelings about this episode. I've only talked about the first story in issue 3 because A, it's the Christmas-themed story, and B, the second story is a hot mess. More concerned with trying to tack in science fiction elements than trying to have a story that fits in the lore of Quantum Leap. I'll save that discussion for another time, though. As for the Quantum Leap lore in the first story, it's hit and miss. It is nice that they tried to stick to most of the rules established in the Quantum Leap canon, such as having small children able to see Al, and as much as I'm sure Christopher D. Philippus will hate it, the formula of anything supernatural being alluded to, proving to be true for the twist at the end, is followed. However, it is established in the illustration of the mirror shot that Sam's host Nick has a full beard, so it doesn't make sense that Sam would be wearing a fake beard for most of the story. Actually, maybe it does. If the small children can see Al, then they should be able to see Sam too. And if so, they'll think that Santa doesn't have a beard unless Sam wears a fake one. So maybe Sam is wearing the fake beard for their benefit. But then, why does the cover have Sam without a fake beard? And why does the first page of the story show Sam leaping in to a man wearing a fake beard when that man doesn't need it? I also have issues with how Ziggy seems completely unable to predict anything that's going to happen, despite having all the information in front of her. However, just for the sake of having another heartwarming Quantum Leap Christmas story, this comic is well worth checking out if you haven't done so already, or pulling out of storage to enjoy at least once over this silly season.
Hi folks, Allison here, reading an email from George Broderick, the editor of Quantum Leap comic number 3, who contacted us with his thoughts. Hi, David Campiti sent me the link to your podcast for issue number 3 of Quantum Leap. Generally well done. You were spot on with most of your comments. Let me give you some context. Number 1. C. Winston Taylor was quite a coup for innovation. He was a one-time president of the Society of Illustrators in Los Angeles, and this was his first and, unless I'm missing something, only work for comics. He did all of our QL covers, and a couple of Lost in Space ones as well. The general layout of the covers was usually mine, and number 3 was no exception. I wanted Owl's flamboyant dress to include a green fur coat, making him look almost like a Christmas tree, and Winston nailed it. He used his own kids and their neighborhood friends as models for the kids in line. Number 2, budget limitations and time constraints kept us from using Winston on the interiors, and our original artist flaked out and bailed on us after issue 1, so I had to rely on a rotating roster of artists for the series until issue number 8, when Mike Diodato Sr. took over. Sometimes the art was hit or miss, but my only real editorial mandate was that we were paying for the likeness rights, so Sam and Al had to look as much like Scott and Dean as possible. In Andy's defense, I will say that the bits you liked most, especially the stockings, were all him. I didn't direct him to do that, and it wasn't in the script. I loved it. Number 3. The conceit of the series was to have Sam leap into someone of a certain occupation and have my writers be part of that occupation in real life. For instance, issue number 2, involving the legal system in Ohio, was written by Bob Ingersoll, a public defender in the Cleveland court system. Issue number 4's game show scandal story was written by an actual writer/researcher for TV's Jeopardy! No one had experience as a real-life Santa, not even a mall one, I looked, so I tagged in John Holland, who I knew as a writer could handle whimsy. Since I can't remember the second story in issue number 3, I guess I'll have to agree with your critique. Again, time and budgetary constraints. C'est la vie. Once again, well done, Hayden. I hope my comments can help with future podcasts. Merry Christmas!
Oh boy, Alan, Santa Claus. Great. You get to bring gifts to children all over the world. I don't know who's been naughty or nice. I do.
You'll never know which house he'll turn up in, except on Quantum Leap Wednesday.
Is Albie gone?
Yes, he is.
So do you think it's time we let the cat out of the bag?
Oh, I don't know. Do you think it's a good idea?
Well, look, everyone who listens to this show is completely mental. They know something's not right.
Well, I guess in that case, since you put it that way, I suppose letting the cat out of the bag might be the best option.
Yeah. Well, you're not actually Heather, are you?
No, I'm not.
No. So who are you?
I am actually Amanda.
And why are you here, Amanda? And why does Albie think you're Heather?
Well, because I apparently was doing my podcast and leapt out into Heather. I think I'm here to help Albie get the Quantum Leap podcast back off the ground. For some reason, the universe wants him to keep doing it, and so that's why I'm here.
Yeah. And in case you haven't noticed, everyone, do you really think that a house is going to carry me all the way from Australia to America? That's just the hand link and Ziggy doing some awesome stuff. Took a hell of a lot of power to do. And, for crying out loud, Gushy, please turn up the aircon. Wearing this ugly Christmas sweater in 40-degree heat is unbelievably hot. Please put the aircon back on. Yeah. So I'm here as Amanda's hologram. And, we're here to put the Quantum Leap podcast back on track, let's just say. Serenity's happy to see me. She's so little she can still see me. And Albie and Amanda are on such a tight wavelength that Albie can see me as well, which is great. Thank goodness. Your plan worked. And, all our listeners are completely mental, so that's why you can all hear me as well. So,
But they're completely mental in the best possible way.
absolutely. Who wants to be normal anyway?
Nobody. It's boring.
Exactly. So while we're here, Amanda, you do your own podcast about Dean Stockwell, don't you?
Yes, I do. It's called The Dean's List.
Well, while we've got you here, besides this Quantum Leap episode, has Dean Stockwell done any other Christmas shows or Christmas movies or anything like that?
It's interesting you should ask me that, because I was actually working on a podcast episode about one of his other Christmas works when I leapt into Heather.
Okay. Well, maybe you'd like to share it with all of us.
Sure. Yes, that episode is called "'Twas the Fight Before Christmas," and it was an episode from a TV show done back in the 70s called McCloud.
Awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you do your podcast now, and I'll go keep Serenity company because she's running amok. And, I'll be back very soon.
Tonight's episode is about one of Dean's 2 Christmas special appearances on television. Season 7, Episode 2 of McCloud, titled "'Twas the Fight Before Christmas." I'd like to pause here for a moment to especially thank Mr. Hayden McQueenie for acquiring this episode of our show. Thanks, mate. "'Twas the Fight Before Christmas" is an action-packed, if not slightly confusing, Christmas story. It has about 4 different stories going on at one time, one of which involves our darling Dean. When we first meet Dean in the episode, we find he is playing a drug dealer named Pete Lancaster, who was first seen in the episode running in and announcing that his connection wouldn't deal in a buy for a girl named Peggy, who was experiencing painful withdrawal symptoms. The stuff, we later find out, is morphine. The morphine needed to give the girl her fix cost $500, and he announces he didn't have that kind of money. Peggy's boyfriend Scott, played by star Dennis Weaver's son Robert, announces that he will get the morphine any way he has to. Next, we see Dean's character of Pete drive up to the hospital with Scott and Peggy. They hold up the druggist in the hospital just long enough to get Peggy the morphine she needs. She shoots up with it, and a few moments later, a security guard walks in on them. Pete is armed and shoots the man in a state of panic, and they end up being chased by hospital security. One of the security guards shoots Pete in the leg, and they end up in the children's ward. However, there is a Christmas party taking place, and the police department's own Chief Clifford is Santa Claus. A hostage situation takes place, and it's up to McCloud to save the day. The remaining time of the episode contains much drama, action, and stressed-out conversations between Pete and the other 2 antagonists of the story. Scott doesn't really know what he wants, but keeps insisting he wants to demand for a helicopter and enough money to get him out of the States and safely away with Peggy. Pete seems to be more interested in just leaving the hospital and doesn't want any part of the hostage situation, and spends most of his time questioning Scott, asking him what his plans are and what logic there is in demanding a helicopter. This part of the episode is where Dean has the most lines, and even then, it's not much more than 4 or 5 short sentences. During these minutes, the lives of all in the children's ward are at stake. Time ticks by slowly, and everyone involved in the story is getting more on edge. Finally, at the climax of the episode, McCloud swings in through the window and apprehends Scott. Meanwhile, Chief Clifford grabs Pete and pins him against the wall, and the episode ends abruptly. It's a pretty messily contrived story without much consistency except for the Christmas theme. Dean doesn't have many lines, but has a decent amount of screen time. It is unfortunate that he is seen more than he is heard, as Scott kind of takes over the position of leadership in the group. That being said, McCloud is a serial television show that often has several storylines going on at once, and first-time viewers will easily become confused just jumping in on an episode mid-series such as I did with this episode. So, as usual, it's best to watch the series from start to finish if one wishes to understand all that's going on. All in all, "'Twas the Fight Before Christmas" is an okay episode, but it definitely doesn't do Dean justice. A much better Christmas episode to enjoy Dean's performance in would be A Little Miracle from Season 3 of Quantum Leap. I recommend you check that out this holiday season.
All right, let me perform some magic on this hand link. I've used my Insta hologram filter to make me look like a ghost. Phew. How do I look, Serenity?
Ha ha ha, Hayden, you look silly.
Oh, come on. I'm supposed to look scary.
Don't worry, I'll be scared of his own shadow. You're fine.
Ooh. Hey, Albie, wake up!
Hayden? What are you doing?
I am the ghost of podcast's future.
Is this some kind of joke? You know, I'm not in the mood for this.
I am the ghost of podcast's future.
You are so rude. First, you literally drop in unannounced, then you have a party in my house and force me into doing the podcast just when I've got nothing to do.
Are you hard of hearing? I am here to show you your podcast's future.
That does it. I'm going to knock you all the way back to Australia. Wow, you're faster than you look. I didn't even see you move.
That's because I didn't.
Heather?
You okay, Albie?
Heather, help! Help!
What's wrong?
Can't you see what Hayden's doing?
No, Hayden?
He's right there, floating above us.
You must have been dreaming.
More like a nightmare. Meet me in the studio. Don't make me have to come looking for you.
Are you sure Hayden told you to meet him here?
He sure did.
He's right there. Heather, please, tell me you can see him.
Sorry, I don't see anything. Why don't you find out what he wants?
Hayden?
I can hear her. Strap yourself in. This is gonna be a bumpy ride. So, you don't think you can handle the podcast anymore? That's okay. You don't need to keep outdoing yourself. But just have a listen to some of your own listeners.
When I get a job, what am I going to listen to on the way to work?
I'm sure they have plenty to listen to still. What about all the other podcasts by Barren Space Productions?
I'm glad you asked.
Life changes, things happen. And, it goes on, Jobs end, dogs die, partners get busy. What do you do?
Stop! What? None of them continue with their shows?
Why would they? You're the one who brought everyone together. And the reason they do it is because they have so much fun doing them with you.
But surely they understand that I need to put my family first and make sure Serenity is brought up right.
Speaking of Serenity, she follows in her father's footsteps.
Get crazy, get wild, let's party, get loud.
Hey there. This is Serenity Situation, coming to you almost live from Florida, New Jersey. And this is the Jersey Shore podcast. It's a Jersey thing. In breaking news, the Civil War is finally ending, with President Snooky's smush attacks reducing the Great Wall of California to garbage. You hear me? It's cabbage! I'm sorry, I haven't had my coffee yet. Anyway, they, surrendered and stuff. But on to the most, important topic.
Stop. I can't take any more.
Oh, Albie, you don't want to leave before the end of the movie, do you? It's such a peaceful ending.
The Quantum Leap podcast never aired another episode.
Never? Oh, I don't want the Quantum Leap podcast to die. I love making it. I've made so many friends through it, and it's such a great product that I'm so proud of.
Daddy, can you please bring me this comic book?
Sure we can, my little leaper.
We did it, Amanda. Albie gets his spark back, and the Quantum Leap podcast returns in 2018 better than ever. They get to the end of the series and even do some of the novels and comics.
That's such great news, Hayden. Do you think Albie would have continued podcasting if you hadn't told Serenity to ask him to read her another story?
I didn't ask her to.
Ho, 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 ho.
Merry Christmas, Hayden.
Merry Christmas, Amanda.
I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. Don't want a doll, no dinky tinker toy. I want a hippopotamus to play with and enjoy. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. I don't think Santa Claus will mind, do you? He won't have to use a dirty chimney flue. Just bring him through the front door, that's the easy thing to do. I can see me now on Christmas morning, creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. No crocodiles, no rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too. Mom says a hippo would eat me up, but then teacher says a hippo is a vegetarian. There's lots of room for him in our two-car garage. I feed him there and wash him there and give him his massage. I can see me now on Christmas morning, creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. No crocodiles or rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too. Please.
Wow. I can't believe Hayden was a ghost all along.
Hayden is not a ghost, he's a wizard.
Oh, Albie. For getting you back into the podcasting mood, Hayden is nothing short of an angel.
Angels we have heard on high, sweetly sing.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine if we were recording this?
That would be funny.
I don't even want to think. No, just no.
Oh, well, never mind.
Michael Blakowski, July 14th, 1922. Al, he changed his name.
Well, no wonder we couldn't find any information on him.
Carol of the Bells. Tell you, it looks like he started in a slightly different neighborhood.
Yeah.
All right, have Ziggy figure out if he can. Looks like he started out in a slightly different neighborhood. You don't have to comment in the lens.
Oh, that was cute. Did you hear that?
I did.
Mom, you did good.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Okay, we're back. It's me and Suzanne. Hi, we're back again.
Hello.
Hey, so as I promised, we are here now with our interview with Jarrett Lennon. So, Suzanne, are you ready? Are you ready for this interview with Jarrett Lennon?
Yeah, can't wait. Take it away, Chris.
Welcome to the Quantum Leap Podcast, Jarrett.
Thank you, Chris. I'm happy to be here.
Well, you played a tiny boy in the Quantum Leap episode, A Little Miracle. So can you tell us about yourself and how did you get into the world of child acting and how did it lead to that role of tiny boy?
Yeah, that was one of my most descriptive character names. Most of my characters actually had full names, but this was clearly a Tiny Tim-esque character, and I think they were playing off of that with the name. Yeah, my acting career started very young. My first job was when I was 4.5 years old. My mother, at least the version of the story that she's always told is that a lot of people always said that I would be great at acting. I had the natural personality for it and charisma. And she supposedly didn't want to put me in it. She didn't want to be a stage mother. She didn't want to exploit me that way. But people kept trying to tell her. And she was working with Ed Asner at the time on some sort of food program for Africa. And he specifically said, no, seriously, he'd be great at it. Plus, it would pay for his medical bills because I had some medical problems at the time that were kind of eating us up. And so that was kind of his suggestion of, hey, it would really help with those costs. So she took me to an agent who said, all right, yeah, I mean, the kid's cute. Sure. We'll send him out on an audition. And I auditioned for a commercial for my first Transformers, which were just like the preschool version of Transformers toys. And I got the commercial. I booked it. And they said, okay, yeah, that's good, but probably a fluke. Let's send him out on something else. So I auditioned for a miniseries in New York starring Lee Reddick. And I booked that. So my very first 2 auditions I booked right off the bat. And at that point, it was a sealed deal. So I started working pretty steadily from there. And gosh, I don't even remember where this was exactly in my age timeline, but it was a decent way in.
Yeah, and I was wondering, how old were you when you landed the role on Quantum Leap? Because you looked genuinely like 5-6 years old. I know they always cast older to play younger, but you didn't look older.
And that's part of why I worked out so well, relatively speaking, for the work is I always looked much younger than my actual age. Let's see. Okay, so that episode was 1990, so I would have been 8 years old.
Wow. Okay. And tell us how you got the gig at Quantum Leap.
That's a good question. And honestly, I couldn't answer that at this point anymore. I mean, there wouldn't be any special reasoning behind it. I auditioned for a lot of jobs constantly, and I booked a pretty decent amount when I was young. I worked really steadily. So this would have been a case of agent got the breakdown for it, submitted me. They were interested. I read for it. And then they liked me enough to give me the job. So it's a pretty small role. So I can't imagine that I had a lot of auditions. There probably would have been the first audition and a single callback for director and producers. And then that would have been it. They wouldn't have required much more than that for this role.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your time on set? I know you got to do a scene with Charles Rocket and Melinda McGraw.
Yeah. I remember really enjoying this one. This would have been on the Universal lot, if I remember correctly. And I'd worked there a lot and continued to work there a lot. And the cast of this was really great. I mean, the two of them were lovely. I obviously most directly worked with Charles Rocket, both in the Christmas Carol singing scene, helping him with the dialogue for the lyrics for the song, and then sitting on his lap later on. And yeah, he was a joy to work with. I know my mother had been a fan of his from years earlier, so she was really excited to get to work with him and told me how cool he was. And I enjoyed the experience. He was a lovely person. You can tell a lot about people based on how they interact with kids on the set. There's definitely some who will keep their distance. And in fairness, that's not unfair, because I know kids on a set are a real problem sometimes. It's something I was always credited for, was that I was one of the easier kids to work with. But there's kind of this saying among the crew, kids and dogs, you never want to work with them.
It's funny, because I was going to ask you about this a little later in the interview, because I've been reviewing your work, and it seems to me when you see child actors on screen, they're either so focused on their lines that they're not looking at anything, or they seem distracted because they're looking for a cue from off screen. But you seem to be so natural with not only dialogue, but improvising stuff. And you just seemed like a natural on screen in just about everything you did. And was that an anomaly for children actors at the time? I have to think it was.
That's my understanding of it. Yeah, because I was always regularly called out for being, quote, a natural, which was, I mean, I didn't have a lot of perspective on that at the time, but that was what I was always told. In fact, my first agent specifically instructed us not to get me acting classes. So I didn't take any sorts of classes till I was a teenager, just because I kind of held on to that perspective, and people seemed happy with what I did. I don't know what it was. I can't say where that came from, but frankly, rewatching this episode, which I did before the interview a couple days ago, I did not enjoy my performance in it that much. I felt like it was, I was watching my eyes when I was sitting on Charles Rocket's lap as they were going back and forth between him and whatever was going on. And it was like, I was really hamming that up, and I was shocked by the performance.
That is funny, because that's the one thing that struck me, is the subtlety of your performance. A lot of child actors, again, go big. Because they're on screen and acting. You seem to be so naturalistic and kind of down to earth and just talking to this guy. You know what I mean? About your rocking horse.
Well, thank you.
It's what struck me about the performance. Now, if we can stay on Quantum Leap just a little bit, did you get to interact with Scott Bakula or Dean Stockwell on the set? Do you have any memories of working with them?
Yeah, nothing incredibly specific, sadly, but I do remember having a conversation with Scott Bakula, and he was also very nice to me. He and I didn't work as directly together, so I don't think we were in the same shot together, but I definitely did chat with him because I was a fan of the show. I mean, it was exciting for me because I had seen it from the pilot episode on. I watched every episode of that series in its first run. So getting to be there, see the hand link in person, all these things, that was really, really exciting for me. So I did get to have a conversation with him, and I remember him being very kind. Another example of that. Dean, I don't think I got to talk to. He was off in his own place. I remember him being very, if I remember correctly on the set, he was very professional. So he was off preparing or doing other things related to the job. He was not necessarily hanging out the way other people might have been. I don't remember if that's exactly true or if that's just the way my brain's held onto that memory, but that's what I picture.
Okay. Yeah, and that's fine. That's not uncommon from what we've heard about Dean in other interviews, because he usually only had to interact with Scott.
Right.
So a lot of the times it was rare if you were a guest star to really interact with him on set because there was no reason to, but everybody says he was just a stand-up guy and a gentleman.
Yeah, I certainly have absolutely no negatives about him. I think I might have briefly said hello to him, and he was polite and nice. So, but yeah, I didn't get to actually spend time with him as I did the other actors.
I got you. Now, you had such an authentic look as an orphan boy on Quantum Leap. I have to
Missing
ask.
tooth and all.
Right? Did Central Casting have you on speed dial for whenever they needed a lovable moppet?
It's funny. It's not the only time I played the Tiny Tim character. I ended up doing I did a Pillsbury commercial years later. I'm not sure how many years later, maybe 2. But I did a Pillsbury commercial that was a Christmas commercial. And it was clearly, a Christmas Carol was the theme of that commercial. And I think I even had literally the God bless us everyone line in it. So, yeah. So yeah, I've definitely done that. Yeah, that seemed to be a thing. I know I played a homeless child a few times, so I definitely fit into that well. I tended to play. I think when I was a kid, I fell into a few stereotypes. There was that. There was the young Italians, young Jewish kids, and geniuses. It's just those seem to be my things. But yeah, and that role was so funny too because I was missing that front tooth, and normally in any job, when you're a kid and you lose a tooth, you get fitted for what's called a flipper, which is it's an insert that it's a fake tooth that inserts, locks into place, and looks like you're not missing a tooth. And literally, like when your tooth falls out, you're immediately on the phone scheduling for the dentist, which Dr. Smith was the dentist that I think all of us kids used at the time. We'd all go see Dr. Smith, immediately get fitted for it. Sometimes you get fitted for it ahead of time before the tooth would fall out. Once it was loose, you'd have an appointment. So they take a mold of the tooth and then you'd get that in there and you'd wear that on set. So this was a rare opportunity where I was filming without the flipper in.
Well, it did add to the authenticity. So it worked.
Yep.
Well, I mean, speaking of those other roles, I mean, from Quantum Leap, you went on to appear in just a ton of TV shows and movies, including an episode of Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, with fellow QL alum Terry Hatcher. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that was a really fun experience for a lot of reasons. For one thing, there's an extra connection in that Michael Watkins directed both the Quantum Leap episode and that Lois and Clark episode. And it's possible that there may have been a factor there in me getting the Lois and Clark role, because directors do like to request actors, or they do obviously reconnect with people that they already worked with before and like them. So there may have been a trust factor there. But yeah, that one, I was a much larger role in that episode, so I have more specific memories of it. That was on, I think that was the Warner Brothers lot that we did that one on. It should have been. And yeah, the entire cast of that, the entire crew of that was just absolutely fantastic to work with. Terry Hatcher was lovely. She was very kind and nice to chat with. Dean Cain, I spent a ton of time with. In fact, to the point where several times over the years after that, I would run into him in situations, and he would remember me by name. I ran into him on the lot a few years later when they were still doing the show, and then he called over Terry, and I chatted with both of them. And then I ran into him when he was filming whatever the Speed film was that he starred in. I think it was probably Speed 3 that went straight to DVD. I ran into him when he was filming that not too far from my home at the time. But yeah, that was a really fun one. We got to film in a lot of cool locations. There was this gorgeous, massive mansion with this huge, expansive yard.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. That set was beautiful. Yeah. That house that you filmed in, right in the Tees. That's where you first appeared on the show. And
yep.
I mean, tell me about working there. Where was that?
I'm trying to remember, because I think I've seen that a few times since. But gosh, it's been so long. I know I've seen it in shows since then. I have no perspective on it, because it's ridiculous. The amount of land that they have there was, it blows my mind. I'm sure in my head, picturing it now, it's even bigger than it was in real life.
Right.
But yeah, and yeah, we got to go around and inside the house a little bit too, because they filmed around it, and yeah, that was a mind blowing experience.
Yeah, if you have to do a location shoot, that's a place to do it. Right?
Yep. And then we had this whole carnival scene that was on the back lot of Warner Brothers. They had this whole beautiful shutdown carnival that we filmed in that was crazy. And then, of course, we had the really cool magic set where the thrust of the episode, or at least the ending tension, occurs.
Right. I enjoyed your performance in that. And I saw that you got to work with Dean very physically, because he had to pick you up and kidnap you, basically. So
Yes.
So there's a reason why he remembered you all those years later, right?
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. I think we had a whole harness for that and everything, too, to make sure it was really easy for him to pick me up. Yeah, I think they had something on me that there was a handhold. So he was able to reach around behind me, grab onto that handhold, and grab me so that it was a really natural, quick, easy one-handed grab. And I think they might have even maybe pulled me up using some sort of external apparatus, too, to just make it look effortless on his part.
Yeah, well, it would stand to reason, right? Man of Steel.
Yep.
Well, I know a lot of people are geeks about Superman and genre stuff, but I have to admit to you that I am a huge Frasier fan. I'm a Frasier geek. And you got to appear in 3 episodes of Cheers as Carla's son, Ludlow, like you said, playing young Italians. But in one of those episodes, you got to work extensively with both Kelsey Grammer and BB Newirth playing Frasier and Lilith.
Yeah.
God, what was that like?
Oh, that was spectacular. That's a career highlight for so many reasons. I mean, to this day, you tell anyone you did Cheers and you get 2 reactions. One is you get the awe because everybody loves Cheers. It's still in reruns constantly. But also you get that confusion of, wait, that took place in a bar and you had to have been a kid at the time. How does that make sense? That was just, it was, since I played Carla's son, which a little bit of backstory on the character, she, in the 2nd season of the show, I believe it was the 2nd season, she had an affair with a psychologist, a very famous, very intelligent psychologist. And then we never hear anything about that again. It was a 1-episode deal, if I remember correctly. And then, many years later, like 6 years later, I show up and it turns out I was the result of that. So I'm her, one of her 8 children, which she was famous for having.
Right.
Yeah. One is in prison. The rest live with her. And my quirk was that, I'm a genius, which she does not know how to deal with. She can't take me to play baseball or, all the types of things that are the Tortelli family standards of how you interact with a kid don't work on me. They don't make sense to me. They're not my interests. And she doesn't get what I'm into. She doesn't get this opera stuff.
Right.
But immediately, obviously, Frasier and Lilith are deeply intrigued and immediately take me under their wing, start taking me out to the opera, to museums, to everything they love. And I'm excited and into it. And Carla has no idea what to do with herself anymore because she's lost her kid to them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the backstory of the character. As far as my experience on it goes, it's hard to think of a more enjoyable job in my entire career. There's not a single bad person on that set from top to bottom. I mean, the director, James Burrows, is a sitcom legend and an exceptional director because the thing is, he knows his cast and crew so exceptionally well that he knows how to trust them. And so literally every rehearsal went exceptionally poorly because that cast knows themselves. Yeah, that's the thing. The rehearsals are terrible because the cast knows themselves and one another. And so all they do is goof off instead of actually taking it seriously. There was one day where for an entire scene, BB just sang all of her dialogue. Yeah. It was like there were pranks being played all the time, practical jokes all the time. There was a time that I think Woody Harrelson locked Ted Danson out on the balcony because the green room there was upstairs behind the audience, and big green room, had a foosball table and all sorts of things, really nice. And there's a balcony there, and the tours would come by. This was on the Paramount lot, and the tours would come by, and if one of the actors was up there, they'd wave at them. And so one of the tours comes around, Ted Danson's out there, and Woody Harrelson sneaks up behind him, pantses him, and then locks him out there. And this was just the norm there. No one considered this remotely unusual. And so it was scary at first for us because it was my first time doing the job. I was also a big fan of that show. I'd been watching it as a kid. And so it was really exciting. But we're looking at all of these goofballs not doing their jobs and thinking, oh, my God, this is going to be a disaster. But everything came together so well on shoot night. That's the moment where everyone goes, yeah, okay, now we do our jobs, and they do them perfectly. And it's so orchestral. It's so perfectly formed, and they're all such professional people. And James Burrows, just to go back to him for a second, he and his script supervisor are an incredible team. And many years later, I was probably about 25 at the time. I went to see a taping of a show that he was directing at the time. And afterwards, I had been out of this for a while. At that time I had just started to ramp down my acting career. But I went up to the front of the audience section at the very end and stood there and hoped to chat with him. And he came over and I said hello, and I reminded him that I had, played Ludlow on Cheers, and he lit up and he said, oh, hold on a second, come with me. And so he walks me over to his script supervisor, who's far enough away that she definitely didn't hear the conversation. And he says to her, do you see this gentleman here? Do do you know who he is? And she looks at me for about 3 seconds and then says, why, yes, that was Carla's son Ludlow on Cheers.
Well, that's funny because, I mean, you reprised your role as Ludlow in 2 more episodes, but it was like a couple of seasons later.
Right. Yeah.
And this is going back when character continuity wasn't such a big thing on TV, especially on sitcoms.
Mm-hmm.
So did you find that a remarkable occurrence to get called back so many seasons later?
Oh, absolutely. That was wonderful, especially, again, for a show that's really hard to justify having a kid on the show in any way. But then, I ended up doing, 2 more episodes. The second one was, if I remember correctly, the second one would have been when we were being babysat by Sam and
Rebecca.
Kirstie Alley's character. Rebecca, thank you. I remember the actress, not the role. That was that was a fun one, although it was a little bit less focused on me, which of course was fine. That was actually really fun to get to see me interacting with the whole horde, the whole family. That was a strange environment, and we actually had a fun moment on that set when during rehearsal, during one of the scenes, I walk out of a hallway to interact with Rebecca, and during the rehearsal, I walk out and she's sitting on some guy's lap. And so we continued the whole rehearsal, but for some reason, there's just some guy whose lap she's sitting on. And again, my age and my lack of perspective, I had no idea that was John Travolta whose lap she was sitting on.
Oh, my God. Wow.
So it was those sorts of random things. And of course, Leah Remini was in that episode, she was spectacular to work with. I think, of course, she's very much in the news lately, and I'm very excited for her and what she's doing and the efforts she's making. So that was fun. And then, the third episode was a much smaller role. And they actually had planned to have me in one more episode. I was on a veil for it. So they had me on hold, ready to do it, which was, it would have been Leah Remini's character's wedding. But it came down to they couldn't come up with it was going to be such a busy episode that they couldn't come up with a good enough use for me. And so it just seemed a waste. So I ended up not doing that. So I would have been in 4, which I think that would have been in the last season of the show.
Shortly after your last role in Cheers, you appeared in a big film, a major motion picture by Robert Altman called Shortcuts.
Yes.
And in that, you played Chad Weathers, who was the son of a character played by Frances McDormand and another character played by Peter Gallagher. Now, there were, I don't know, 1 million big names in this movie.
Oh, yes.
And you also got to work with, Tim Robbins. Mm-hmm. And you also had something of a Quantum Leap reunion there, did you not?
Yes, I did. Yeah, this was another funny little connection because, of course, this world is very, very tightly knit. In that one, my character's mother, Frances McDormand, has broken up with Peter Gallagher's character. Stormy Weathers was his name. He was a weather reporter. So, of course, he had an appropriate name. And so it was a contentious divorce, and he still wasn't fully accepting of the breakup and was pretty jealous. And so she was seeing Tim Robbins' character, who was cheating on his wife with her. So, of course, this is all just deeply interconnected. So she's having this relationship with this married cop played by Tim Robbins. And meanwhile, she's also cheating on him with some unknown factor. And there's this whole interaction we have in a restaurant. Lily Tomlin's character is there, and she's trying to cover for the fact that she's going to be out of town and making up this fake sister that she's got that she's going to go visit. And eventually, we actually see the guy she's connecting with. We had a scene where he drives us out of town for the weekend, and it's Charles Rocket, who, of course, played our lead role in A Little Miracle.
Did Charles remember you?
He did, yes. And it was once again a lovely experience working with him. He was just such an incredibly nice guy. And unfortunately, as I'm sure you know, we lost him some years back, and that was very disappointing because he was an exceptional person.
Yeah. Talented guy. Now,
deeply.
I just have to ask, I mean, at that point, I know you're still young, probably about 8 or 9 years old, but you're in a room with Frances McDormand, Tim Robbins, Lily Tomlin. Mm-hmm. Did it make any impression on you at that time, the caliber of people that you were sharing the scene with? Was it somewhat surreal, or was it just another day's work?
It's always a mixture because when you're doing this, and especially for me, having done it as long as I did and being in it, you do almost immediately see all these people as just coworkers. It very quickly shifts, but it's interesting which ones will kind of blow your mind. Like on that one, I didn't specifically know Frances McDormand or Tim Robbins that well before it. I knew that they were major people, but I didn't have as much direct experience with them outside of just working with them. So they were immediately just people I was working with and really enjoying. They were spectacular. Lily Tomlin, I definitely knew of before that. I knew from a lot of her sketch comedy work. So that was a little bit more of a mind blow. Strangely, the one that was the most exciting to me and had me the most nervous, and I didn't get to work with him directly, but I asked Robert if I could come to the set when he was filming and get to meet him, and I got a special opportunity, was Lyle Lovett. Lyle Lovett was in that film, which was the craziest thing because, of course, he's not an actor. And honestly, frankly, he's not even a very good actor. But his delivery in that and the player, because he's not an actor, is so much better. And so he works so well in those roles. But I was a huge fan of his music. So I got to go to the set on an off day when he was filming at the bakery. And I got to meet him and got him to sign a copy of one of his albums for me. And that was really mind blowing. But yeah, the rest of the cast, I mean, that movie is a ridiculous powerhouse collection. Like all of Robert Altman's films, it's just actor after actor after actor. And they beg to be in his movies. He pays everyone at the same level. It doesn't matter who you are, and people will still beg to be in his films or did.
Yeah, well, he was one of the last great auteurs, and I can't say that I was a fan of every one of his movies. I found them plodding sometimes. But
no, sure.
It'd probably been a good 15 years since I saw Shortcuts, and I always found that one very intriguing. And I just want to thank you because in revisiting it to watch your role, I realized what an incredibly intricate and complex movie it is. It's funny and it's tragic, and Tim Robbins is a lunatic, and it was a really nice experience to rewatch it. And one thing I noticed about your scenes specifically is that you always had some kind of on-screen business and you were very chatty. Was that scripted? Yes. Did Altman ask you to improvise that? How did that go down?
Working with him is fascinating because his entire method was to keep everyone on their toes and natural. So for me, for instance, specifically, yes, literally all of my dialogue was improvised or ad-libbed to the point where he actually had requested of my mother that I not be allowed to read the script. He did not want me to be influenced by what had been pre-written. He wanted to make sure that every day on the set, I was just myself. My audition with him was merely a conversation. This was one of the more unusual auditions I ever had. We met at his offices, and it was a group of kids that were brought into the room together. There was probably 5 or 6 of us lined up in a row, and he just kind of walked down the line and chatted with each of us, asked us a few questions about ourselves. And earlier that day, my mother had taken me to an art gallery where they were displaying some trompe-l'oeil art, which is an art style that it's a flat painting, but it's so exceptionally detailed and perspective is so well used that it kind of tricks your brain into seeing it as a 3-dimensional object. And so I brought that up to him, and I think I said to him that it's trompe-l'oeil, I said, which is French, and he laughed and said, "I know, I have a home in France." And yeah, and so he and I ended up chatting for several minutes, kind of awkwardly, while these other kids are just standing around next to us. And then he finally finishes with me and chats with the other ones. And I think I got the job the same day. There was no other audition. There was nothing else. At that point, all he cared about is this a person I can communicate with and have a rapport with? And that's all he ever cared about is just people he could talk to and who you trust to carry on a conversation. And so our rehearsals were very interesting in that it was kind of, we were rehearsing the gist of the scene, but it was never ever done the same way twice. And that wasn't expected. And the filming process, I knew what was expected of me. I knew we had to get from point A to point B to point C, but how we got there was up to the whims of the people doing it. And he always lived to screw with his actors to get natural reactions out of them. Years later, after he passed away, I got to go to his LA memorial service, and the kinds of stories that actors were telling on stage of the way that he would just they knew what they were doing. And then as the camera would roll, he'd walk on the stage and give them some sort of instruction that would completely destroy all of their expectations, and then just walk off and call action. And suddenly they're dealing with the aftermath of it. Or he would do things like he would have actors who had no idea that they were being screwed with. I mean, I think it was Mr. T and the I'm sorry, not Mr. T, Dr. T and the women, that he had a main scene with two of the main characters. There was a lot of pre-written dialogue, and there was another actress who was just supposed to be sitting in the background, not doing anything. It was her first day on the set, and major role, but in this scene, all she is background. And as they called rolling, he walked up to her and said, "When I call action, I want you to start talking and never let them get a word out."
Oh, God.
And there's a whole scripted scene that he's just decided in that moment, you know what? We don't need this to work. We need something to completely disrupt it. And that was his style. And Shortcuts was a 3-hour and 19-minute movie that was just a nonstop collection of all the things that he randomly made happen and then figured out how to stitch together. It was all based off a script that he and Frank Barheit wrote together. It came out of something real. There was a plan there. It was based off of a series of short stories. Off the top of my head, I'm suddenly forgetting the name of the author who wrote the stories. But they wanted to stitch all of those together, and so they wrote the script. And there was absolutely a real physical script. But from then on, it was a case of what do we do with these people, and how do we make them interesting in every possible way. And so most of what was filmed was not remotely scripted. All of the actors were relied on to improvise and ad lib, and respected to do so. And if I remember correctly, when Robert finished his first edit of the film and realized he needed to bring in outside help editing it, he had brought the length of the movie down to 18 hours.
Oh, God.
And so he ended up needing help, and eventually got down to the 3 hours and 9 minutes. That's what it was. The 3 hours and 9 minutes that hit the theater. I feel like there might have even been an intermission when we saw it in the theater. I'm not 100% sure, but in those days it was a little bit more unusual to have 3-hour films. I think after that we ended up with a bunch more things like Casino and Heat and stuff like that. But at that time that was really unusual. But I think it paid off.
Yeah, it was a very interesting movie. At times funny, at times tragic, at times just manic. Mm-hmm. And it's really an interesting watch. And to be able to work with such an acclaimed director, I'm sure that was a treat. But shortly after that, you got to work on an acclaimed drama, the 90s teen drama Freaks and Geeks, which again, powerhouse names. It helped launch the careers of people like Seth Rogen and James Franco and Linda Cardellini, and the director was Judd Apatow, right?
Yes, the director was Judd Apatow. And the creator, oh my God, the creator was Paul Feig.
Marvel Paul Feig?
Yes, yeah, he created the show, and Judd Apatow was the executive producer, director. Although actually, I'm sorry, the director of the first episode was Jake Kasdan, so a son of Lawrence Kasdan, if I'm remembering that my lineage correctly. So also
Lawrence Kasdan, The Empire Strikes Back, Lawrence Kasdan.
Yes, and unless I'm connecting threads wrong, but I remember his father was well known, and I'm pretty sure that's the only other known Kasdan. So sometimes my brain loses those threads. So amazing director, amazing executive producer, amazing writer and creator of the show, and then the cast was ridiculous. And so I was on the geek side of that equation, which most of the geeks, the geeks have done very well for themselves too, because you've got John Francis Daley, who played the lead role, who he wrote the latest Spider-Man film. He's turned into quite an acclaimed film writer. And he starred in Bones for many seasons. And then you've got Martin Starr, who it took him a little bit longer to finally get what he deserved out of the industry. But, he's, of course, on Silicon Valley. He was on the fantastic Party Down, and he's had a bunch of good roles. So it's exciting to see him do well.
And he was also in Spider-Man Homecoming. He had a role.
That's right. Yes, that's right. He was the coach of the debate team.
So Friends, you're right.
Yeah.
Connections that go back.
Yeah. And my friend on that, Sam Levine, I'd say he's probably the one who's been passed over the most, sadly. And I think he's one of the most ridiculously talented people. He's an amazing stand-up comedian. He was the youngest ever member of the New York Friars Club. and he's on Kevin Pollak's chat show. He's his kind of sidekick on that. And he was in Inglourious Basterds. So he hasn't done badly for himself, but I'd say he has not gotten quite the level of success that I would have loved to have seen for him, because he's a ridiculous talent. And then everyone on the Freak side has gone on to ridiculous levels of success. I mean, they're basically running Hollywood. So yeah, amazing experience, amazing opportunity. And that was a weird one, because actually how I got that job would have been more normal. Originally I read for Neil, Sam Levine's role, and I didn't get that, which of course that's typical. But then they eventually brought me back to read for a smaller character, the role of Harris. Now, Harris, as you may recall throughout the show, was the incredibly deadpan, emotionless senior geek who they all looked up to, played by my friend Stephen Lee Shepard. And what had happened was I read for that role. They loved me. It was great. I had callbacks. It felt like a sure thing. And then nothing ever happened. And then I got a call one night from my agent saying, "Hey, we need you on a veil for tomorrow morning. They're filming the episode of Freaks and Geeks. They're filming the pilot, and they loved you, but you're actually their second choice for the role. But the actor that they found in Vancouver, and they don't have his work visa yet. And so they may not be able to work with him in the morning if it doesn't come in time. They're waiting for it to come through. And so what they need you on set in wardrobe, makeup, hair, everything ready. And if by, I don't remember, maybe it was 9 a.m., 10 a.m., if by that time that hasn't come through, you're in."
Wow.
And that was crazy. I'd never done anything quite like that before. And it's that weird mixed moment of, yay, I'm your second choice. But then again, out of all of the actors who read for the role, second's pretty good. So yeah, so I went in and it filmed pretty close to my home. It was at my home at the time. It was in Newhall, because Newhall, California. It's all part of Santa Clarita. And Santa Clarita has a lot of range to it in modernity. So some of the neighborhoods are quite old, which look perfect for the 80s of that show. So a lot was filmed out there. And so, yeah, I was out there in this little neighborhood getting ready, and literally we're all just standing around watching the clock tick away, waiting for this threshold. And finally the time hits and they've got nothing. And it's like, all right, you tag in. And so I filmed, that was the fight scene that we had in that episode with an old friend of mine, Chauncey Leopardi, played the bully Alan in that show. And so, yeah, I'm suddenly in this big fight scene, and they still loved the other actor and wanted to use him. It's just that they had been held back by this. So what they did is they split the role in half. And so later on in the filming of that pilot, we filmed the prior scene where Harris was supposed to be introduced, and instead introduced both of us. Colin was my character and Harris was his. Introduced both characters side by side, and then, just had to make the plot make sense so that I'm the one who shows up for that later scene. I ended up doing 2 other episodes of the show, which were both fun and a little bit different from that. And yeah, I got to be a part of television history, arguably the best canceled show of all time.
So would you say that you were maybe one of the few or the only actors to have a role invented for him on the spot in a major television series?
It kind of feels like that. I'm sure it's happened in weird ways like that before. But yeah, it was definitely a last minute creation. That's happened in weird ways. Probably not for me, but I mean, if we go back to Cheers, Cliff Clavin's character was created by him in the audition room. Because the character of Cliff Clavin, I should say, John Ratzenberg's character, Cliff Clavin, he had read for Norm. And when he was leaving the audition room, famously, he turned around and said to them, "By the way, do you have the guy with keys on his belt?" And they're like, "Well, what do you mean?" It's like, there's always that guy. He's so important that he's got to have keys dangling off of his belt. It's like, that's always an interesting barfly character that you should consider. And they loved him, and they wrote that character specifically for him. So yeah, those sorts of oddities happen in all of these things, where the person you didn't expect or that character that you love came out of the strangest origins.
So you're in good company.
I like to think so.
So tell us, what are you doing these days?
The last paid job I had was Entourage back in 2005. At that point, I had kids who I needed to focus on more stable work, because sadly the the acting gig is not reliable for most of us. And that was a difficult time for me because I was transitioning into adult work, and that transition age kills a lot of actors. I mean, it just destroys their careers, and a select few make that successfully. And I might have, but yeah, as I said, I needed to focus on taking care of them. So I transitioned into other work, and I work full time in IT support these days. I played a lot of nerds, and I became one. But yeah, so that's what pays my bills on a regular basis, which is good. But I do a lot of more hobby acting now. I was with a theater company for a few years, which was I hadn't done theater since I was very young. So it was interesting because most people kind of start with theater and work their way to screen. And I worked my way backwards, which is a really unusual transition to make, but really fun and rewarding. And now a huge focus for me is improv. I started doing improv a few years ago. Ironically, especially given our conversation earlier about shortcuts and how that entire film was improvised, I spent years convinced that I couldn't do improv. It was just this mental block that, that's not a skill I have or could possibly have. And so I avoided it. And then a few years ago, a friend of mine talked me into taking some classes at IO West in Los Angeles and Hollywood. And I took the classes and I really enjoyed it. And I wasn't as terrible as I expected to be. And eventually I co-founded my current team, the Feel Good Not Bad Death Laser. And
what?
Yes. That is our name, the Feel Good Not Bad Death Laser. And it's a fantastic team made up of we've got 11 amazing members. In fact, one of our team, again, all these circuitous connections. One of our team members works with Sam Levine on the Kevin Pollak chat show. So again, everybody's somehow connected to someone else. So a few of us, my friends Josh Spence and David Coe and I created this team together and then started bringing on ridiculously talented people. And so we've been doing this for about 2 years now, and we've been really successful. We've done 131 shows in 2 years, which is actually pretty crazy. Most people don't get anywhere near that. And we had a really good, we had a regular run at IO West for quite a while. And sadly, that theater just very suddenly closed last month, leaving the whole community very, very depressed and in shock. But we're all finding new homes again now, and some new theaters are going to open up and fill in those gaps. And it's going to be fun again.
Is there someplace that our listeners can find that online if they want to go see you?
Yeah, you can go to thedeathlaser.com. We've also got the Feel Good Not Bad Deathlaser.com, but the deathlaser.com is a quicker address.
A little more succinct, right?
Yes, exactly. Or at the Death Laser on Twitter and Facebook. And so we have events always up. We have a Google Calendar on our website that tracks all of our shows. And then we're going to be performing at the OC Improv Festival in Orange County on April 7th. I think it's a 3-day festival of improv, and we actually we get to close out the entire show that Saturday night. So in the 10 p.m. block, we're teamed with some ridiculously talented other teams, and I think we're going up last. So we're actually going to be closing out that festival, which is going to be really exciting. So check that out.
Well, that's great. So everybody, please go to thedeathlaser.com if you live in LA or in the California area and go see it. Now, getting back, if we can, just to circle back to Quantum Leap a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell us about your time on the show, or any message that you have for the Leapers listening out there?
I just say that being a part of something so special, being brought on this podcast reminded me to rewatch my own episode, which when I watched it reminded me of just how much joy I got out of that show when I watched it originally. And I was a kid at the time. And now I realize I really need to go back through the entire series. It was such an exceptional level of quality for the time. I mean, there's so much cheese that happened in the 80s to 90s in drama. And of course, the show had those moments, but it had so much heart. It had such amazing chemistry between Dean and Scott. And that's rare. So I think for people who are hardcore fans of this show, there's a darn good reason that you are, and I wouldn't let go of that. And I hope the news of a potential movie is true and comes through. I hope we have it continue in other forms. I hope the sad eventual reboot that's guaranteed of everything we loved manages to hold up to it whenever that happens. But yeah, just keep on with it. I'm here with you. I'm a fan too.
Well, that's terrific to hear, Jared. And thank you so much for being here with us on the Quantum Leap podcast.
Happy to do it. Thanks for having me.
So, Suzanne, was I lying? Was he not terrific?
That was awesome.
Right? I told you. I mean, so interesting, so funny. Just a real down-to-earth guy. Jared, thank you so much. We really love talking to you. If you want to come on to A Little Miracle Phase 4, maybe Albie will have you hosted. I don't know. Just, I have your phone number now, so nobody's safe. Anyway, I think that... Suzanne, do you think this wraps up our part of the show?
Yeah.
I mean, this is not, there's much more to come. I mean, this is a giant Christmas mess. There's singing, there's dancing. The sleigh goes off the path, but it's so much fun. And, especially, there's something about hippopotamuses and Christmas and just radio dramas going on. So everybody hang around, listen to that. And, we just want to wish you the merriest of Christmases. And Suzanne, tell the people.
Should we end it with a little bit of our singing and dancing too?
Oh, put me on the spot. What are we going to sing?
I'm dreaming
of a white Christmas with every Christmas card. I like the way you think, because if it's one thing I like more than talking on mic, it's singing badly on mic. With every Christmas card I write. Take it away.
And now we have an interview with Tom McTeague. And here it is.
Okay, everyone, we're back. And guess what, guys? You know what time it is? Time to speak to Mr. Tom McTeague.
All right, I'm really excited to hear this interview because I'm familiar with Tom McTeague from Baywatch. He was a main character for a season, and it's something I talk about on my own show. So I'm looking forward to listening to it, and hope everyone else enjoys.
Tom, welcome to the Quantum Leap podcast.
Thanks for having me.
Well, you played Blake's sycophantic yes man Calloway in the classic Christmas episode, A Little Miracle. So can you tell me a little bit about how you got started acting and what led to getting that role on Quantum Leap?
I got into acting in college. I had done a workshop my senior year in high school with an improv group in Seattle, and I really enjoyed it. So I went when I went to college. Theater was sort of on my mind, but I wasn't taking any theater classes. And then my English teacher suggests I audition for a role that was available in Equus, which the college was producing. And I auditioned for the role of Alan Strang, which was the lead character in this show, and I got it.
That's a heavy role for your first time out. That's a really heavy role, huh?
Yeah. And when you're new at anything, you sort of you don't really know what you're jumping into. But I knew it had a nude scene in it, so when they told me I got the role, which is a plum role, I said, okay, I'll let you know in a couple of days. Their jaws sort of hit the floor. And then I called my mom and I said, hey, Mom, I got the part in this production and it's a good part, but it's got a nude scene in it. So I don't know if I want to do it. What do I do? And my mom was really bright. And she said, just get a piece of paper and draw a line down the middle of it. And on one side, write the good things that could come of it, and on the other side, write the bad things that could come of it. And the only bad thing I could come up with was that people would laugh and point at my side. Like, okay, all right, I don't care. And I loved it. I did the show, and I loved it, and it was well received critically. And then I sort of declared theater as a major and did that for 2 years. And at that point, I was pretty sure I wanted to be an actor, so I moved to New York and studied at Herbert Berghoff Studios in New York, and then got homesick and
came home about a year and a half later and just started working in the regional theater in Seattle. And that's how it happened. I part of my rationale for starting professionally in Seattle was because it was a much less competitive environment. So I was able to get my union cards and start working a little bit more quickly than I would have had I been, competing in New York.
Understood. Now, when you wrote down the pros and the cons of doing Equus, was one of the cons, aside from people pointing and laughing, that, everybody and maybe people in your family would see you in the All Together? And I ask that because I know actors that they have to sort of face that as part of what they do for a living. And how do you reconcile those things? To me, it just seems like dicey. It would be dicey.
Well, it's weird to be naked in front of a room full of clothed people. But the weirdest part about it is becoming naked. Once you're nude, it doesn't matter. It's all dangling out for everybody to see and admire or not. Getting naked is really hard because you sense the anticipation of the audience, So going from clothed to unclothed is a tough transition, but once you're unclothed, it's like, whatever. Here I am. And I didn't care whether my family saw me or not. I knew that the body of that play was so solid that, the play is the thing, and the nude scene was, incidental to the rest of the show. So.
I got you.
It wasn't like I was doing a stage adaptation of Deep Throat, where it was pretty nude pretty much all the time. It was just a scene in a much larger body of work. So
I got you. Well, let's steer it back to the family friendly. We're talking about a Christmas episode, right? How did you go from Seattle to LA? And what was the process of getting work on TV in the 90s? I guess in the 80s at that point too. How did you break in, and how did you wind up with QL?
Well, when I was living in Seattle and working in regional theater, I discovered stand-up, and more as a fan than as a comedian. I wandered into a comedy club, and I think at that point I was very brokenhearted from a relationship that had gone south, and I wandered into this stand-up comedy club, and for an hour and a half I was transported. I forgot about my broken heart and my betrayal and all. It was just sort of this magical thing. So I became something of a comedy groupie, just hanging around comedians and talking to them and wanting to know how they did this incredible thing they did. And then I started writing for them, and then I started performing. And after about, 4 or 5 years of doing stand-up in Seattle, I felt like I was ready to be seen on a larger stage. So I moved to Los Angeles. And shortly after moving to Los Angeles, I met another comic who said, "Who's your agent?" And I said, "I don't have an agent." He said, "Well, call my agent. You're great." So I called his agent, and they signed me that day. And from that agent, I got another agent. And then, stand-up comedy is a really good way to showcase yourself to a larger group of people than simply being an actor is sometimes, So for me, stand-up was a way to get agents. And once I got agents, I got auditions. And that was one of the auditions. The Quantum Leap audition was one of the auditions I went on and was lucky enough to get the part. But, it's interesting looking back on it, because at the time, Quantum Leap was a fairly successful show, but it wasn't what it is today in terms of really devoted following. I was working in Vegas, 6 months ago, and one of the guys that I was working with said, "Can we just have lunch? I just want to talk to you about, what you've done." And I said, "Sure." And I guess overnight he'd Googled me, and up popped Quantum Leap. And all he wanted to talk about for the entire lunch was me being on Quantum Leap. He was like a rabid Quantum Leap fan. And that was my first even awareness that there was this really devoted following to this show that I did so many years ago, But that episode seems to seems to hold up, and they show it every year because I get about 18 cents. I know it's relevant.
Well, tell us what the audition process was like, and if you don't mind, your time on the set. I know you got to work with Scott and also extensively with your fellow guest star Charles Rocket. So dish.
I don't remember the audition process, and I don't remember booking the job. I remember being on the set and doing it, and yeah, it was just kind of fun. I mean, at that point, I hadn't done a lot of work, so. I was on a big sound stage, and Scott Bakula was an incredibly nice guy. Dean was a little bit more reserved. And Charlie Rocket I'd known because he had done work on Saturday Night Live and now was simply just plying, his acting chops in L.A. And so we'd cross paths on auditions and things. And we actually knew each other for years. Post that in LA, it was sort of a way for us to become friends, and then he died, you knew that, which is really tragic. I mean, it was just really sad the way he went out, but good guy. And so on the set for, I'm going to say 4 days, something like that, and shoot some here and go back to your trailer and shoot some there and go back to your trailer. And it was just a lot of fun. But it's so many years ago, and it was a small part. When I was first approached, I was like, God, what did I even do on Quantum Leap? So I had to go back and watch the episode. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was great. But it's a long time ago, so my recollections are not fresh.
Well, that's fine. I mean, and that's not uncommon with many of the actors we talk to. It's understandable, too, because it's a job you did, 30 years ago for a couple of days, and you've moved on, and, there's a whole contingent of fanboys and girls that haven't. So we're going to pick your brain, and we'd love to hear what you have to say anyway.
Okay.
I just wanted to, if you can remember a little bit about the dynamic, because one of the things that struck me about A Little Miracle was it was ostensibly the Christmas Carol episode, right? But right. Your scenes with Charles and with Scott were some of the funniest in the entire series. And I don't know that it was written that way or if you guys just played off of each other naturally that way, because I know that Charles had a comedic background. You're a comedian, and Scott seemed to be, killing it in those scenes. Is that something that you recall discussing and bringing to those scenes because of your background, or was it just there on the page and you were able to enact it?
I think it was on the page, and if it wasn't on the page, it was certainly in the producers' minds that they wanted it to be sort of that, at least that relationship to be sort of tongue-in-cheek, the sort of overworked, underappreciated assistant who always had big ideas and was full of aspirations, and Charles would always shoot me down, and Scott has great comedic timing anyway. I mean, he's one of those effortless guys that you watch his work in that series and in other things over the years, and he's just so easy on screen. You can see why he became the success that he did. But I'm sure that the reason that I was hired for that was because of my comedic skills and probably something comedic that I brought to that audition that maybe other people didn't see in the script. It's pretty much why I get hired.
Right. Well,
because people write phone books and I read it in a specific. I remember going in for an audition for a soap opera, and they were howling, and it was basic dry soap opera stilted dialogue, and they thought it was hilarious, and they went, "Thanks, that was one of the best auditions we've ever seen. You're not right for this part." And,
Hollywood, right?
Yeah, so. You go with your strengths, and I'm really pleased that it turned out that way. Charles had great timing, and he was a fun foil to work with, and Scott the same way.
Yeah, well, if we can branch out a little bit, I mean, you went from Christmas in New York on Quantum Leap to Eternal Summer on Baywatch, where you had a regular role as Harvey Miller. So what was it like to be on, the hottest show of the 90s?
It was fun, it was a little bit thankless as an actor, because you go into any project thinking I'm going to bring value to this project. And on Baywatch, you were exposed really quickly to the idea that you weren't the star, that TNA was the star. So they'd spend 10 minutes, you'd rehearse a scene, and then you'd block the scene, and then they'd shoot the scene, and they'd go, get it? Great. Check the gate, moving on. And then they'd spend 2 hours fluffing boobs and making sure bathing suits were as high cut as they possibly could be, and doing close-ups on, sweat trickling down somebody's cleavage. And but it was fun. It was good experience. And David Hasselhoff was a really nice guy to work with. And you got to go to the beach every day, and it was a regular paycheck. So that was fun.
You can't get much better than that. And you get to hassle the Hoff, right? So
yes, there's a video somewhere of me tweaking his nipples. I don't know where that is, but it's out there somewhere.
I'm sure that the outtakes from Baywatch, there might be some pretty funny, pretty racy stuff. It's a whole different world from Quantum Leap, huh?
Right. Yeah, it's not. It wasn't terribly serious. Baywatch did not take itself as seriously as it appeared to on the screen. Everybody knew what we were shooting, and they knew what the audience was, and they knew what the demographic was and why people were watching. And so for the time that I was on the show, it was fun and it was a lark, but, they needed to move on too. So I left, and Billy left, and Erica left. And then they brought on, Pamela, and that's when it really jumped the shark. But, boy, it was a big show, and it was, it's fun to be a part of something that's that iconic.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, can we discuss some of your films?
Some of them. I think I've only done a couple. But yeah, let's discuss whichever.
Well, let me tell you, one that really intrigued me was Boyhood, Richard Linklater's Boyhood. And I know that was shot. He shot that over 10 or 12 years. And can you tell me what your involvement was with that project? It was so unique, and what the shooting process was like?
Yeah, I got a call from my agent, and they said that there's this movie that's being shot, and it's Richard Linklater. And I wasn't terribly familiar with his work, although I did watch Dazed and Confused. So I knew he had chops, but they also said this film has been in production for 7 years. And immediately I thought, oh Christ, this is just somebody's, vanity project. If it's been shooting for 7 years, it's not going anywhere. It's going to go straight to video. And sure, I'll audition for it, but there was zero pressure because I didn't know anything about the project. It was very hush hush while it was in production. And so I went in for the audition and was very loose, and we improv a scene. Ella Coltrane, the boy who played the boy, improv a scene, and it worked good, and got a call that I had gotten the role. And when we got the script was very much the improv scene that we had done. And I only shot for a day. They shot over 12 years, but they only shot 1 week a year. So they did 1 week of shooting, and then I think 2 weeks of pre-production, and maybe a week of post-production on either side of that. So everybody had to come back every year for 12 years just for a week of shooting. So it was a very tight shooting schedule. It wasn't relaxed at all, because everybody knew they had to get the shots in the week, and then bang, you get the shot, then you move to the next scene, you get the shot, you move to the next scene. But excellent crew. And Richard is such a good director, such a good director. And it's a really worthwhile project. I think it's a worthwhile movie to watch. One of the things that's so interesting about it is, for me, it's like trying to write down your life story. There's so much of you. What do you use to tell the story? And for Richard Linklater to have a boy's life, and from the time he was 6 until the time he was 18, to use as fodder for this film, how you winnow that down to a cohesive narrative that goes from point A to point B, I thought was just an incredibly Herculean task. And I think he did a really good job. But the scene that I was in is in the middle of the movie. It's a long scene and a short scene, and it's pretty much all me doing a monologue or a substantial chunk of the dialogue with Eller in a dark room. And I'm giving him a lecture. I'm his photography teacher. And the scene is somewhat pivotal because he winds up becoming a photographer. And it was also one of those scenes that sort of distilled the plot of the movie. So it became the scene that was in every single commercial for the movie and all the trailers for the movie. And then when it aired, when it was nominated for an Academy Award at the awards, it was the clip they showed. So it for only being, a 3.5 minute segment of a 2-hour movie, it got a lot of notice.
And that must have been nice to see, right?
I was really proud of it. Yeah, I'm still proud of it to this day. I think that it really holds up well, and it's one of those things that it just felt so lucky to be involved in. I don't know how chances like that happen to people, but it's nice to have an opportunity to, you bang your head against the door for years in Hollywood, and then after a couple of decades, you move to Texas because, things are slowing down and that's where you want to be. And all of a sudden you're handed a plum role in an Academy Award nominated film. And I feel lucky.
Well, I know that you've done series. I know that you've done movies, but it seems to me that your heart is still in stand-up. And I was doing my research on you. When I typed your name into Google, the autocomplete gave me options like Tom McTeague, cat puke, and Tom McTeague, chicken pot pie. So right. I can only assume those are bits. Do you care to elaborate?
Well, I still do stand up. It's been a mainstay of my professional life for 35 years, and I still love performing. So I work in Vegas a couple of times a year, and I work on cruise ships. And occasionally I'll do a club here or there, but the cat puke bit is that, and I can't remember the other bit. Oh, the chicken pot pie, Hell's Angels. And, there's a CD that I have in fairly regular rotation on Sirius XM. So I guess those are the bits that people remember and Google and want to buy. So that's why those pop up. But I'm still very active as a stand-up.
I read that you also do like corporate gigs. Can you tell us what that's like?
I do corporate gigs, but I do corporate gigs very rarely because there's a whole lot of dancing around making sure that you're politically correct. And that, to me, is sort of the anathema to stand-up comedy. And I'm sure that there are clean PC comedians that would say, yeah, but the money's so good. Yeah, the money's really good, but I think it's more fun to be true to why I think that thing is funny than to go back and have to re-edit it so that, margin accounting doesn't feel like I was acting sexist. And so, my stand-up is not particularly dirty, but it wasn't built to be delivered in a PC environment or a grade school, So, it's an adult show built for adults.
Gotcha.
And it seems sometimes like corporate America is not populated by adults. So,
so what are you doing these days? Are you still acting?
I do act. I stay fairly busy doing voiceover work. I have a home studio, so I do voiceover work, at least the audition portion of that, through my home studio. And I tour about 15 or 20 weeks a year doing stand-up, primarily on ships. And then I've got this beautiful, quiet life with a great girlfriend and kids. And for the last week, I've been gardening. So between stand-up and voiceover and residuals and the occasional new acting role that comes along, I stay as busy as I want to be. And I'm kind of liken my career these days to being a trapdoor spider. I don't look very hard for work, but when it comes by, I snatch it. So, yeah, I did an episode of American Crime last year, and when things are available, I do them. There are friends here who produce, web series and webisodes and things like that, and always happy to work with them. But it's not work; it's more fun. I'm really honored that people like the work that I've done and continue to watch it and contact me about it, and it's been a fun career, and it continues. And nobody's more surprised about that than me. Maybe my dad, but he passed away.
Wow.
So, it's a great job.
Can our fans find you anywhere online?
TomMcTeague.com. I'm currently rebuilding my site, so give me about 2 weeks before anybody clicks on that. And hopefully they'll be able to pull up a page that doesn't look like it was built 20 years ago. So, yeah, TomMcTeague.com, and they can friend me on Facebook. They can find me on Twitter and Instagram. So I'm out there. I've got something of a social media presence, but not a bunch. I don't work very hard at maintaining that, which seems to be if you get 1 million Twitter followers, you're a star, and if you don't, then you're not. So, have them follow me on Twitter. I think I got 500 followers right now.
Right. Maybe we'll get it up to 506.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
There you go. Well, we'll put links for all of those social media accounts and your website on the Quantum Leap Podcast website at quantumleappodcast.com, so everybody listening can check there. And now, if we can just get back to Quantum Leap, if you don't mind, you had mentioned before that when you were on the show, it was, I guess, fairly popular, but it wasn't anything like it is now. Now, aside from the story that you told, can you relate instances where you have seen the show and your role on the show grow in popularity over the years?
I just know that it's one of those television series that was good enough to stand the test of time, which is a huge compliment to anything that happens on TV. Most of it is so dated so quickly. For something to last as long as Quantum Leap has, with a fan base as engaged and rabid as it is, I think it's a huge testament to the quality of that show. It was well written, well conceived, and really well executed. So kudos to everybody involved in it, and the fans for recognizing that.
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for spending time with us here on the Quantum Leap Podcast.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.
All right, Allison, so there you have it. I mean, your Baywatch wish was granted. He did talk about Osama Baywatch. I mean, it was pretty fun to talk to him about that. Very chill guy, as you guys heard in the interview, and just a very wry sense of humor. I had a good time talking to him. So thank you very much, Tom, for enlightening us not only with your time on Quantum Leap, but giving Allison what she wanted as well.
That's so great. Well, kids and kiddos and ladies and gentlemen and everyone still listening, just imagine that we're sitting by a fireside late night playing everyone out. I hope everyone enjoyed all of this stuff. I hope you enjoyed re-listening to this, Albie. You are going to listen to all 6 hours, right?
Oh, you know it twice. Absolutely. I enjoy this. This has now become one of my favorite holiday traditions, is making this episode even longer. I think we're past 6 hours now. I would hope we are. Allison, I think we might have set a record. This might be the longest podcast episode dedicated to one episode of television ever.
Wasn't there one of these that was like 7 hours?
Of ours?
Yeah.
Probably. I like to talk.
I thought for sure there was one that was super long, because there was like 3 interviews in it. I can't tell you which one, but I know I listened to it, and I was like, man, I gotta break this up. I gotta eat. I gotta take bathroom breaks. I can't.
I had a lot of hate texts and hate email that week. There's like people that just looked at the length of it and said, no, there's no way. I'm not going to do it.
If you play the episodes alongside it, like how many times can you loop it around during the entirety of the podcast?
That would be crazy. What if somebody out there decided to do a QLP Little Miracle Marathon and play all 4 versions of this podcast?
Oh, man. But it's just the same stuff over and over, yeah? Like, once you get to, like, the stuff that we're reintroducing?
Yeah, it is.
Is that like the All I Want for Christmas Is You challenge? Like, you listen to it, like, once for the date, like, by the time you get to, like, December 25, you listen to it 25 times in a row?
I've never heard of it, but I'm intrigued.
I tried it once. I didn't make it that far, though.
Oh, man. This would be, I think, better than that because it's not the same 3 minutes over and over again. It's the same 6 hours over and over again.
Oh, man.
But I'm not sure. 25 times 6, I don't think you could do it in a day. So we're setting all kinds of records here.
No, I don't think you could. I think that's untenable.
I think the only thing we could do more than this is the Quantum Leap A Little Miracle Minute, where we take each minute of this episode and break it down in an episode.
Yes.
One at a
That's
time.
what should happen in future years when we finally get to, like, the end of season 4. We'll be like, it's 10 years later. And we're finally we're gonna talk about this again.
I love that you can do old lady voice at the drop of a hat. That's awesome.
It's one of my most famous voices.
It is that and your British accent.
Oh, yeah. Matt loves that. Anyone who's actually British loves my British accent.
It sounds right to me, but who am I to say?
Yeah, we're dumb Americans.
Exactly. So, for everyone that has made it to this point in the episode, without scrubbing ahead, thank you. And thank you to everyone who still listens to the Quantum Leap podcast. It was great for me to be back one more time. I know I keep saying I'm retiring, and I keep coming out of retirement as often as Terry Funk.
You are welcome to unretire just as much as Terry Funk, because it is great being able to talk with you and having you on there, and you always do a great job.
Thank you so much. You as well. I'm a big fan. For the Quantum Leap podcast and everybody involved, we're wishing you a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and all that stuff. Hope you had a great Festivus. This has been Albie, signing off.
Merry Christmas, everyone. This is Allison, signing off also.
Bruce McGill, bless us, everyone.
23-minute take. Perfect. So altogether, it's going to be a 7-hour
podcast. You should keep that in, just to say it's a 7-hour podcast.
It's a 7-hour podcast. I'm going to get more hate mail. There are many ways to send your hate mail.
You know what? You just want, we're going to be the ones reading about it. You're off scot-free. We're going to be like,
oh yeah, I'm retired. I don't do this
what's
anymore.
What's all this hate mail for the Little Miracle part 607?
Welcome to the audio commentary for the Quantum Leap episode, A Little Miracle. I am so excited to have the writer of that episode joining me today for this commentary. I'm excited to see what he has to say and his perspective on the episode, since he came up with the idea and wrote the episode. Professor Sandy Fries.
Hi, Albie. Thank you very much for having me. We did an interview not too long ago, and thank you for the interview. Thanking you also for letting me do the commentary. I loved the interview you did, and look forward to doing the commentary with you.
Awesome. So everybody at home, this is going to be synced to the Mill Creek Blu-rays. If it's not quite synced with yours, it's okay. You'll still get a lot of cool information from Professor Fries from this. Okay, so everybody start the episode now.
Well, that is such a beautiful visual. I love that visual. It was shot so long ago, but it looks beautiful even today. It holds up so well.
I like the effects they did for the leaping and stuff, and that was all done. It was before digital, so they really had to. I think they went in there and made those special effects, drew it on. They did it optically. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's optical. And the amazing thing is, it works today visually. It's just beautiful. It's breathtaking how well it works.
In later seasons, they I think the last season they went to do special effects on VHS, and you could tell the degradation in quality is not as good as these earlier episodes. Okay,
Now, this is phenomenal. I love this scene.
What inspired you to write this leap in?
Well, the oh boy beginning of the episodes, I always thought was a great idea. And if there's anything that's going to be an oh boy, this is an oh boy. This is about as significant an oh boy as I could imagine.
I gotta give Dr. Sam Beckett credit for not just getting up and walking out of the room. I mean, he grabbed the powder and he went to do it.
But it was played nicely by Scott Bakula, who's kind of looking down and looking ashamed and looking nervous, but he goes through with his act that he needs to go through with. But what the heck could be more of an oh boy than that? I'm sure there are other oh boys that I forget that were pretty cool.
I can't think of any more
shocking oh boy.
Yes. Usually it's a situation he might get punched. He there might be something going on, but nothing like that.
I'd rather get punched than go through what he went through.
So this is loosely based on the Charles Dickens novel Christmas Carol, right?
I have no comment whatsoever on that.
See, in this version, we know it's really happening. In that version, was it a dream or was it real? What do you think?
Well, it was a book. That I can tell you for sure. Oh, now look at this. This is my favorite spot. When I lived in New York City, this was my favorite spot in New York City, this Rockefeller Center.
Is that why you wrote that in there?
You know something? I wrote it so long ago, I don't remember if that's why.
All right.
Probably, possibly, but I loved Rockefeller Center, and it's a great visual to open the whole episode with.
It definitely sets the episode, you know exactly where you are.
Exactly. It's the nicest place in New York City, according to my sensibilities. And I lived in New York for a long time.
I think movies and TV shows set in New York seem to have a certain magic to them.
Oh yeah, it's a magical place. It's a phenomenal place. I love New York City.
What's your thought on the actors in this episode?
You know, I got to tell you, everybody did a sensational job. I haven't seen this episode in a long, long time, and as I'm watching it now for the first time in years, oh, there's my favorite part of the episode, my name. As I'm watching it, you know, it's just amazing how well everything holds up and how beautiful it is. You know, the way it's shot, the way the actors do their pieces, it's just beautiful. I haven't seen this in many, many years.
Guys, you got to put a thing in. New York Times, month.
Mirror shot. So was that required? Did you have like a list of requirements for a Quantum Leap script?
I don't know if I'd call it requirements, but things they would expect you to do. If my memory's correct, and it may not be, the mirror thing was something they liked to do. Now, what we're doing here from a writer's perspective is this is called the setup. We're setting up who the characters are, what their situation is, and there's 3 acts in any kind of story: the setup, the conflict, and the resolution. So this is considered Act 1, the setup.
To let everybody know what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, who the characters are, what the situation is. And the trick is to set it up in a way that does not sound expository and too obvious.
Is it difficult to write exposition without it sounding like exposition?
Yeah, it is. It's difficult because you're setting up who are you in this episode, who is the person you're working with, what's the situation the person's in that you're working with. So you can't say, "Oh, Sam, it looks like you're the butler." You can't do that because it just doesn't work. You have to do it in a relatively subtle way so that you're setting everything up, you're setting up the characters, but you're doing it in a way that doesn't look too obvious and that's entertaining.
They just invite him to the Pentagon and let him go through the files.
I don't care what those doves on Capitol Hill say, sir. War is inevitable. I only hope that we have the good sense to strike first. We will never go to war against Russia.
That's Charles Rocket, who I believe has passed away.
Yes, committed suicide.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible.
Which he did in the original timeline. In this episode, his character did as well.
Oh, gosh, he was on Saturday Night Live, and I think he did a super job on this episode. You know, he looks the part. His acting is great.
Hello? Hello?
Calloway, have you noticed anything strange about Pearson lately?
Definitely, sir. Hello? He worries me. Perhaps we should consider termination. Hello?
Oh, you think we should fire?
I don't know if you noticed it, but there was just a very cool camera move where the camera sort of pans a little bit and pushes in at the same time. There it goes again. There's the camera move.
That's like on a track, right? Like in a dolly. Is that how they do that?
My guess is on this particular move, it was a camera crews could be 3 people crews sometimes, and there's a person who does nothing other than push the camera. This was a sort of semicircle move, so I'm guessing it was kind of a hand-pushed kind of a thing. If it's a straight move, that's called a tracking shot. If it's on a track, literally a little tiny track. Stanley Kubrick invented tracking shots. But, you know, as I'm watching this, I'm looking at the camera moves, I'm looking at the lighting. Look how sophisticated the lighting is here. It looks almost like a scene out of a movie in terms of the beautiful sets, the camera moves, the lighting, costumes. It looks like a movie. That's how good it is.
Very high quality. You could tell everybody was very talented and hardworking on this show. Nobody dropped the ball, hardly ever, on the whole series.
No.
Was it difficult finding the voice of the characters?
For this show, not at all. They're so well crafted by the creator of the series, Donald Belisario. They're so well crafted that you could put your head into their heads very easily. And that's a function of the characters being well crafted, well thought out. You know, I'm looking at it from a character perspective, but also from a visual perspective. Look at that! Look at the set. For Pete's sake, that is a gorgeous movie caliber set.
Melinda McGraw, playing Salvation Army Captain Laura Downey. We meet her here. Can you tell me a little bit more about her character?
Well, you know, you want to have, if you can, you want to throw in a possible love interest for your main character. So that was one of the reasons she's in there. You know, I haven't seen the episode in a long time. I don't even remember. Was there a little bit of something going on between Sam and her character?
I want to say towards the end. Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
But there's always the potential and that kind of a thing, right?
Yeah. There's that chemistry and that good feeling tension.
And was there a little bit of maybe they'll get together? I don't even remember.
I haven't watched it since December.
I haven't watched it since about at least 10 years.
Oh, wow. So it's all new again.
Totally new, and it's beautiful. Man, oh man, I'm so impressed.
How about this? What do you think of Jean-Pierre Dorliac's costuming in this, especially Al?
Let me tell you something. The Al costuming is very clever because the rest of the set is very muted. You got it's all like green, white, and black. And it was very clever to have Al in a sort of Hawaiian, very, very crazy colored shirt to sort of break up the visual kind of mutedness of the whole scene. I think that was great. If you notice, everything else is muted colors. Now here comes the beautiful Al shirt.
Yeah, loud colors and blinky lights.
Yeah, and if you imagine the scene without that great colorful shirt, it looks pretty bland visually because, that's what that kind of an apartment would look like. But it's beautiful the way it works with Al and his punching his thing, and it's a funny scene too. But man, the visuals are so cool, so cool. Now, when you saw the elevator doors close like that, when I worked on Star Trek: The Next Generation, the way those elevator doors usually close is you got one big guy on one side and another big guy on the other side, and they literally push the doors closed. That's not by any means a real elevator.
It works.
Yeah, the holodeck, all the elevators on Next Generation were two guys. I think at some point they advanced to a pulley where you'd press a pulley and it would close both doors. But it looked very scientific and cool, but it was two guys pushing together two pieces of plywood.
I think I remember one time seeing a blooper reel of all the miscues when the people walked into the doors.
Now, that last shot we saw, the quality of that, I'm just so amazed because I haven't seen it in such a long time. That's not a TV show kind of visual. That's a feature film kind of visual in terms of the complexity of the set, the beauty of the set, the cost of the set, how the camera's moving. I look at all of that when I'm looking at anything, almost anything. When I watch a TV show, ever since I was a little kid, I'm always thinking about things like the camera moves, the dialogue. Look at how the camera is moving now. Look at what the dialogue's doing now. Look at what the interaction is between this and that character. So I'm always automatically on autopilot analyzing this kind of stuff. And I have ever since I was a little kid. When I was like 11 or 12, I used to try to predict dialogue or try to predict. I remember watching, what the heck was it? Magnum P.I. and saying, okay, now there's going to be a helicopter shot. And I snapped my fingers and boom, there was a helicopter shot. So I was always, and still do, whenever I watch TV or movie, it's hard to turn off this automatic analytical thing that runs through my head about dialogue, characters, camera moves, lighting, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know how I got this way. Probably by watching a whole bunch of TV when I was a kid. I used to spend, when I was a kid, 4 or 5 hours a day sometimes watching TV.
Myself as well.
And luckily, it was worthwhile because it paid off.
It did.
As a TV writer, I've written animation, I've written live action, and 4, 5, 6 hours a day of TV is a great thing to get you ready for that.
The idea of having him be from the neighborhood and being growing up as a poor kid, where did that come from?
The thing is, you've watched this episode many, 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 many times. I've written for so many shows, and I have not watched it as many times as you. And there are things that I don't remember. I'll have fans come up to me sometimes and say, oh, that piece of dialogue in this episode was so cool. And they'll tell me the dialogue. And sometimes I don't even remember I wrote the dialogue.
You're probably thinking in your head, oh, but it sounds like something I would write.
Only if it's good.
Only if it's good.
If it's a lousy piece of dialogue, I think, nah, it must have been somebody else.
It must have been somebody else. Yeah, the good stuff, that was me.
Yeah, I've said that actually as a joke. Was it good? Oh, it was? Yeah, that was me. And I say that jokingly. On this kind of a show, producers, associate producers pop into the equation with adding things as well. There was just it looked like a Jasper Johns painting in the background of the American flag.
Yeah, I saw that.
How darn cool and clever and sophisticated is that? It's not your typical thing you'd expect in the background. I think it was Jasper Johns, and those things sell for huge amounts of money, so it's a nice way to visually establish that the guy who lives in that room is very, very wealthy, because he could buy something of that huge monetary value, and from my point of view, very small artistic value. in terms of art, I don't get why something like that would sell for millions of dollars. But anyway.
For something like that for television, would they borrow that from a museum or would they create a copy of it, prop replica kind of thing?
I'm guessing they would create a prop replica. The reason for that is Jasper Johns, if my memory's correct, that's who it looks like. He's very easy to copy. So you wouldn't want to take a real painting by him and risk losing $10 or $15 million if somebody made off with it. So it was probably made by a prop guy.
What was it like seeing Scott Bakula speak your words?
You know, it's phenomenal because he's such a remarkable, fine actor that he adds so much when he does the dialogue, when he does the... You see in the first scene, it's about more than just dialogue. It's about facial expression, body language, camera angle, camera movement, and everybody on the show, certainly Scott Bakula, adds so much to the script. It's called plussing. They plus it with their expression facially. They plus it with their inflection and the delivery of the dialogue. They plus it with their body language. You know, so you're taking the script and making it really come alive. You're really, really plussing it times 10 in terms of what the script has. The script is basically a blueprint. The actors, the cinematographers, the sound people, special effects people, all plus the thing. And on this show, everybody pluses it every way you could possibly imagine. There are other shows where they minus things, but on Quantum Leap, everything is plussed.
Were you a fan of Quantum Leap before you wrote this episode?
I liked it a lot. I'm not sure if I'd call myself a fan. I loved it. I liked it a lot. It was a clever idea, beautifully executed. But, you know, I don't know if I am a fan now because I realize after having written for it what a sophisticated, brilliant show it is. You know, the actors are brilliant, the technical people are brilliant, the visuals are brilliant. Here we're looking at some more amazing visuals, which done a long time ago, but still works. You know, there are a lot of TV visuals, movie visuals that might have been done 20, 40, 50 years ago that just look bad looking back. But look at how beautiful these visuals are, and the music is great. The editing is great, the visuals are great, the music is great, the special effects are great, the everything works. The actors, man, this is as good as it gets.
Was Charles Rocket's character, Michael Blake, based on any other rich New York billionaire building buildings? I'm trying to say it without saying it.
The answer to that question is totally fictitious, not based on anyone alive.
Okay.
Or ever having been alive.
Okay.
He's absolutely, completely fictitious.
Okay. All characters in this are fictitious and not based on anyone in real life. Any coincidence with anyone
and any
living
similarity
or dead.
may be a coincidence.
Yep.
And that's correct. Look at the way these brilliant actors deliver this dialogue. How phenomenal these guys are. Yeah, people don't realize the nuance and the talent that goes with delivering dialogue the way it should be delivered.
Yeah, I think a big part of the show, besides the writing, of course, the writing, without the writing, there's nothing. But Scott Bakula's performance really carries the whole series through, you know?
Yeah, he's the guy. He's a phenomenally talented actor. This looks like a backlot at Universal, actually. Universal has a lot of, that definitely looks like part of the backlot at Universal. And music is also beautiful.
Mike Post did the music for this, I think. Velton Ray Bunch did the original score for the first few seasons, but then it switched to Mike Post. And he did this episode.
I got to tell you, Mike Post is one of the most admired, talented people when it comes to the work he has done for television. He's done some of the best music for TV shows that ever existed.
What, Max? No, what?
Charlie was killed. Yeah, about 4 years ago.
How?
He got drunk. Damn fool jumped out in front of a bus.
What you're looking at now is probably a tracking shot, and the way you can tell is the camera's moving in a straight line, which means it's probably on a little track that the camera can roll on. And again, Stanley Kubrick, if my memory is correct, created the tracking shot for a movie he did called Paths of Glory. And this is New York. I remember dozens of times I was in New York when I lived there getting chestnuts. Is that where I got the idea for this from? I don't remember, but I wouldn't be too surprised.
I liked Michael Blake's smile for that little walk that he did with Laura.
There's so many little details and nuances that are going on here. You know, look at Charles Rocket, what he's doing with his face, what he's doing with his body language, what the other actor's doing.
The character's really letting down his guard.
Oh, yeah. Charles Rocket is kind of somewhere between kind of stiff as a person and wanting to lighten up and become more of a human. You could see that in what Charles Rocket is doing with his face and his body. You know, he wants to become a real human here, but he's still kind of stiff. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then something happens and he goes back to being how we first met him.
Exactly. Now he's sort of melting towards being a human a bit.
Are all those emotions, or a lot of them, written in the script? How do you communicate that's not in the dialogue for people who don't write or read scripts?
That's a great question. The key things that you really need to happen in a script, you will write in a descriptive part of the script. Just off the top of my head, for example, I would write in this scene, Blake is stiff, he is awkward, he starts to melt towards being more of a human, but he just can't make it yet. So that would be a descriptive sentence in the script. His melting to humanity has to be gradual in the script to be believable. So, the way I would have written it again off the top of my head is something to the effect of, Blake is still his stiff character, but you see the beginning of a melting towards humanity, period. Or something to that effect. And again, the character has to gradually melt and become more human, or it's not buyable, it's not believable, it's not credible. Does that make sense?
Totally. And then the actor takes that information and builds their character on that. And if they do a good job, you see what you intended them to do, right? And sometimes they nail it, sometimes not.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes they pull off what you wanted to happen, and sometimes they miss. In this particular episode, everybody pulled it off. And you only write that kind of stuff about character metamorphosis or character shifts where it's really important for everybody to be on the same page, the director, the actor, the camera person. In that particular scene, you had to describe as a writer what was going on with the characters, because dialogue is only one way that you communicate in a script. Other ways are descriptions of an actor's body language, facial expression, wardrobe, demeanor. If you're doing a piece of dialogue, if you want an actor to be angry, you could write Blake, parentheses, furious, close parentheses, and then the dialogue. So you want to try to be as descriptive as you can outside the dialogue with key things that need to happen.
Oh, I have everything I want.
Oh, really? I'll bet you a month's rent that you don't.
How are you going to prove it?
I'll get the car.
Okay, here we go. I love that shot. I love the visual of that. I've been in that location so many times. If anybody goes to New York, go to that place. In the background was the NBC building. which at the time may have been the RCA building. When RCA owned NBC, there's a skating rink in front of the big tall building in the background. It's just an idyllic, beautiful place.
I love watching the tree lighting every year.
Uh-huh.
Man, that is a huge tree. Did you write it that big?
Did I write the tree that big?
Yeah, how do you write a tree? I don't know.
Well, you just say Rockefeller Center at holiday time, and anybody who's been to New York knows what that visual is. I say it's the most majestic visual in all of New York City, regardless of the time of year. Okay, now we're getting interesting here with the characters.
Was there any significance to the time you set this in? December 24th, 1962.
Oh, okay. 24 is 2 numbers away from my birthday, which is 26. So that's probably why it was 24th. 1962, 2 and 6 are my lucky numbers. So that's why it was most likely 2 and 6 at the end. You know, there are things in my life that are 2 and 6 just popping up again and again and again and again. You know, it was I loved my grandparents. They lived at 2136 East 28th Street. My license plate has 2s and 6s in them. My birthday's 2 and 6. Whenever I write something, if there has to be numbers, I just put a 2 and a 6 in it. If there's a woman's name, it'll be my current girlfriend's name, or current wife's name.
You get extra points for that, right?
Yeah, exactly. For a while. It doesn't last too long.
I didn't write you a song, but they just said your name on NBC, so.
Exactly. I have a friend who writes Star Trek novels, a former girlfriend of mine. I thought would be impressed by having her name in a Star Trek novel, but, you know, she was impressed for about 12 minutes and that was the end of it.
It really is one of the best. It really is. I don't know if it's just because it has the amazing Quantum Leap-iness to it, but also the Christmas added in just makes it, you feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
You know, one of the reasons I think it's such a well-liked episode is because it deals with one of the big universal themes in life. You know, it deals with several big universal themes that viewers emotionally connect with. One of the big themes is, do miracles exist? That's a huge theme in the episode. The other is, what does it mean to be a good human being? What is that about? What do you have to do? Those are 2 huge, huge themes. The other big theme is, what's important in life? Is it money? Is it career? Is it friends? Is it family? These are powerful, powerful, powerful universal themes that probably every viewer has dealt with and has a big emotional response to. And that emotional response through the universal themes is what makes an episode powerful or not powerful. If it were all about people singing songs and making fudge, there's no universal theme and it has no emotional power.
It's amazing how a good story can pull you in and make you feel like you're experiencing it yourself in 44 minutes.
What happens is it's a story of Sam and Al and Blake, but it's also the story of millions of viewers who have gone through the big questions like, are there miracles? Was that just a miracle that happened to me? Or, gosh, I've got a great career going. What's going on with my family and my wife? You know, these are huge issues. When you're watching this kind of an episode, consciously and or subconsciously, you're reliving the emotions of what happened to you in your life as a viewer, and that's where the power comes from. That's why, in a way, you could say Sam is your avatar in a bunch of emotions that you've had before and a bunch of problems you may have dealt with before. And when you're talking about a person's emotional and life-changing experiences, you bring them into the episode. You don't see yourself as a viewer in the episode, but in a way you do through Sam and the other characters.
When I'm watching, I definitely put myself in Sam's, that he's my window into the whole thing. I'm experiencing what Sam is kind of in my mind.
Yeah, he's your avatar. And Sam and the other characters give you little lessons on how to have a better life as a viewer. It's not like somebody lecturing at you going, yes, everybody, there are miracles. Let me discuss miracles with you. Let's talk about what a miracle means. What would be the definition of a miracle? Well, here's my opinion. If you lecture about it that way, people turn off and are bored. If you do it in a dramatic way with entertainment, with some jokes, people put themselves into the story and consciously and subconsciously think, how does this relate to my life? What can I learn from it? How can I become a better person through this? After I see a terrific film or TV show, I usually say to myself, what did I learn from that? How could this make me a better person? I can always be better. Forrest Gump, when I finished watching Forrest Gump, I said, man, what a great film. What can I learn from Forrest Gump as a character to make me a better person? So that's powerful stuff. He was honest, he was tenacious, and he had miracles happen in his life. So what's really happening, I believe, in a lot of these kinds of stories is you're saying, how do I become a better person? How do I relate to these characters? That's the power of the episode. There was an episode of Next Generation, another writer did it, I wish I wrote it, called The Inner Light. It was all about family. It was moving. It was dramatic because it's a universal theme that everyone relates to emotionally and powerfully. And that's what you try to get into in any kind of well-written story. Now, I hate to say this because this is sort of undercutting all the wonderfulness, but the idea that this would run every Christmas and I would get more residuals because of that was also a factor in the equation.
Besides the miracles happen thing, I think the biggest lesson in this is be kind.
Well, that's a huge message. Before you and I as friends were talking about that before we started recording and the importance of being kind. Now, you would think that's a simple message, but it's a message that I would guess 50, 60% of humans forget about. They forget there's power in being kind. There's magic, there's miracles in being genuinely kind and loving. There are times where I make a real concerted effort to be as kind and thoughtful and loving as I can be, and I see magic happening in return. Maybe I'm deceiving myself. Maybe I'm delusional about it. I don't think so. I could give you a bunch of examples, and I think I gave you a couple of examples in the interview I did with you where that was the case in my life. There's power in kindness, there's power in love. It sounds like a hokey cliche, but it's for real. Is it a simple concept, be kind? Yeah, it's very simple, but it's also something that people constantly need to be reminded about.
I think stories like this about being kind and the importance of it, one episode might not change somebody overnight, but I think if you're growing up like I was, and I was a teenager when this was coming out, and you see things like this again and again, you see those messages, and it just, you realize that that's the way you want to live your life. You want to be kind. You want to treat others with respect, and you want to not be a jerk to people.
Yeah, and yet there are lots and lots of jerks. The going through Al, very cool visual. The set, look at that chandelier. Holy look at the bed. Holy mackerel. And that's very much what a room at the Plaza looks like. And again, there are people who live there full time.
Wow.
You have to have loads of money to do that.
Yeah, if it's no object, why not, right?
Yeah, Blake had loads of money. And the Plaza Hotel is one of the most historically and aesthetically revered places in New York, along with places like Rockefeller Center, Lincoln Center. Those places are some of the most beautiful places in New York City. And I remember any time I used to pass by the Plaza Hotel, if I had to go to the bathroom, I would use their bathroom because it was the nicest bathroom on the planet Earth. It was just beautiful, like marble and all kinds of amazing stuff.
Yeah, Dean Stockwell's acting in this scene.
Yeah, I like the way he's doing the whole body language thing. And look at Charles Rocket's facial expression.
He's trying to convince Sam that there's actually someone there.
Yeah.
It's interesting in Quantum Leap to have Sam pretend not to see Al when usually he's the only one that can see Al.
It's kind of a cool switch, yeah.
Mhm.
It's kind of a nice little switch.
Makeup and costuming on that. It's just crazy.
I like to look at the tongue stuff he's doing.
Yeah.
Dean Stockwell with the tongue.
Green
having
and
a good
red
time
lipstick.
there. Yeah.
They're playing it very good that it was really cold, but it was probably filmed in June or July, I'm guessing.
That looks like a backlot set. I do not remember when it was shot.
Maybe I was dreaming because I have been working pretty hard lately.
Well, sir, it's possible. I mean, they say that dreams can be
leaving so soon. Here's these bags with me.
Would this be the Universal backlot that they've filmed on mostly?
Oh, yeah. I recognize a lot of it. Really great backlot.
Have you walked up and down the streets of those places and like those houses sometimes? There's one corner on the backlot set that you see in so many Quantum Leap episodes. And I wonder if those are just like shells of houses or can you actually go inside them?
Most of them, for the most part, when you go in a door, oh, look at that visual. Holy mackerel. Most of them, what does that say?
Blake Plaza.
Okay. Most of them, when you go in the front door on a backlot building, right in the front door, it's just nothing. It's just plywood, and it's a big facade. There are a few that have a little bit of a room inside them, but most of what you're looking at is all facade. Let's say you have a character walk into a backlot exterior, so he opens the door, walks into the backlot exterior by opening a door. Then when you cut and he's in a room, the room is a completely different set. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Blake appeared despondent as he left the courthouse today.
Mr. Blake, is this the end of the Blake Empire?
I've made some mistakes, but I'll be back.
Analysts say that Blake, once considered a brilliant corporate raider, was undone.
Did the visual effects people do this the way you envisioned it in your head when you were writing it?
They did it a lot better.
Oh, wow.
You know, the thing that I was most concerned about was how they would pull off the very last kind of deal. The dialogue is something to the effect of, this is from a long time ago, but Sam says something to the effect of, that was a nice touch that you put that star up there, and Al says something to the effect of, I didn't put it there. And I was kind of concerned how they would do the star. You know, would it be too small so you couldn't get the meaning? Would it be too big so it looks hokey? But they got the star just right, and they got the visual element of that just right. You know, when you're writing a script, I remember writing that scene, and by the way, this was co-written. You know, I'm not the only writer on it. So I remember writing the scene and thinking, how will this look visually? Because I imagine the scene as I'm writing it. I have an imaginary screen in front of my face, and I imagined where the star would be, how it would look, what the dialogue would be, what Sam and Al would look like. So I played the whole scene in my mind with the star, And then after I finished doing the scene, I said to myself, man, I hope the star's not too big or too small or too medium, because the whole episode could be blown on a special effect that looks hokey or wrong. You know, if it was just to give you an example, if it was a huge star with tinsel hanging from it and shining lights, that destroys the whole episode because it looks fake and hokey. But the people who did the visual in that important scene did a terrific job, and the image I had in my head, they did as well, if not better, in terms of how they interpreted it for the screen. So, you know, as a writer, I visualize every scene, how the character's moving, what's in the background, what's the lighting like, what's the dialogue, because everything works together. None of those elements are separate units. Like in the scene we're watching now, the lighting has to work, and the character movement has to work, and the dialogue has to work all together. So I play out the scene as I'm writing it to make sure all of those elements work together. If this scene were poorly lit, the scene is destroyed.
Yes, sir, it's all over.
They lit it just well. It's a dark scene. They lit it darkly, but you could still see Sam's face. It's such an intricate process. Anybody who thinks this is easy, it's not. It's a very intricate process to put together something that works well. You know, it involves lighting experts, film experts or video experts, writers, actors, editors, people who do the music. I could go on, and they all have to work together for the intended proper end effect.
Yes, sir, I do.
And it always amazes me when it works so well.
Did you watch this on the night it was on television? Do you watch your own shows?
Yeah, I do watch my own shows. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. Look at that star. Oh my gosh.
That's the moment that you get the chills.
Yeah, and they did it beautifully. Oh my gosh, how beautiful is that?
I think so, sir, yes.
I'm getting the chills now. I'm getting teary-eyed.
So is Sam.
Yeah. I'm going to let this play out and not say anything.
Go on, sir.
You know what's a miracle? When over 100 people, well over 100 people, the artists, the musicians, the writers, can come together to create something that works together so well.
And they have 3 kids.
It's great. So I guess he never builds the plaza, huh?
No, he does build it. And he puts the mission on the first floor.
I wonder if he would have knocked on that door if you hadn't put the star up there.
I didn't put the star up there.
Merry Christmas, Al.
Merry Christmas, Sam.
Wow, I'm telling you, I'm getting teary-eyed. You know, that was such a well-done scene. They totally did a beautiful job on that. You know, for me, speaking over that scene would be just wrong to the actors and the technical people who did it.
Why the hell are you here?
Beverly Leach.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's who just kissed him and smacked him. Watching that episode at home when it aired, did you have that feeling like, yeah, that really worked?
You want to know something? Absolutely yes. And I remember even getting a little bit weepy as I was writing it because I just knew the potential of the power of the scene if it was done correctly with all the people working on it. So, yeah, even though I'd been over the script so many times and just thought about the episode so many times when I saw it, and when I'm looking at it now, it still is very, very moving to me. You know, it's amazing. And again, it maybe it's a miracle that all of the people who work on the show, all the technical people, the art people, the wardrobe people, the actors, it's a miracle that they can work together so beautifully to create such a powerful piece. It's a very, very collaborative kind of enterprise. It's not like writing poetry where it's you and the editor. I've never counted the number of credits in Quantum Leap. I'm guessing there's at least 100 people working on the show. But it's always amazing when things come together so well and work together so well. There's so many ways a TV episode or a movie can go wrong. If the design of the sets is off, it makes the whole piece unbelievable. If one of the actors is off, that blows the credibility of the whole episode. If the lights are way too bright in key scenes, that destroys the effectiveness of the final episode's effect. So it always amazes me when things work so well together because there's so many ways it could go wrong.
Did you write them singing at the end, or did the episode come in short and they just thought to put that in? Any idea about that?
I do not remember writing singing at the end. I definitely, absolutely remember sitting at my desk and writing that last scene. That I absolutely remember vividly. The singing at the end, I don't think that was mine. I don't remember that at all. And it was a nice touch, whoever came up with it. You know, I don't think the singing was my idea, but it's a really nice touch. It's great to watch the episode. I haven't seen it in many, many years, but just the concept that it has an impact on millions and millions of people who watch it, that's just phenomenal. Really, really gratifying. And again, I'm one of many, many people who contribute to that final effect.
Thank you so much, Professor Freeze, for joining me today for the commentary for the Quantum Leap episode, A Little Miracle. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. And if you want to know more about Sandy, you're in luck. He wrote a book. It's called Secrets Your Textbook Will Not Tell You, about TV, movies, and life. And I read it, loved it, and I highly recommend it. It's available, of course, at the Amazon and where all the good books are sold. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me. And I really appreciate your interest in the show. And thanks to anybody who's listening. I really appreciate your watching the show.
Now, back to the show. My question is, what was the blinking thing on his hat?
On Al's hat.
On Al's hat. And was it a fishing hat? It looked like there was like fishing hooks all over his hat.
I think this is just another good example of Al's very unique fashion sense. I mean, I know we're only really ending series 1 at the moment, but it's kind of something that everyone loves is just Al's outlandish outfits, and this is probably the best of the lot, let's just say.
And his like multicolored lips and his like pink ears and his black handprint underneath his chin.
I thought the makeup on that was fantastic.
It didn't seem very like dead zombie to me, but then it was like, okay, well, it's kind of like early 90s, late 80s, so I could see why they did what they did, but come on, like it was kind of outlandish, but it's Al, so it can be outlandish.
Yeah, but also it's got to be something that Blake has never experienced before as well, so it just adds to the intrigue.
But yet his shoes were on point. I don't know if you noticed that, but he still had like the red like shoes. Al shoes. Like those did not change. It was like, you can dress me up, but don't touch my shoes. I will still keep my shoes. It was just great. Like I could see that conversation. Like he's getting all dolled up, ready for like, you know, his little time out as his little zombie dead guy thing or whatever. And he's like, all right, put these on. Nope. I'll dress up, but you don't touch the shoes. Like, I could just see that. Like, I was watching. I was like, wait a minute. I gotta look at his shoes. Oh, he's got Al shoes on.
And
yes.
she did point that out. She's like, and he's got his regular shoes on.
Yeah. Well, look, I think we're all very grateful to Jean-Pierre Dorliac, the costume designer for Quantum Leap, for giving Al his fashion sense. And Al absolutely, Dean Stockwell absolutely loved all the costumes that Jean-Pierre made for him. Like, obviously, they're all perfectly tailored to Dean Stockwell, and every time Jean-Pierre made him something, Dean would absolutely love it, and he'd go out and do like a little strut like he's on the catwalk and showing off what Jean-Pierre made him. So he absolutely loved it.
And you know, I think this, I don't know if he had any episodes prior to talking to other actors. So I got the sense for him to actually get to act with other actors.
Al.
Instead of just Sam.
Right.
Because no, I'm not. Because I want to talk about it right now. So like, I was just thinking like he must have had just a blast having to be able to like get to react to somebody else for once. And he did, you know, he really got to play it up and like just go crazy with it. And it wasn't like it was just regular acting. Like it was very like over the top, almost like the first episode with Jamie Lee, where Jamie Lee was so over the top and so like, you know, it just, to me, his eyes were real buggy and he just got to be this crazy, you know, threatening guy. And then he pops over here and then he pops over here. And I just felt like he probably had so much fun doing it. And I, as a first-time viewer watching him do that, I was just hanging on every word and like every movement because it was the first time I got to see him do that. It was just really, it's really fun watching him react to another person and bouncing back and forth because I get to see another play on with another character. And to me, it was just really fun. And I'd seen Al in a different light like that because Al is one of my favorite characters. And so I was like, I almost want to see Al, I might break freaking Lego phone so I can see him do that again. I want him to talk to more people, you know, like poor Al, he can just get stuck. I know. That Lego phone probably gets broken a lot of times.
But you could tell that Dean had a really good time doing that role. He really put himself into it, and like you're saying, I
want to interview Dean just for this conversation alone. Like, seriously, I just want to be like, Dean, talk to me about that, you know? Tell me about it.
Well, we can try, but it's not likely. Dean Stockwell has retired from acting and moved to New Zealand to be with his family. He's also had some health problems in the past decade or so, including some strokes, and he doesn't have very much memory of his life. So
bless his heart.
We can try, but I don't know if we're ever going to be able to get those sort of interviews from him.
Yeah.
We might just have to YouTube old interviews and see what he says.
Yeah. Well, bless his heart.
Which is a shame, but unfortunately we all get old.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But at least we have, his beautiful footage out there and the gift that he gave us, which is his wonderful talent, So.
Absolutely.
It's a great gift.
Certainly is.
I found it hilarious on how much he was oogling the
baby or whatever it was.
Yeah. The housekeeper lady, and for a fact that why she was hired. There was no way she was hired just to
She has great line delivery.
Yeah. No, I mean she was hired for Blake,
Oh, she has great turn down service.
Yeah, sure.
She can fluff his pillows.
Yeah. But every time
Blake would have been the one to pick that uniform, so
yeah, exactly. But it was just funny every time he was in the room, he had another line to deliver, and I was just giggling so bad because I was like, oh my gosh, he just, and I'm wondering if it was scripted or if he was able to ad lib. And I wonder if it was one of those where they took multiple shots. Sometimes they would do multiple shots, and to me, I could just see him saying different ones and them recording them. And then I was thinking about the other guy, the yes man guy, how Blake surrounded himself with that yes man, and he just seemed he's you think we should fire him? I think we should fire him. And then he's do you know where this is? Yes. And get a bigger tree. And then I don't know. There was just so much to that episode that you could go into really deep thought about, that if you break it down, there were so many different metaphors and so many different things that hint onto what Blake was thinking. And I think they did such a good job of hinting in the emptiness and how he was, when they're sitting there and he's it's not working. He's Al was are you kidding me? It is working. Look at him. He's sitting there in the dark and he's looking out into space and he's thinking about it. And Sam was not in despair, but didn't have faith.
Right.
And this is where you see where Al has sometimes a little more faith than Sam, which you would think would be the opposite. And really, because Al seems more cynical and, a little more worldly and a little bit more, get him by the balls kind of thing. But I think Al has a little bit more, sometimes a little bit more magic to him, the way he sees life.
Yeah. I also think that part of it too is Al seems like the more extroverted and social person out of the pair of Sam and Al. So I think that Al is probably more likely to pick up on what other people are feeling.
Yeah, Sam's more of the wallflower, more of the sitting around book reader, where Al was the type that would go out and party.
Not to say that Sam doesn't like to socialize, but I just think that, Al really is the social butterfly.
Yeah.
Not to mention he's also substantially older than Sam too, so he's also got a bit more life experience as well. So I think that it could be coming into play as well.
Extremely older than Sam. I'm not joking.
He's done everything under the sun, so he's probably pretty old.
I don't know.
Maybe he actually is a ghost.
No, don't do that to me. That's scary. There is no Sam, or there is no Al. That would make me so sad that Sam goes home and he doesn't even get to really meet Al, and they're oh, there really was no Al, it's just a computer generated graphic. That would make me...
Maybe he's always just been a figment of Sam's imagination.
Oh my god, don't do that to me.
He's gone all Fight Club on him. And yes, I know I just broke the first two rules, but I don't care.
I've never seen Fight Club, so you're okay.
It's a good movie to watch.
Don't know about Fight Club.
Speaking of good movies to watch about the season, by the way, since we're on the subject of Scrooge and A Christmas Carol, try and find a movie called The Man Who Invented Christmas. Okay. And it's all about Charles Dickens and his process of actually writing A Christmas Carol.
I've heard of that.
From his own life. Yeah. It's a great movie.
Yeah, well, I like Prep and Landing from Disney.
And on that note,
oh, be quiet. That's a great movie. Have you seen that cartoon yet?
What was it?
Prep and Landing on Netflix.
No.
You need to see it. It's great. It's a great cartoon. One of the best cartoons that they've made in a long time for Christmas. It's great. Prep and Landing.
Awesome.
Highly, highly recommend it.
So as I was saying, the very ending with the...
Sorry to keep interrupting.
Yeah, with the Christmas star.
Yes.
Michelle, what are your thoughts about the Christmas star happened to be there shining light on the mission? A little miracle.
I found that a little hokey. And I don't do hokey. You're a sap for it. That's the
Actually, I found that a little hokey also. That's why I was
Really?
wondering. Yeah.
Okay. Because you kind of like the whole hokey pokey.
Usually, yes.
Majokey stuff. Like, it's funny because that's where we're polar opposites. Like, Aaron likes the whole, like, cheesy stuff like that. Like, he goes for that. And I'm like, no, I don't like that. But you think I would be the one that really likes the cheese ball stuff. But I'm like, no, I don't like that. But that was a little much for me. I see how they tied it in. And I see why they did it. Because, it's like a Christmas miracle and yada yada. But,
Yakety smack.
Yakety smackety, yeah. Like, I get it. I would have liked to them maybe have panned out and, like, having them, like, look in the mirror, in the window, and maybe seeing him and her sitting sharing a cup of coffee or something. I think that would have given me more of a warm, fuzzy feel than the Christmas star shining, like seeing them together. I think that would have made me more happy to tie it in. And then he could have been like, well, oh, they're, what are they doing together? Oh, they're talking about the plaza. What do you mean the plaza? Well, he's going to build the plaza above blah, blah, blah. And,
right.
There was a way they could have tied that in. But the whole Christmas star, that Christmas star, blah.
Actually, Michelle, I have to completely disagree with you there. I think that the star was necessary. And it's because in every Christmas story, there has to be what we jokingly call the cane in the corner moment. Like at the end of Miracle on 34th Street.
Right.
And you see Santa's cane in the corner and oh, he's real. That's the sort of thing that you need. And the reason that it was needed, especially in Quantum Leap, is because we needed that confirmation that there is this outside force, God or time or fate or whatever, GTFW, which is kind of putting Sam in these situations and letting him know that he is there to help and that, Sam is doing the right thing. So I think it was entirely necessary there just to show that, there is this outside force that is leaping Sam about, but also there to help him if he needs it and does want the best for everyone who is there.
But
that's why I thought it was necessary.
But we don't get a shining star in all the episodes.
Well, no,
yeah, but I think in this one, there was still the possibility that Blake might not make that last, step actually to asking Captain Downey for help, unless he had something to lead him there.
And they could have written around it, but I was started off on Michelle's side, but actually, now that you explain it that way, I kind of see where you're coming from, Hayden. It's kind of like in the Halloween special we watched. At the very end, they showed the goat. Sam saw the goat. It's like, well, was it a dream or did it really happen? Did he re-leap? It leaves that question in your mind. And that's why not every episode doesn't have something like that. But see, now this was a Christmas episode. They wanted to have that little, is there something else going on?
And we've actually been lucky enough to get a statement from Sandy Freeze about that particular aspect of the episode. Writer Sandy Freeze describes himself as a spiritual person, so he wanted to infuse an episode with his nature, but he explained that the ending was a Rorschach test, which is the classical psychological test where a person's observations are tested in order to form conclusions about them. He says, if you think the star in the sky is a miracle, then it is. If you think it's not a miracle, then it isn't for you. But he still thinks it's a miracle that you're not ready to perceive. All right, so he's kind of put it there purposely to be something that people can think of as a miracle if they want to, or they could just think of it as something else.
Right.
Well, see, I took it as it's the Christmas star, Jesus, the whole shebang. Like, I guess that's what I was taught as far as like my religion goes and that kind of stuff. But I just thought it was a little bit much. But I still think it's a little bit much.
I think most people would have made that connection as well.
Yeah.
And like, it might sound weird coming from me backing up the spiritual side of Quantum Leap, but considering that I'm atheist, but I can accept that in a fictional show, fictional characters might be real in that universe.
Right.
So as long as they're telling a good story for it, I can, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on this episode, Michelle?
Al is so cool.
Yes, very much so.
Yes, he is.
No, I really enjoyed this episode. It's been a while since I've thoroughly enjoyed one of their episodes, so it was nice to get back in that groove where I felt very comfortable watching an episode. It wasn't like grumble, grumble, grumble. That piece I liked, grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay, that was all right. But this one was one of those where I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm like, okay, now I want to watch that other one that I was told I could watch, the one where he's the beauty queen. And then I want to keep watching shows. So it's like, that's why I was like, dang it, Hayden, let's go.
Well, I just thought it would be nice to have Albie here.
Oh, very much so.
Yes, I'll be home.
We'll get him here eventually.
For Christmas.
I'll be home for Christmas. You can plan on me.
But yeah, no, we definitely need to get Albie on one of these. No, it was nice. It was nice to enjoy it. It was nice to watch it. And like I said, those two topics were fun. So... And like I said, it was really fun watching Al interact with someone else.
With Blake, yeah.
Yeah. That was just great. So
I like how when he was, every once in a while, you look over at Sam and give Sam a look like, hey, how am I doing? Or,
yeah.
Fun.
I kept waiting for those nods. I kept wanting to look like, come on, blink at him or something. Like, but yeah, they were doing such a good job at like hiding it, so that was pretty cool too.
Hayden, do you either
must have been weird for Scott Bakula and for the character Sam as well to be pretending for once that Al wasn't there.
Yeah, that was another thing I was thinking. I was like, this has got to be really like a weird role reversal, Like, do you get jealous? Like, that's my man, Like, get your hands off my man.
Yeah, usually he's the only one who can see Al.
Yeah.
Now he can't see him in quotes. And
yeah. And I wonder if like that was like something that was said on set, like, you better not be messing with my boy, like I could see that, just being a joke,
right,
on stage or on the floor. So Hayden, do you have anything else you want to add?
Not to the episode, but I wouldn't mind going quantum deep if you're keen.
No, go for it. Yeah,
go as deep as you want.
Oh, so deep.
Oh, I do love when a lady says that. It's a short and sweet one this time, but, sometimes you learn things that are just so interesting you have to talk about them. and an article popped up from IFL Science, stands for I love science, but it's talking about some of the dangers of like proposed head transplant, like human head transplants that are kind of being worked on at the moment. It's probably a long while off before they can still do them, but they are being planned. But they do believe that people who do have head transplants could decay into madness, simply because they believe that a human simply cannot handle and adjust to a new body. It could form serious psychological stress, insanity, or the person could even die from the situation. Not just from the procedure, but from the mental after effects. So with that in mind, this kind of makes me think it must be undeniable proof that in the body versus mind debate that we have in Quantum Leap, do you know what that is, Michelle?
Nope.
Okay, so it's the debate that there is among viewers about whether it's Sam's mind or whether it's Sam's body that leaps. I think this article here kind of confirms that the only way it could ever be possible is if it's actually Sam's body. Because if it was only Sam's mind that was leaping, he wouldn't be able to handle the new body. I always like finding something scientific which backs up the pseudoscience that we see in Quantum Leap, and because of the fact that they believe that a human's not going to be able to handle a brand new body, it seems like, well, it has to be Sam's own body there.
So his whole body is transferring into a new body?
Not transferring into a new body. What actually happens is his body completely replaces the other body. The other body is transported into the future. And then he's just kind of surrounded by an aura, or a kind of like a mist, or which fools everyone into thinking that he is the person that he's replaced.
A hologram.
For lack of a better word.
It's not so much a hologram, but have you ever seen, I think it's Percy Jackson?
Yeah.
And
I've never watched
the Cyclops, he kind of sprays his face.
You have, you don't remember it.
So that it fools everyone into thinking that he's got two eyes instead of just one.
Okay.
You could think of maybe the aura something like that mist, which fools everyone who's seeing him into thinking that he's actually the person that he's replaced.
I'll have to watch it.
Okay.
And we'll talk about this in the future, because there's episodes that support both sides of this.
Well, I think there's really only one episode which could support the mind one.
Right.
I think it's every other supports the body.
Well,
but having said that, in the extended universe, they all seem to back up the mind. So we'll
I can think of one that
talk about that when we get there.
I think one that supports the mind. I can think of two offhand that supports the whole body. But we'll talk about that.
Oh, I can think of plenty that support the whole body, but I don't want to spoil things for
right.
So.
They're probably like season 20 billion, episode 99 gazillion.
Only 5 seasons, so.
No, I wouldn't say so. I think, what are we up to? We're up to the last episode of season 1.
Correct.
The first one that really backs up the body leap
is 59.
5 episodes into season 2.
Oh,
so we're not far off.
Too bad. Not too bad.
But you could kind of infer that it could be his body anyway, just because of the fact that he has his own capabilities, his own strength already, no matter where he happens to be.
So, with that being said, if the frequencies of people's brains can see Al at certain frequencies, does that mean at certain frequencies that they could see Sam's body?
Let's put a pin in that.
Ooh, another good question. I guess we'll find that out soon too.
Oh, I'm smartified.
Let's put a pin in that. That will come up.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes, it will.
One way or the other. We'll get an answer to that, maybe.
I swear, one day Michelle is just going to descend into madness and go and Google everything.
I've been so good, Hayden, you don't even know. Look,
you're definitely on Santa's nice list.
Either I'm going to wake up dead one of these days. She's going to be sitting there watching the DVDs.
No, I'm just going to go lock myself in the room, and my kids are going to be banging on the door. Mom, we're hungry. I'm like, Alexis, feed your brother.
I got 5 seasons to get through.
It doesn't work though because Aaron works from home.
Order a pizza.
I slip my credit card through the door. Here. Oh, you know what? Let mommy order it. I already paid for it over the phone. You're good. Well, Grayson won't eat pizza. So. Yeah, our son doesn't eat anything.
He won't eat it. He hates everything.
Eventually, give him time.
He likes it. He likes you.
Again, I'm glad you could join us, Hayden, for this very Christmassy special episode of the Starbright Project.
Yes, thank you.
Always a pleasure.
So what's for New Year's?
Well, every time Sam leaps, it's a new year.
Bada boom.
Freaking
I'm sure we
A.
could come up with something.
Yeah, I was trying to think if there is a New Year's episode. I can't think of one right offhand. We'll have to look and see. Otherwise, I guess we'll talk to you guys next year, because this will be the last episode of Starbright Project for 2020. Hopefully next year will be a better year.
We can hope.
Well, Hayden, a very Merry Australian Christmas to you.
Will do. I'll be in my my singlet and my shorts and my thongs. And
I was going to say, isn't it like summertime over there for you guys?
certainly is.
That's crazy.
Perfect beach weather.
Oh my gosh. I'm so jelly.
Well, and just so you know, I'll be in t-shirts and a short also, even though it's wintertime here.
Yeah, he's got the fan on. Meanwhile, I'm covered in like a sweatshirt, socks, blanket, freezing.
All right. Well, again, thank you very much, Hayden. Me and Michelle enjoyed talking with you.
I'm sure I'll still have a white Christmas. It just won't be from snow.
Oh, gosh.
That could go a couple different ways. And on that note, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Either way, Hayden, just be safe and have fun.
Will do. Same to everyone. Have a safe and happy Christmas and New Year, or whatever holiday you happen to
Happy Kwanzaa,
celebrate.
Hanukkah, everything else.
Yes, Merry whatever.
Merry non-denominational.
Non-denominational.
December 25th public holiday that everyone buys presents for.
Or not, because some don't buy presents.
Cheapskates.
Just enjoy the friggin' day.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Okay, so guys, I know we said this earlier, but it has been a real pleasure and an honour speaking to both of you. Sam, Dennis, it's always great to chat to you guys. Really glad we could do this tonight. Do you want to tell the listeners, I'm sure they already know, but if there's 3 people out there that haven't heard of you guys, do you want to let them know where they can find you and where they can find your podcast?
I'll chime in. This is where I usually jump in on our podcast. You can find us at fateswidewheel.com. You can find us on all the social medias at Fates Wide Wheel, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even TikTok. And you can also shoot us an email if you want to do it the old-fashioned way at fateswidewheelpodcast@gmail.com, because believe it or not, some other jerk already got fateswidewheel@gmail.com. So fateswidewheelpodcast@gmail.com.
It was me! It wasn't. I really wasn't.
Damn! It's the world's biggest glitter rock fan. That's we just have to track them down. And we'll be able to.
He's random.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add and say, thank you to everyone who's been a part of both, who's kind of been on board with both podcasts. And it's one of the things that we've endeavored to always, mention the Quantum Leap podcast. And I think, there's a reason why you guys have been around as long as you have in different iterations. There's a reason why A Little Miracle has like 7 different iterations and you're able to do this Inception-esque podcast. So, we're grateful to share some space with the Quantum Leap podcast. And I think that just kind of one of my favorite things that's happened after the Revival series is the community that we've been able to be a part of and hopefully help to nurture and cultivate in some ways has just been so cool and overwhelmingly positive. And I feel like there's so many great conversations that have taken place, not only between the podcasts and between the hosts, but even more importantly, amongst the folks that take the time out of their day to listen to us. And I just love getting to see those conversations that are taking place, whether it's on Twitter or Facebook or, in some other medium. And it's just, that's one of the things I think that I'm most proud of and feel the most gratitude for, is the fact that, the people that, again, for whatever reason, give their valuable time to listen to us talk about this show, and to hear, all the stuff that they have to add, and the conversations that have been surrounding not only the new series, but the classic series as well, and the love for the classic series and the love for Scott and Dean and everyone involved with that has just been so cool. So it's great to get the opportunity to do this. And Matt, that we love you and have done so for a very long time. And if Quantum Leap Podcast hadn't asked you first, we would have probably tried to ask you to join us. So it's awesome that we get to sit here, the three of us together, and talk about Quantum Leap. I'm so grateful for that.
That is a really heartwarming way to wrap up the show. I have no words that can top that, so I will just say Happy Christmas to you guys, and in the words of our favourite Time Lord, very happy Christmas to all of you at home.
This is where more quality editing will come in later on.
This is all right.
This is stuff that we'd accidentally leave in.
Yeah.
Happy holidays from our Quantum Leap family to yours.